meal and try to be a carry. Senna support is really good, and you can actually build into like heavy AD styles. You could play mages and stuff and actually be a beast in team fights. Like there's so many different styles that I think are pretty viable. It's maybe not the right choice in every game, but like I do think from a design point of view, they've done a really good job with just making the role fun to play, right? Like I don't mind at all when I get support, and I think there's so much variety, so I do think that's a positive. But you know, I can totally see some of the frustrations, especially when I play AD. When I play AD, I'm more frustrated with support than any other role.
Of course.
But like, yeah, I mean, it's a give and take, so I think it's a tough question.
Cool.
All right. We have 14.5 that is going to be coming out, and we are going to be first to 14.5 this coming week. The final week for LCS regular season is going to be a super week, so we'll be on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Remember, we're going to be on Friday. There will be games. These 3 games are going to be the last of the regular season, and then 14.5 is going to stick with us through playoffs. So this is going to be our playoff patch, and is not going to be changing then until, I guess, MSI. So this is going to be a really, really important patch. And what do you guys think about so far?
It's interesting looking at all the champs that were buffed in nerf. It doesn't seem like there were too many crazy staples of pro play being touched in this one.
I see a lot from solo queue though.
Oh yeah,
I like this patch.
Yeah, like I'm down for Nidalee nerfs. Like that champ's just obnoxious. It looks like of the nerfs, there's TF, Senna, Maokai, which are the ones that we're seeing in pro play. So seems fine. I don't know. It felt like kind of a small patch to me overall, though. I don't think it's gonna like wildly shape the meta.
This is one of the reasons why this patch is one of the patches I actually have been most excited about and really on board with and really like. I feel like in a while, because they are hitting a lot of problematic solo queue champions, but not so hard that they're going to kill them, right? You go down the list of these, you see the nerf list and you're like, oh, okay, let's go see what they're actually doing. And you go down and I feel like even people that main these champs are like, well, you know what? It's probably not so bad. That's probably not so bad. And so these do feel like more medium taps than some of the bigger swings that we've seen, which to me feels really good as far as going in on a playoff patch. I do feel like Volibear is going to gain more popularity and thus will probably get some nerfs down the line.
You think the buffs made him that good?
Yeah, I was a little bit worried about the buffs, and now I keep seeing the play rates increase a bit. So as more people start to play it, it's still massively played way more in top lane. So I don't know, maybe jungle escapes it a little bit, but
this last patch, he wasn't even listed as a jungler. If you sort by jungles, he wasn't even there.
He hasn't been for a long time. Even all last year, when I was maining him, he was not a jungle. And lots of people have these like apps now they use, and I feel like I couldn't beat them, so I joined them, and I got one that shows like the seconds for jungle camps. And they also have these things after the game that have little tags. One of the tags for me every game was exotic jungler, because nobody plays Volibear jungle. But yeah, it's slowly gaining more popularity. And I think due to the popularity in pro play, in LCS at least, since LCS was like spamming Volibear, I shouldn't have opened my big mouth and told so many. But I feel like that's going to accelerate the popularity. And then he'll probably be in line for, we'll see some small.
What do you think about builds for Voli? Because we've seen a couple things going on. There's if you look at the win rate sites, it still recommends his old build of like cooldown boots, Iceborne into Deadman or whatever. But we're also seeing a lot more Sundered Sky, Sterix type stuff. So what do you like?
That's been my go-to. I don't want to turn this into too much Volibear talk. I'm a little sensitive. I don't want to overwhelm people, but I absolutely love Sundered Sky because it makes your Q crit and it counts the Q damage. The extra bonus damage of Q also crits. That's one of the reasons why I dropped after the second nerf to Titanic Hydra. I dropped Titanic Hydra. I was spamming it before because he scales so well with the bonus health things, but completely dropped it and went full Sundered Sky. Absolutely love this item. Not only does it make your Q crit, which is Volibear, a lot of your ganks are all this upfront burst damage. Your Q flashing to stun them on an E, and so your Q is critting, you're getting the E damage, you're getting a whole bunch of burst damage when you're catching someone. And then it also doubles as an amazing teamfight item because you can go slap multiple people, heal up a whole bunch. So it's just, and it gives cooldown reduction, which is a massively underrated stat for Volibear, since you want follow-up Ws for the massive healing from biting people who already have the bite mark. So I'm all about the Sundered Sky rush. That being said, Iceborne is not a bad item. It's an okay item, and I will rush it if it's an all AD team that we're playing, something like that. Also, one thing that is super, super underrated and almost never done is Sheen is just a very good, efficient component item now. If you feel like you need a little bit of extra damage to finish off enemy carries or something like that, just sitting on a Sheen, which gives you the Sheen effect and the ability haste, is extremely good for a lot of champs. Bobchin also does this on his support LeBlanc. But yeah, the Sterix Gauge second item is my current favorite. You can switch between that or like Deadman's is very solo queue. Move speed is way better for solo queue, where you can pick someone off in a side lane and you just win solo queue games like that. It's mostly about just picking people off towards mid game. But Sterix is godlike for him for team fighting, because the shield activates when you're low, and then you get your healing off your W. That's way too much Volibear talk, though.
I was gonna say, you're like, I'm gonna be pretty conscious
that's
about
why
this.
I'm gonna be concise. Let me get on my list here.
That's why I said you guys are directing Volibear stuff. I'm like, I don't know if you should do that.
He's just like, you guys can leave.
That's
So
my fault. That's
next.
my fault.
I'm like,
Volibear was born a young bear in the mountains of the Freljord.
it's funny because Flowers shouted out on stream one of the like things I told him about Volibear lore.
Yeah.
I was kind of.
Oh, you're
proud.
in the lore. That's when you know you're in deep.
No, I absolutely fell in love with the champ, but that's why I'm like, okay, don't direct any more Volibear questions at me because it'll go on too long. One thing I was hyped about, the Rek'Sai buffs / corrections to some of the bugs, because like Medios, I really have been waiting, for this rework and looking for it to be good. Unfortunately, it does sound like a new bug with the W has popped up in this patch with a lot of the fixes that they made and the buffs that landed.
Unlucky.
And so I'm seeing already on the front page of some of the win rate sites that currently the win rate is actually down despite these buffs and bug changes. I'm assuming it's because of the new bug. So I don't know how quickly they will be able to get that new W one looked at, but I am so excited for this champ because I love early game junglers, because I love being the one with the power to decide which lanes are important, and I like the feeling of having the early lead and then you being the one that by your mistake, oh no, you lose it or you get outskilled or whatever. I like being the more active one, and Rek'Sai is definitely in that vein. You mentioned already like the Nidalee, Bel'Veth, nerfs, Evelynn nerfs. A lot of these ones that have been really high win rate for solo queue, not really seen as much in pro play except for like the Bel'Veth and then the Blabber Nidalee game that he had.
Yeah.
The Nidalee nerfs aren't that big. They're not going to walk back the full buffs that they got, though. How do you feel about base move speed? Because to me, base move speed, it doesn't look that big.
Oh, it's big.
But then as I say it, I'm like,
it's really big.
I'm like, base move speed is like everything for jungle. So I don't know if we're going to see any more Nidalee after these nerfs.
I hope not. Yeah,
you didn't like the Cloud9?
I mean, like watching her is fine, but I don't know. Like I get the ick from champs in solo queue that are like Nidalee, Kindred, Graves type champs who are just like win because they just clear too fast and they just run around too fast and like they just win by out resourcing you. Like
I feel like Kindred doesn't really fit into that. Kindred
dude, I hate this champ, bro. Like
you can hate the champ, but it's not one of the fastest clears in the game.
I think she does it a lot by invading.
Like all three of those, it's not that their first clear super fast. They're not Karthus jungling you, but they cheese you in the beginning, and then they get one item, and then they just like they insta clear their jungle while you're
once she has items, it scales really well.
And so what she does is she does a lot of early invades using the range factor, and so that's how it gets like I feel the emotion of the same thing. A lot of junglers get kind of triggered by stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, I just had to say because I don't think her clear, like first clear for sure, is definitely not.
Yeah, but touching on Rek'Sai for a sec, that Rek'Sai has depressed me. I was so excited for Rek'Sai. Like when I first heard about it, I was, oh man, like it is just the biggest disappointment ever as a Rek'Sai player. Like she's horrible and buggy, and the fact that like I think what got me the most was, hours after the patch came out, they recognized she was bugged and they said, yo, we got you in 2 weeks. Like, why is it not hotfixed? I don't know.
I will say, when I saw your tweets as one of the first things after the patch came out, and you were like popping off about how this champion is garbage.
So bad.
It's so
She's
bad.
horrible.
Had 51% win rate on 14-4.
Nope. Wrong. Complete dog shit.
It had 51% win rate. That's all I'm going to say. So it's like, I can get that you hated this champion, but I was like, damn, this champion must be butt. And I went and looked, thinking it was going to be like 42 or something.
I mean, I don't know. What stats are you looking at? Because she was like 45% win rate.
All 14-4, Emerald Plus, she's 51. I mean, I could look Diamond.
Is this
Plus
Lolytics?
Yeah.
I mean, every win rate's padded by 5% on that site.
Well, yeah, as long as you compare it to the
tier.
average of the tier.
So for example, in Diamond Plus, average tier is 52.86, and it was 52.29. So it's like it's about a 50% win rate.
Average.
Average, yeah. But like, so I can respect you didn't like it, but you made it sound so butt. So I was like,
Bro,
oh my god,
play it, and tell me it's not.
In Challenger, it actually had average tier for Challenger is 57.6 at a 59.3% win rate.
A couple of other nerfs on here. We did actually see a top Vayne, so like I guess it's worth talking about the Vayne.
Did we?
We did at the very end. The condemn flash at the end was pretty sick.
Just need a Baron throw, to lose 1v1, get to 6 items.
Have your Talia already kill the 2 people, and so then you get to chase. Yeah.
Yeah. Once you're full build, 40 minutes in, that's when the Vayne top spikes.
It was really funny because Dokla was streaming after their LCS game.
Yep.
And he was just straight up saying like, yeah, I trolled my build. Like I'm saving the real build for solo queue. And then he was playing in solo queue going like, Bork, Gwynsu, Terminus.
I thought he was going to go Bork for sure.
Yeah, I mentioned on Cast 6, I like looked it up and I was like, there are some Vaynes that did this like Q build with the Stormrazor and SJ. So I was like, there are some. It's that like, apparently the balance team saw it and they're directly nerfing Q. The tumble start is nerfed by 2 seconds early. Of course, if you're maxing it, then you're going to get back to the 2 seconds once you max it.
But it's still pretty big for people for the on-hit builds and stuff.
And Vayne top actually got super popular because there was a challenger in Korea that was abusing people with it, just doing Vayne top. And he's the player that I blame for all of the top laners invading jungle level 1 because he was doing it with Ghost, Lethal Tempo, Vayne, spam invading enemy jungle, literally did it every single game. And everybody takes their cues off of Korean challenger gameplay, and so this is like all the content creators and everybody's.
Well, I mean, are you guys familiar with Lol Dobby?
Yeah. He did a video on it.
Yeah, dude, I swear this guy is like one of the most influential people out there right now for the meta. Like every few days he comes out with these videos. Very good, by the way. I'm a big fan of his. And literally every time he comes out with a video, you just start seeing it pop up in solo queue, like Vayne top. He did like the Unending Despair Volibear top thing, like just everything.
I mean, everything kind of filters down, right? Because it's a top challenger in Korea is definitely where a lot of people are looking. A lot of the top LCK pros and some of the best solo queue players. People look at that, then they make content about it, and then the content creators get watched by a hardcore audience who then start playing it in solo queue, and then it starts popping up on data sites and all this stuff and on streams, and it all kind of filters down, right? Yep. But it is definitely interesting when people can kind of like cook something up that really changes the way how people are playing and changes the way that people kind of need to adapt to it. So I do think that part of it is really cool.
All right, my biggest question: what do you guys think of the Senna nerfs here? Because Senna,
I don't think it matters at all.
Senna is
it's just
massive,
tiny R change, right? I think it's basically
Wait, was it R?
There was an E. Oh wait,
that's Yorick.
I thought it was just her Q got like 0.1 ratio.
Okay,
or something.
Senna Q. Oh yeah.
It was just the Q.
Went from 50% bonus AD to 40%. I really don't think it matters.
That's a slap on the wrist. That champ's still going to be OP.
I mean, especially for support where you're not going to have as much AD, you're not going to have as many items, it's not going to be that big of a deal. I'm sure this is something that is going to move the win rate. Like, I don't know what the intended goal is, but when Freak was on, he talked about it, but they have really good data that shows like, X damage percent generally moves the needle like 0.5% or 1%. But as far as pro, I don't think this is really going to change any priority personally. And the other champion I was looking at and kind of really interested about is Smolder, because Smolder obviously is really getting popular. And they did change around some things. I need to look at some math on what the Q changes actually are going to mean as far as damage thresholds. Because basically before it was like once you have the true damage upgrade, the third upgrade, you had 6.5% flat burn, and that never changed. But you could change the actual like execute threshold. So the 6.5% always stayed the same. Now it is 2% bonus AD plus 1% of your total AP plus 0.8% of your stacks of target's maximum health. So like off the top of my head, I don't know what that means. I'm going to be honest. Like I need to actually look up some math for this to see, okay, when you have 3 items with this build and in this and 225 stacks, like what is the actual damage change? Because that is pretty big. So I'm not sure exactly how big of a nerf or buff that is going to be. The other thing that is also really interesting is the E change. Previously, you only scaled your E with a crit build, basically. Like, you only got additional bolts if you went the crit build. So, like, the kind of more caster builds that I think are actually better didn't scale at all with the E. So, you put just 1 point in E until last.
Yeah.
Now, it scales with your stacks, not just your crit. So, the like Shojin Liandry's builds and things like that, those actually are still going to have E scaling. So you may more commonly see people even with those builds doing like, you know, just the 3 points W into 5 points Q and then maxing E and things like that. So there's going to be more different variation potentially on the builds that could work. The R also got a change. It's a slight damage nerf if you just kept by the sides, but the sweet spot damage got increased. So that is going to be a bigger hit if you get hit by the sweet spot. And then also the self heal got an AD ratio, whereas previously it only had an AP ratio. So if you have some AD in the build, it should be a higher self heal.
I really wanted the ultimate to get a cooldown nerf, because one of the most frustrating things about this champ, yeah, it's a farming scaling champ, and then you have this giant wave clear ultimate.
Alt WQ, the wave's gone.
Yeah, exactly. And so I was actually hoping for like a cooldown nerf on it. This, I feel like it's still gonna be able to be extremely good wave clear.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like the wave clears.
Not that much.
Well, with the sweet spot, it's probably going to be even or maybe better. I don't know.
Yeah, that should work on minions theoretically. So as long as you hit them while they're walking in a straight line, all of them would be in the sweet spot.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. On a lot of these abilities, they kind of have like, you know, the little custom restrictions put on it, like 50% damage to minions or something. I kind of expected something like that. You don't normally have these like massive range things that just clear the entire wave like that. So maybe sometime in the future, or they just like that aspect of him.
Also, people are just getting better at playing, you know, Braum and Janna and type of stuff with him and keeping him safer, and it's more frustrating. And day one win rates for these changes, which don't necessarily mean these are directly from you know, these changes or whatever, is over 1.5% increase in win rate. Like I said, it could be more and more time people are playing them. The supports are playing better with him, that type of stuff.
This stuff reads as a buff to me. And I know, like, every time I've looked, the more caster style builds always have significantly higher win rate. When it first came into pro, people were doing pure crit build. They were doing like Essence Reaver, Rapid Fire BT, like this kind of stuff. They were doing Navori and whatnot. Now they have like modified that to now people do Essence Reaver Shojin and Shojins in every game. I still think that Liandry's and stuff could move in there. I think it can be better in a lot of the games personally. But it'll be interesting to see, you know, how much the needle is going to kind of shift with these changes. But this champion is really strong. And if it is in solo queue, pushing more people to be finally building Shojin and things like that, his win rate's just going to go up, because his win rate had been significantly higher with those like tankier style builds compared to the crit marksman builds. And over time, it has been getting more and more popular. Right now, on the patch, it looks like it's about the same, but Triforce is getting more popular and things like that as well.
Yeah, the just if you're a hyper carry, being tanky it's so hard to deal with.
Yeah, a lot of the changes we were talking about for a lot of this patch have been solo queue stuff, but these two champs, the Senna and the Smolder that we're just going over, is really big pro. You know, because those are the two that people are deciding between basically in a lot of the early pick ban. So I actually, this patch, with Senna going down 2.5% and then Smolder going up a percentage, might actually swing that choice, where I feel like this last weekend, a lot of teams were leaning into the Senna side of it. And I was leaning into the Senna side of it.
Yeah, the Senna Nautilus.
This might push it more back towards the Smolder side. I just feel like the Senna thing, where you can have a super fed tanky support that can't get dove, and then you go up to grubs and have huge topside presence also, was just so massive. But maybe now it's it's more Smolder favored, and we're going to see some more reactions to that.
I mean, definitely if games are really slow, Smolder is strong. Like, and if the trends that we saw this last weekend are going to continue forward, Smolder I think is only going to be rising in priority, right? Because if you're going to have 40-minute games, we saw people at like over 400 stacks on Smolder, right? With that kind of a game, it's just crazy. One of the games I want to say it was up to a 13% HPXU off of a Q that's like AoE applying, plus it has the true damage burn, plus the base damage. Like that is just crazy amounts of damage. And when you're getting that late, you always have the rapid fire in. So it's like even if it's against a scary team, you only step forward when rapid fire is up and you're just Q poking. It's like it's really hard to deal with that champ when it's playing at a far range.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, is there any other patch stuff you want to talk about, or should we talk forward a little bit this week?
I think we covered most of things. There were a couple item changes. I don't really see those.
Yeah, Frozen Heart got
there were the support items were changed a little bit, like the sled and the celestial shield item. I don't play enough support to really have a strong opinion about that.
I still think they should nerf the Zach AP one that does percent max HP and nerf the Blood Song again.
And make supports only be able to apply pink words all game.
I feel like I'm the premier support hater on the current dive roster. But I don't even hate them.
As someone who doesn't play it and only plays against it, I want them to be really weak.
I'm just
when support player opens the shop, there should only be pink warts. That's Kobe's pitch.
No, not quite that extreme.
There can be ruby crystals.
You can have a heart of gold in there. Let's bring back heart of gold.
Sight stones as well. Yeah.
Candle gem if it's a luxury buy.
Yeah.
No, honestly though, the middle ground is the way to go. I want it to be a fun roll too.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, let's jump into some of the kind of standings, and whatnot. Going into the final week, FlyQuest sitting in first, 8-3. They went 1-1 this last week, though. 100 Thieves is in second. They also went 1-1. They're now 7-4. Two teams on the rise potentially. NRG and Cloud9 both tied in third, now at 6-5, but they both are coming off of 2-0 weekends. Then we had Dig and Shopify, who both went 1-1 respectively, and TL and Immortals went 0-2. Immortals now kind of falling pretty far behind the pace as they're in 8th.
Oh, yeah.
Shopify's in 7th. Immortals on a 4-game slide. So they obviously have some work to do if they're going to get in the playoffs.
And it feels like we have finally gotten like some separation. I was waiting for when is someone really going to fall behind the pack? Mm-hmm. This whole split has been like, oh, LCS, everyone's taking random games off other people. And even in games that they lose, a lot of the teams are looking pretty strong. To me, now it finally does feel like Immortals, they really this week has to be the most exceptional week of practice for this squad to make a banger super week for them coming up, or else it's going to be lights out. It's funny because it reminds me of the beginning of the year when we're talking about all our power rankings and you're like, oh, I'm shocked. Like I put Immortals last, but I didn't know everyone else was going to put them last.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
well, it was so unanimous,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just there's got to be a last place, right? And it's
got to be them.
Yeah, then they're living up to it. I mean, I don't know. It's just no hate toward them, but they just aren't as strong as everybody else.
As we're starting at the bottom, there is one interesting thing that I really caught on to this weekend in the interview after the Cloud9 game when JoJo was talking. One of the most shocking things that I actually heard all weekend, he was talking about ranking the best mid laners. He was like, Quid was actually number 2, but the next person he mentioned was Mask. And he was like, when Mask first got here, he was the guy. I thought he was right up there, and I felt like JoJo was about to rank him number 3, and then he went on to say that since then he's fallen off and he's not that guy anymore. But that still to me was like a big vote of confidence because pretty much unanimously, even when Cloud9 or JoJo is doing bad, everybody's like, yeah, JoJo's the authority on mid lane. People will trust this guy. And I had not heard that sentiment echoed about Mask anywhere else.
Yeah.
So that to me was a cool thing that stood out, even if it was slightly dampened by like, oh, he's not that good anymore or hasn't been.
Yeah.
I was like, whoa, maybe I could have some hope for Immortals resurgence or comeback or something, or maybe there's an angle there.
I know I've heard they're still doing pretty well in scrims, and they even talked about that in the pros episode with the former TLA players when it was like Armeo and Ayla and oh god, who was the third player? I'm spacing out. But anyway, there was a third player in there as well, and they were talking about it, and Armeo was talking about how they're still doing really well in scrims. And I do think a lot of that comes from that, because I had heard that Mask was actually really smurfing scrims. And some of the ones that I went over and got to watch, he was doing really well also. But I mean, Immortals, like, as much as we're joking about it, they have had a pretty tough run of it for a while now, right? So it's like, as much as they have, you know, fallen off and they're looking like they're going to finish potentially last, okay, summer 2023, 10th, spring 2023, 9th, summer 2022, 9th, spring 2022, 10th, LCS lock-in, 9th, 10th, right? Like,
I mean, they're doing better now. They're up to 8th.
They're up to 8th, yeah.
No more 9th or 10th place finishes.
It's like the, you know, the meme, like the bright side of the bus, the sad side of the bus. It's like, Immortals are no longer 10th. There's no longer 10 teams in the league, you know, like, but it's been a while since they made playoffs back with the Xerxes roster a while ago. That was 2021 summer, I guess. Yeah. That's the last time they actually were able to make playoffs. But it's been kind of sad, because I do feel like this team showed us some glimpses of something, you know, early on, and I feel like they've had some recurring problems. Like, it does still feel to me like tactical is mostly the only way this team ever wins. Like, if he's having a really good game, it feels like that's generally when they're going to win. If he's not having a good game, it never feels like they really have much of a chance. And I do think that there was some things that you would hope that they would be able to answer. I know it's like when they played the TF game, that was maybe kind of extreme, but like the wave got slow stacked, they get dove, they get zoned off. And it just felt like that was exactly repeated this week in the Smolder game that Tactical played. And it felt like one of those situations where even seeing draft, we're like, oh, they're going to have a pretty losing lane and they're going to get pushed in. I think they went Maokai Smolder, and they were playing against Senna Nautilus with an Ivern on the other team, who's going to be like super fast clear. And they just didn't really have any way, it felt like, to fight at level 1. So he was going to get stacked on them. But Armeo cleared bot to top and like wasn't there to cover the dive. So I think Tactical actually died, but at the very least he got zoned off. And it was like early on, he had, I don't know, less than half the CS of his opponent. I remember thinking when we were checking in, it was like 15, 16 minutes. And he had like 40 stacked on Smolder. It was something ridiculous. Ooh. And they almost came back in this game. He ended up getting put mid, and then he was like farming both Raptors and Wolves on repeat and mid lane. He was like super stacking and ended up getting, and it looked like they were going to win the game, and they lost still. But it's just one of these things where I feel like they've had some of these recurring issues where it doesn't feel like they're all on the same kind of page. And it's hard to say, because you could easily just be like, it's jungler's fault, he should have been there. But at the same time, if the bot lane's saying we win this matchup or we're fine, then like, of course the jungler doesn't know to path there, right? So I don't know where the problems are coming, but it has felt like a number of times this year, and a lot of times, honestly, just like there's been situations where Armeo is always a little bit behind the play, and like he's always showing up a little bit too late when the enemy jungler has already made the play, as though he's trying to answer it. So I just feel like that's been one of the big recurring problems for them, and something that they've been struggling to solve, which don't want to say it's all his fault, but yeah. Yeah,
I mean, it's tough, especially when you're at the bottom of the standings. Like, probably most of the stuff they're trying is not working, so it gets really hard for everyone to like buy in on this is how we want to play. But I think the stuff I've always heard about Armeo is like he's a solid player. He has a very like definitive way he wants to play, and I think he likes having a lot of resources. And so, you know, with a team who can play around that, it's good. But, you know, if you have lanes that like need a lot of help, then it might not go too well.
Yeah, that's always rough, because then it looks also like you're not doing anything as a jungler. And, you know, you're trying to be efficient. And to Azale's point, if your lane is telling you, we are going to get pushed in, but we'll be fine, then
that's not really your fault.
You're like, well, yeah, exactly. I will say I did like the line that Medios gave, though, where he's like, somebody does have to be last. And it made me think, do you guys feel like it's actually, you know, is it comforting to have the same team be last all the time? Or would it be worse for all the other fans of all the other teams if everyone like took a turn being like if everybody had to rotate down there and be...
The Immortals are really just taking one for the team.
Yeah,
good guys that they are.
It's like they're like buffering the bottom, so they're lifting everybody else up in the league.
No matter how far you fall, you can always land on
I've always wondered, you know, obviously I don't think it would be good, but what if there was a team in the LCS that was just like a complete meme team. Like they lost every game, but they just had really interesting games.
Pointing at them, come on, bro.
Yeah, like this team just goes in and they just draft some troll comp every game, and it's like everyone loves watching them, but you just know they're never gonna win. Like I don't know. I don't think it'd be good for the league, but
bring back Delta Fox.
It would be funny. Yeah, something like
That's
that.
basically what it is. But to be fair to them, they're 1 game behind Shopify. They're 2 games behind Team Liquid, right? Like and Dignitas. So as much as you know, they're getting the kind of some shots fired at them a little bit. It's like they are still in it. They still do have a chance. They have to win at least 2 to get a tiebreaker for playoffs. If they win 3, hey, maybe they could get all the way in. But there's no guarantees. It's definitely a really rough situation. But moving on up a little bit, how are you guys feeling? I mean, we can talk about Shopify if you want, but I'm kind of curious how you feel about Team Liquid, just because Team Liquid has felt like they've been relatively up or down. I think they started a little bit hotter, but we had more questions about like, okay, well, you seem to only be winning with these kind of like late game scaling compositions that are front to back team fights. There was like the dependence on Udyr and stuff. And it doesn't really feel like they've developed a tremendous amount from then. And APA really feels like he's kind of struggling this split as well. Now they go 0-2. They're potentially in danger of even missing playoffs if like a Shopify or an Immortals has a good week and they have a bad week.
Team Liquid are for sure feeling the heat. On Mondays is usually all LCS teams' day off. 1 day off per week. And I messaged Spawn to go grab food, and he's like, "We're working." So 0 days off this week for Team Liquid. They are for sure. They always have lofty expectations. With Steve running the org, he's always trying to put together the best that he can and look towards winning and look towards international and all that stuff. And so coming off of a middle of the pack ranking and a 0-2 week, this team is in full, put your heads down. We're grinding. We're going to save this, like make the improvements now. And it's just left to see, can they improve on this? Because if we're listening to stuff like the Pros podcast, which has been exceptional, by the way, you should definitely go check it out. Every new episode. The last one where they had Inspired and Impact and JoJo, and all 3 of them, whenever they're discussing this team, were talking about the 2 carries, mid lane and bottom lane, and they would do like little side jabs at them every now and again, or like throw some random comments here and there, and be like, "Oh, yeah, I wonder why Team Liquid are losing ground early game, or I wonder why this type of thing is happening." I feel like this Super Week is going to be critical in evaluating, whether Team Liquid limp into playoffs or they can make some real improvements in their coordination and their team fights. Some of the team fight execution, I feel like has been an area that they can make big improvements in as far as positioning. So
sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna note that Liquid did 0-2, but they played against C9 NRG, who are both kind of bouncing back right now. So I don't know if it's the same as 0-2ing against like bottom of the standings teams. And their game against NRG, honestly, was just a draft gap. Like, they drafted Azir Seraphine in all tanks.
Oh my God!
Like they forgot their physical damage source.
It was Cassante only, basically.
Yeah, but that's not real. Like, he doesn't kill tanks.
They were really happy with that draft. I remember seeing them before the game.
They shouldn't be. I don't know to tell you. They shouldn't be. You absolutely need sustained physical damage source to win league games most of the time.
Yeah,
and,
I feel like we saw that.
Yeah, they didn't have it, and I don't think the result was super surprising.
And so to your point, they have Fly, which is a really hard matchup, but then they have IMT and Dig. So their fate, should be in their hands. They have some teams, down towards the bottom of the standings, or at least Dig, I guess, is tied with them right now, to be fair. But it's like their fate is in their hands. They did have a tough strength of schedule, but still, FlyQuest is obviously kind of an expected loss at this point. Dignitas is tied with you in the standings. Then you have Immortals, who is that last place team. So, they definitely need to be able to pick up some wins. But I'm pretty concerned a bit for APA, I will say, because I think the discourse is obviously getting like more and more and more negative around him, it feels like. And there's rumors, about like, should they try their academy player? Should they try someone different? Because APA hasn't seemed to really be able to find his footing, it feels like, in this split. His laning has been kind of struggling, and then there's obviously some of these moments that people are going to point to where he's having like a big oopsie, like the Talia game.
Yeah, that was
he's
crazy.
And he just starts TPing in front of the Azir, and you could see as soon as he did it, he like knew that he had messed up even before he got interrupted. Like he made a big reaction, so like he just realized what he had done. But it's one of those moments that was like a panic moment. Like he could have for sure Talia ulted out. He might have even just been able to walk out along the wall. That was a rough situation. So he wasted TP, which let them start Baron as well off of it because he didn't have TP and dies.
Yeah, it's such a touchy subject, but you could see it too on like the pros episode I was referencing when Impact was on it, and the other two players are kind of like low key flaming, and then Impact can't say anything. Like he's like takes a drink of water during the response. So like, do you want a response? He's like, no, I don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, like
he's got worst CSD in the league in mid lane. He's got the biggest goal difference at 10 in mid lane. He's struggling, right? And even below Insanity, who was playing a lot of tanks early, which you would more expect someone to be behind. When he had like Cyan and Vayne game and stuff, right?
Yeah, I think he's definitely had the spotlight on him because they've been getting by with these scaling comps, which don't, we're talking about like support being inflated and whatnot, and I almost feel like scaling comps or pro play kind of like inflated in a way where it just comes down to like, what is the requirement of execution? Like how many pitfalls do you have to avoid? And when you're playing like Azir, Tristana, Ziggs, whatever, like your job's not that hard. I'm not like trying to take away from what he's doing, but it's not the same thing as playing some other stuff where you have to just continually execute, continually pressure, be able to like read what your opponent's going to do and make good plays to stay ahead. So, we've been waiting to see more from him, and it seems like we might not. Maybe he's still pretty new. Like I'm sure he's got stuff to learn, but yeah, definitely.
This is his first full split, to be fair.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think there should be expectations of him being like the best player ever, but yeah, some of his mistakes, like the Talia thing, have been pretty big.
And TL has never been scared of making changes. I mean, him coming in was a big change when they replaced Harry with 7 games left. So it's like
I'm scared of making changes, even though it has been rough. I'm always like, especially right before playoffs. Unless something is super, super bad internally, I'm usually pretty on the side of like, all right, really, try and work it out. Unless, the person you're bringing in is some crazy all-star that is like going to guarantee some success.
Which won't be the case.
Yeah, exactly. So I kind of hope that they stick it out and they try and work on, their issues and work through the improvement. Mm-hmm. But they're definitely in the pressure cooker right now.
They really are. And I think it's a bit of an interesting question. You were talking about like, the like inflated stuff for LCS is playing these kind of scaling comps. I would also say this reminded me really heavily of, it was a game I cast with Pobelter. It was the Dignitas Shopify game where this was kind of like a classic example of a team drafting basically no hard engage. And on the Dignitas side, they were playing Jace, Volibear, Hui, Lucian, Nami, right? So Volibear is kind of your only engage, or I guess Nami ult, right? But like, come on. And then the other side, it was Narset, Wani, Talia, Smolder, Nautilus, like lots of forms of engage. And it just feels like this was one of those examples, and I was talking about this a lot with Pobelter, where it's like, can you see how the Jace comp and whatnot could win? Yes, of course. But these comps historically have always done so much worse in the LCS because it's such a narrow margin, I feel like, where you have to play it. I think when you're playing low engage or no engage comps, you have to play it so well because you can't really ever play from behind, right? If you ever kind of drop the ball or you start falling back, there's very few ways to get back into the game because people can kind of just like split push up very far because they know there's not a hard lockdown to actually stop you. So like Rich was just on Gnar shoving in waves all the way to tier 2s and stuff like that because there wasn't really people to pick them off. There's not that ability to just like get one quick pick and turn around the game in the same way, or at least I think it's much harder to do. And it is always interesting because there's always that balance of we're getting close to playoffs, so you want to be flexible, but also we're getting close to playoffs, so you need to be winning games, right? Yeah. Like you need to be playing the comp that is going to get you a win, that is going to get you into playoffs, that's going to get you to the next round. So I'm kind of interested where you guys land on that versus like at this point in the season, should teams still be experimenting and playing these like potentially higher cap comps that are more difficult to play, or should you just be playing two sources of hard engage, frontline with good DPS, and try to win games.
Play what's the best. If something is OP, spam that. Like if you're trying to get into playoffs, that's the key. When you have extra time and you have more freedom, you should try and diversify. You should have the ideal like multiple strategies, multiple comps and stuff like that. But if you're on the brink, like some of these teams we're talking about that are on the line, then you have to play what is your highest win rate basically, and get in there. Once you're in playoffs, then you can use your practice time to diversify and come up with better things and answers for when inevitably you get to a best of 5. Everyone's going to say, hey, end of the season, they only spammed this scaling comp or whatever. So everyone's going to practice and build against that. And so that as well. Try and turn that into your advantage during the practice time and, get craft other things that you're going to be able to pull out in best of 5s. But for right now, it's win now.
Yeah, it's tough because the season's so short, right? It's like 6 weeks and there was the 2-week break. So I don't know. I think you do definitely want to try to play to win, but we see this a lot with teams where, you can get short-term success doing these band-aid fixes. Like, okay, you know what? We're just not going to, we're going to like neglect this entire play style. We're not even going to try to play this way. And it might get you better results in the short term, but I think it actually hurts your team in the long run because you're not improving as much. You're kind of like narrowing your scope. You're just dismissing so many potential strategies. So, I mean, it's hard. You probably want to go for the win now, but again, I don't think that's that great.
The reason I say win now for the teams that are on the line is that you literally won't have a future. You won't have a later because you won't be in playoffs.
Yeah.
For those teams, I think you should definitely do the win now. For the teams that have more room, then I definitely agree you should have diversify your strats.
It is interesting, but there's not a lot of teams with much room. It's basically FlyQuest and 100 Thieves. Those are the only teams with room.
The luxury.
The luxury. But before we get there, NRG, C9, both 2-0 weeks. Cloud9 was coming off of a pretty horrible streak. It was like 1-5 or 1-6. I think it was 1-5. 1-5 in that streak that they had gone. Yeah, of course, because they only had 5 losses. They did 2-0 this last week. They looked really good. Game 1 where they super stomped FlyQuest. Game 2 was a lot more shaky. They were like forcing Baron with his Azir Smolder comp when they didn't really need to whatsoever. The Baron got stolen from them. The game got really hard as a result. So that one was like, I don't know, but like, what's your take? Is Cloud9 back? Because we're kind of dependent on them being back to win the bet.
I think they looked a lot better this week. I like Vulcan being on
Engage.
Nautilus type champions. I think that's just in general going to make the team look a lot better. One thing that I thought was a really like big note to me when I was watching the C9 versus Fly game is in Fly's losses, a lot of the time, like I really felt for Inspired because his bot lane let him down so unbelievably hard that game. So I don't know if you remember, but like FlyQuest late invaded bottom side, and so they just split map from level 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking as Whippo, if I'm playing Aatrox versus Renekton, my team is willingly splitting the map against me. Like they better be winning, bro.
It was Nidalee Renekton too.
Yeah. So it's like, top lane is completely doomed. We need to win bot. But what happened is, so Maokai, what you normally do with this is Maokai does like red Raptors, and then he needs Krugs for level 3, and then you dive bottom. And like they're stacking the wave. But what happened was Maokai got pushed off Krugs by C9's bot lane, which was a really good play by them, right? Like they're in this completely doomed situation. Some people would be like crying for the jungler to come down, or like people to TP to stop the dive, but like they recognized, hey, they're like spreading themselves too thin. Ashe isn't covering Maokai at Krugs. And so that was a huge mistake by Busio there. And that kind of reminds me of some of FlyQuest's other losses where Inspired has been so behind because of things his bot lane was doing. Like, I think that goes to show their inexperience a little bit. And if I was Inspired, I'd be pissed, honestly. Like, you need to be able to do that play. So then he gets pushed off his Krugs. He's just behind all game. They don't have the pressure bot. Top lane is just Nidalee Renekton. Like, what can you do?
And Blabber got early first blood, so Nidalee's just super accelerated.
Yeah, and it was just like super unplayable for them. So I think that's been one of my concerns for FlyQuest. I think that their bot lane, their inexperience is definitely a point where I think other teams might look to punish and get advantages, and they're just going to have to find some way to not let that happen.
Yeah, that's going to be big for them to keep in mind. As far as the NRG and the Cloud9's.
How back are they?
Two zeros and how back
they
are?
Or not back?
I think Senna's back.
After the first game, I was like, okay, they're so back because there was all the scrim rumors and they're coming in. All the interviews are so confident. But I do have to say, after this one where they kept on forcing the Baron, I was like, oh, there are still some in-game calls that just don't make sense. And in the end, they still win. So it doesn't look as bad as it could. Yeah, but I feel like the conversation right now would be so different if they ended up losing that game off of losing so much tempo from those Baron starts. Then it would be completely different. So that made me a little shaky. And then the NRG is like the same thing where they got completely beat down, and then they only have a 2-0 because they YOLO'd. Contrast was down, they were down like almost 7,000 gold. He just runs in, he steals the Baron like we were talking about earlier in the episode, and then so it looks like a nice shiny 2-0 for NRG also. And we're like, oh, just as expected, Cloud9 NRG, the two teams we thought were going to make the most of the breaks and fix everything. Obviously, they did, right? Well, not really. So it makes this Super Week super exciting as far as what we're going to see. I do have confidence in Cloud9 because that those things are pretty easy in review. I think most of the other stuff they did this weekend
was really good.
Was all really, really positive. So.
Jojo looked really good. He had a super good weekend. I think he was Azir both games.
Yep. Tank Azir and then not Tank Azir.
Yeah, which, obviously is really strong champion. But
Azir's bugged, right? So it might not be.
I heard he's disabled.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's interesting because I think Jojo, I want to say, is 4-0. I think I was looking at this on Azir. So 4 of their 6 wins, I believe. And that'll be disabled.
Yeah. I'm not worried about Jojo's
not saying he can't play other champions.
Champion pool, yeah. I'm not worried about his champion pool. Maybe it's something with the team overall to have him as a big DPS source as well as possible playmaker to fill in some plays for them.
If you can make plays,
but,
you can push in lane, you can scale.
Yeah. I mean,
he just does everything.
He was also even in some of their loss where he was Nico. That one stands out in my mind. I was like, wow, this guy is the best player in the game right now, and they're losing the game. So I don't really have. I'm not
late.
Yeah. I did not expect that. But I don't have concerns for his champion pool with Azir disabled, but it definitely is a tool that they have used a lot.
Yeah, he used it really, really well. It's gonna be interesting. I mean, I think Cloud9 definitely looked much better, and I think especially just the shift, like as people have talked about. I think Blabber looked really good on Italy. I think that unleashing him a little bit from tank duty in the jungle, I think helps. And I think Vulcan's play style as an engaged champion, I think he plays that really, really well. His Nautilus games, everyone always loves to meme on Nautilus being no skill and whatnot, but he was playing really, really well. I think in particular in the FlyQuest game, there was at least 2, if not 3, chains of corruption from the Varus that he buffered his Q on and just basically made it mean nothing. He sees the chains of corruption coming out, he throws his Q backwards and just pulls himself to the wall while rooted, and they just couldn't engage onto him. And those were kind of maybe a bit of desperation plays going for the Nautilus anyway, but I just thought he was playing really, really clean. And Cloud9 looked a lot more confident, so that's pretty exciting. NRG, there's been a lot of talk about how good this team isn't. It's kind of feeling pretty reminiscent to last summer and the talk there, where it was this team was 9-9 in regular season. People are they good? Do they suck? 1 week they're terrible, 1 week they're amazing. They play a top team, they do great. They play a bottom team, they look horrible. But they did get the 2-0, as you said, a little bit more shaky. But do you guys feel that they could actually still challenge for the championship? Do you feel like
they're ahead of the curve for their pace of winning an LCS split? Because
they're playing Mario Kart racing against their ghosts.
They were 9-9, like you said, and they won the split. Right now, they're above 50% at 6-5. So they're on track to win for sure.
Yeah, can't really argue with that.
Those are facts.
I think.
Thank you.
I think NRG is getting it together. I don't know. I wouldn't bet eating a lemon on them right now, but
you already did. So
not NRG.
No. Oh wait, not on winning. Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, they seem really up in the air to me. I think it could go a number of ways.
What do you think is their biggest hole right now? Because I've seen a lot of conversation on Dola.
Specific? I don't know. I mean, watching their games, they have some of the most interesting games as far as like stuff is happening. I think Dokla, he's a good player. I mean, he likes playing aggressive. He doesn't really like doing the tank duty, let me play safe kind of deal. So like they make it spicy, and I think that fits their playstyle, especially Contracts. I think he's like, any game I see Contracts playing like a Poppy or Rel, some kind of early playmaking jungler, I feel pretty good about for NRG. But yeah, it seems like, I don't know, they're just not completely clean. Like they've got some sus plays going on mid.
But this team has never been completely clean. Whether they were known as CLG and then they get picked up as NRG, and it's most of the same players.
Yeah,
that's why they've always been, to me, so exciting to watch. And they have really high highs to reach, but obviously they're constantly sitting around like 50% here, dropping some, picking up some. They picked the Vayne top, which was really funny because
and lost in the isolated 1v1 to Renekton that he counterpicked.
Everybody was
jungle diff.
Honestly, the Renekton rushing Edge of Night and getting the spell shield, really so smart. You can't get Gadev was super sick. And it was pretty funny though too. Dokla was even memeing on it himself afterwards. You're talking about his stream where he was mentioning it, and then he got to have one sick play with his condemned flash at the very end of the game.
And the Renekton also got to do literally nothing the entire game. I think at the end of the game he was like 0-3-1 in a 40-something minute game or something like that. Like that was
that game. That's the top lane like pain simulator. That is just not fun to be the Renekton in that game, because it's like, okay, I lose early, and it's going to keep getting worse.
Yep.
Yeah. Some of my fondest memories, though, and why I really like the players on this team are how crazy they can go with drafts. This time around, like Vayne top wasn't the reason they won. Palfox even tweeted afterwards the Pokemon quote of like, it hurt itself in its confusion. The opponents were like, what? And then hurt themselves and then they won. But the times when they were known as CLG and Dokla was flexing melee carries with Palafox, and they were running like Akali Yone duos and stuff like that, and grabbing two of those picks are some of the coolest team comps and team fights and stuff that we've gotten in LCS, when they're making the game super spicy and Contracts is running around spamming ganks on people. So this team, they've got a lot of variability. I think
Doka's
non-rational gamers.
True. I think Doka's a really fun player to watch, but I will say, in spring last year, he was way better than he was in summer last year, and also way better than he was in spring this year. Like in spring last year, I was like, holy shit, like Doka's actually gotten so much better. I thought he was beasting a lot of games, carrying a lot of games. I feel like he's been, as much as it's like, oh, he's the aggressive player, but he hasn't really carried like any games. It felt like this split or last split. Even when they were winning, I felt like he was much more of a footnote to Palafox and to the bot lane. Contract, I think, has been playing pretty damn well overall this split. I feel like the bot lane has looked a little bit more out of sorts, and I think that Palafox has also had some kind of like uncharacteristically bad games, because I feel like Palafox last year, even though they went 9-9, Palafox almost always looked good in losses, where he's had a few stinkers this split, especially the one, obviously, it was the Orianna game, I think. He tweeted out that he thought it was the worst game he's ever played on stage, but like that game was a bit of a shocker. I think there was one point where he TP'd back to mid lane, and I think he had to just be looking at a different lane or something, but he just like walked into the enemy right after TPing without moving his character at all, lost all his health, had to base again, lost multiple waves, and it was just like, oh, that sucks. So I do think they are getting it together, but Dokla hasn't been like a big carry threat, so I think Palafox has to be playing to the top of his level. We know that he can be at that tip-top level as he showed last year, so we'll see if they can do it going into playoffs. FlyQuest, 100 Thieves, you were already touching on FlyQuest quite a bit, in your concerns about the bot lane, but those are our top two teams right now. How are you guys feeling about their chances kind of in the chase for a championship as we go on?
Feeling pretty good about my lemon bet so far as FlyQuest currently at the top of the standings. Hopefully they remain there. We're gonna settle the bet on the next dive episode, by the way.
No, it's who wins the split was our bet. It wasn't the regular season.
It wasn't the regular season?
No.
We gotta check the tapes. It was for sure the regular season.
Nah.
No, it was the championship.
Dude, bro, we
literally talked about how we
was like 4 games behind. Like, how is that? That's not even a bet.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's the championship. So it'll be a pre-MSI.
I'm still checking the tapes.
You can check, but I'm sure about this one.
You're gonna edit them.
But no, I mean, FlyQuest, their top side, I think, has been looking really good. I think their bot lane has been definitely really solid, especially for like how little time they've been in the LCS. But I still think, as you're pointing out, has some room to grow. 100 Thieves is the most interesting to me, just because everyone tells me how bad this team is in scrims, and even on the pros episode, they were talking constantly. Ayla was on, and just about how they're always losing every scrim. They were like 0-18 in scrims in a row. They're just running it down in scrims, but then they go on stage and it just works. So it's kind of interesting, because sometimes teams are like that all split long. I don't know, NRG was like that when they won in summer. They were talking about how they were horrible in scrims, and I even heard of some story about how it was like the day of the finals or the day before the finals, they did a whole scrim set and lost, I think, every single game. Like they didn't win a single game and then won the championship. So sometimes it just works. I also heard they were getting pounded in scrims by G2 at Worlds, and they just go on stage and bop them. So it doesn't always go that way, but it can. But 100 Thieves is one of those where, I don't know, I guess just because so many people are telling me they're bad all the time, then I've just been waiting for the wheels to fall off a little bit.
Well, the thing I feel like people did not expect, Quid is debatably top 2 mid laner in the whole league. Jojo himself had Quid number 2, and I feel like that completely changes when people are trying to evaluate this team, because everyone was coming into it accepting, all right, River's going to be insane, but there's so many young guys, and Quid wasn't great last time they saw him, so not a lot of confidence there, and that's what led to all these low expectations for the team. And even the coaching staff, when we talked to the coaching staff, they're like, yeah, wow, we didn't expect to be first place either, and look at us. It kind of makes the story, makes you want to root for them even more, because there are a lot of, especially enemy top laners, like, Sniper doesn't even know what he's doing, we're going to take him down, talking trash about them and low expectations on this team. And then they come out and they have a lot of not just good individual plays, but good team plays, and then smart drafting and picks. If you remember back to the Shopify, when Shopify were doing this full tank topside, and then Quid pulls out the Aatrox mid into the Scion mid and just completely dominates them. I feel like they've done cool things, they've done smart things as well, and I'm gonna just keep on riding the 100 Thieves train until we actually see it fall off on stage, even if people are going to be warning against.
What do you think about or whatever? What do you think about this statement? If 100 Thieves finishes first place of regular season, River wins MVP.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Sounds pretty good to me.
So they've got Shopify, Immortals, and NRG.
I would be worried about Quid stealing a decent amount of votes for MVP. Quid has been super good too, but yeah.
I mean, so if FlyQuest drops some games, only one back, this is a very 3-0-able weekend. And like that would be so cool, I think, if this team actually ended up finishing in first. Mm-hmm. With the expectations versus reality, it's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't bet money on it though.
I wouldn't either.
Because like 100 Thieves has been impressive to watch. Like they've absolutely outperformed expectations. At the same time, their games haven't been super clean. And even this last week, I thought their draft against FlyQuest was really odd in the sense that like they were red side and they could have got counterpick for Sniper, but they blind picked Renekton on 4, and which got him countered, and then they used their 5th pick to pick Trundle into Sedge, and I don't know, like. And then it was that's not the matchup it used to be.
Spellbook Sejuani, it didn't even really matter.
Yeah, I mean you can do any rune on Sejuani, even with Aftershock. It's not even like that unplayable.
And when you're fighting 2v2s, like Sejuani has, especially early, she has such a CC advantage. Like if the person you're fighting with has a lot of damage, a lot of times you can actually just kill the Trundle, even with the ult channeling. So jungle counterpicks.
I don't think jungle counterpicks do a whole lot unless you're really trying to pick something. The only reason you would do it is if you're trying to pick something that is hard countered, so you need them to blind, and so you can pick not necessarily to counter them, but to make sure you don't get countered, kind of deal.
Yeah.
So
it has to be really high value for it to be worth it.
Yeah, I mean she's almost never.
Yeah.
But that would be the only situation I could see. So yeah, I mean they were trying something, and Jensen had like the most insane Orianna game of his life, probably. It just completely 1v9, 100% KP. So yeah, I don't know. I think they've done well, but it wouldn't surprise me if they don't end 1 or 2.
Yeah. Well, it'll be an interesting final week. That'll wrap it up for us for now because we're like 100 minutes in and we have another meeting. I think we're already late. There you go. Remember, if you are watching us on YouTube, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. You can also check us out on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or any podcast platform. And make sure you send us those questions on Twitter with the hashtag TheDiveLOL. If you missed our community episode, we used a lot of those last week for those. And be sure to tune in this weekend for LCS Week 6, final week of the regular season. It is starting March 8th. That is Friday. It is a super week. It's starting on Friday, and it's 1 p.m. PST. Dignitas taking on Cloud9.
Welcome back to the LCS waiting room. I thought Ras was going to do something.
Yeah,
No.
same.
Yeah.
I forgot.
You had a look.
Something
You had a look.
Oh my God.
Make us laugh.
That is actually the strategy that I do with most of our guests.
Yeah.
Is just mess with our guests before we actually come on.
But you don't.
And you thought Azale would be immune?
Yeah, I thought he was immune.
Azale's our guest today.
No, I just completely forgot.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Quick poll. Does he count as a guest for us? Because you were mentioning earlier, you're so rarely on waiting room.
I'm on waiting room maybe once or twice a year. I feel like there are people who are on here more than I am.
I want chat to know. I want chat to tell us if Azale is a guest.
I'm a guest. I've never been over here.
So we have to like.
This is a whole new couch.
You get guest privileges, like I have to get you water, like offer you drinks.
Yeah, that sounds nice.
Yeah.
I'm thirsty.
No, I'm not going
You
to.
gonna grab me one?
Get your
I didn't know
own.
it was a thing.
Get your own water. You know where it is.
You guys are demanding.
Yeah.
He already does enough
Raz,
of
I
that.
only eat the red Skittles. Jat, I'd like a water. Room temp, not cold.
We have a new patch this week for the final week of the LCS regular season, patch 14.5. So let's check out the summary. Overall, there's a lot of icons here, but we were saying that it's not necessarily a huge patch.
I mean, I think you have to look at, for competitive, the champions that are already in competitive. Nidalee we saw a little bit. Senna obviously got changed. We've been seeing a lot of Smolder. Those are the ones that I'm kind of immediately drawn to.
Yeah, and I think Senna did not get changed enough to remove her from competitive play, right? It's just a 10% decrease on the bonus AD on her Q, I believe, which I do not think does enough to, like, the reason why we're seeing a lot of Senna is just her flexibility in compositions, her flexibility in how she can play, and she's incredibly strong, and I think this is not going to remove her.
Yeah, and that was my thought process with a lot of those champions. There's like Maokai, which got slightly nerfed, but not nerfed enough. Frozen Heart that got nerfed, but it's still incredibly strong, so not nerfed enough. So like a lot of the champions that we did see that didn't really get hit too hard, I think the one change that I think is significant enough is like Nidalee. We saw one Nidalee out of Blabber, and that was one too many Nidalees.
Yeah. Well, you had something about the use of Senna in the LCS.
Yes. So I wanted to talk about just Senna as a pick in general. We've seen it dominate all of last.
I liked his little jog when he got up there.
Thank you.
That's a little like
nice.
hop, skip, and a jump up.
It dominated all of last week, and I wanted to hit on the strategy behind the pick that NRG really abused. Because the first things first, we saw Senna. Now this is 12 minutes into the game, but 5 minutes in, Senna ends up, of course, rotating from bot lane all the way to Grubs. Picks up Grubs at 5 minutes, and something to take note of in general is that we saw this in the LPL, where Senna then goes for a one-timer on a top lane dive against whoever it may be, and then when she bases, she goes straight back top lane and just lanes with the top laner. And a lot of questions were, wait, why is that a viable strategy? Why is that a thing that works? Well, first thing first, in this game in particular, it was Senna and Huhi was on Nautilus.
Yes, sir.
And then diving in Nautilus, just generally really difficult, especially if you see a stacked wave going up against the Nautilus, then it's really easy to defend. And in this game, Jan is on Senna. So let's actually start playing this game out and talk about why it's really difficult. So the number that's very magical is 5 minutes. 5 minutes, what happens on 5 minutes in the map? Anybody?
Krugs.
Turret fortifications are dead. So turret fortifications are dead, so they end up landing topside.
I was going to say Grubs because Grubs happens at 5.
Well, Grubs does happen, and of course this was, the priority on Grubs is pretty big. I wanted to actually go back a little bit and pause because it starts off of securing the second round of Grubs, and Senna is incredibly strong at picking up Grubs to begin with, so like generally you want to challenge Senna, but really difficult to do so. And of course, Huhi does have, like, in general, he doesn't have TP because of a prior fight, but the bot laner will have TP to join in, so it's always going to be a 5v5. And in this case, okay, if you can't go for bot lane, Team Liquid adapts and they look for a play on towards top side. Problem with this one, as you can see, is Senna's also difficult to gank. She has Shroud and of course Flash, and the Aatrox in this instance will have ulti. It's just really hard to make that play happen. So Jan, when he goes down bot side, guess what happens? He's dealing with contracts, he's dealing with Palafox. They're completely zoning him off of bot wave. So now even though you're saving top lane plates from going down, now Huhi is just smashing bot lane plates and denying 3 waves against the Senna. So even though at 5 minutes into the game, NRG was down about like 100, 200 gold. Core JJ got his top lane gank and then was making it really difficult for Dola to play this game. By the end of this play, you're 1.5k gold in the lead. NRG, based off of just that strategy alone and the adaptation against Team Liquid, are now spiraling ahead, playing off of bot lane and top lane plates, get 8 plates as a whole, and it's just really insufferable to deal with.
Yeah, I remember I was joking around that like something has gone horrifically wrong when your bot lane is just Nautilus laning against Seraphine for like 5 straight minutes.
And even listening to the cast, because you were a part of it, and like they were trying to find any way to punish it, and like Seraphine was just hitting bot lane plays like, she only got 1 turret play. There was nothing they could do at that instance.
What this reminded me of is like the whole reason that like it's not a novel idea to have your support roam up and like dive top and like do things on the map. But what makes it good is the fact that Nautilus becomes this immovable brick as opposed to a squishy 80 carry. It makes me want to play like double tank bot again.
Oh no.
That's totally off topic.
Cooking this kind of stuff.
Yeah, but it made me want to cook in my mind. Anyway, there's more stuff.
With Smolder. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff to get through. Smolder is one of the champions that I think is already really strong. Did get some buffs. The E
accidental buffs.
Well, I guess accidentally.
It said nerfs on the graphic.
The E change, I thought it was adjustments is what it was listed as, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
The E change essentially makes it so that you don't have to go crit Smolder anymore to get additional bolts on the E. It scales with stacks, it scales with AP as well and stuff. So, or excuse me, just stacks. The true damage burn also was changed instead of 6.5% flat and just the execute increasing. Now the true damage burn scales with AD, AP, and stacks. So the biggest change really was the E to me for the caster build, where people weren't actually building a lot of crit. Now the E is doing significantly more damage, and this was actually getting hotfixed, but it is not hotfixed for this week of LCS. So this is the really overpowered Smolder version for this week, and Smolder was already gaining a tremendous amount of popularity on 14.4, so I think it's going to be 100% presence this weekend.
Yeah, we are on live patch, but because the hotfix was like an hour ago, League Ops decided to not have the hotfix for this weekend of LCS.
And stuff.
But it will be a different Smolder come playoffs, which will be next week also on the same patch. One final thing, Jarvan the Fourth was buffed very minorly.
River?
Very minorly.
Not
and
the second
just
one.
watch out for River. I'm just saying,
River.
anytime River shows up in the patch notes, he can be like, hey guys, do you want to play Jarvan?
He exists.
Other bits of news, though, this week, we do have a real guest joining the LCS, not just as a...
Not a thing.
I'm a guest.
wow.
I count.
Yeah, well, chat,
We can ask
I still
her.
haven't heard what chat thinks. Either way, Hercules is joining us today, so how are you doing?
I'm doing incredible. This is actually insane. I secretly have been watching League for years, so I think this is the best way for my friends to all find out that I've been an LCS fan for a while.
That's amazing. And you'll be doing interviews after all of our games today?
I'm super stoked to be meeting everybody, to meet them with you guys. And it's going to be such a good day.
Looking forward to it. A lot of you may know her from Rocket League, but she's going to be here for the LCS today. Really excited about that.
Hell yeah.
For us as well, though, moving on to more waiting room, we have a game. All pro ballots are going to be due in like 3 days.
Oh, yeah, I saw them in the email.
It's so hard to vote based off of 5 weeks of gameplay, but we'll have 6. And the producers actually have a game for us called Guess the All Pro. I believe the way this works is on the left will be an actual All Pro from Summer Split, and on the right is a mystery player that we're going to have to guess if they deserve to be All Pro based on the stats. So let's check this out.
We have to guess who it actually is.
Behind us.
So this is JoJo from Summer versus, we don't actually know.
A mid laner, a mystery mid laner.
KDA, low forward percentage, decent gold of 14, and a kind of low kill participation. But
is this their actual shadow? Can we guess based off their haircut and stuff?
You could try.
Same thing.
You could try. It's the first place KDA though. Just starts. There's only 7 possible players.
First place in KDA. Maybe
the haircuts are a bait. So I'm gonna say.
I'm gonna guess
5 seconds. I'm going Jensen.
I'm going Quid.
I'm going Dove.
I feel like that's Dokla's shadow, by the way, based on the hair.
Jensen! Oh! The hair was a bait.
The hair is a troll.
I think that was Dokla's hair.
Whoa! I think Jensen will be an all-pro. We'll end up seeing, though. Let's get to the next one.
Oh, that was really difficult.
You really got baited by the shadow.
Having
It
a
was
good
a fake
split.
shadow.
It was tough to see something that was a part of every play but had low forward percentage.
Okay, Blabber was
they're
first
just
team
using
all-pro
the
with the
same
stats on the
shadow.
left. Stats on the right. Note the very high kill participation and kills and assists. I think this is River because he also dies.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
Yeah.
It's because it's not super high like goal difference and stuff, but
It's almost certainly
it's River or Inspired is what I would guess.
I'm going River.
Well, I feel like if we got it right, they would have revealed. But I'm going
I'm
River.
going Inspired then.
Whoa!
Okay.
Okay.
Will and Energy. This is how badly we don't want Energy players to get all pro.
I think NRG doesn't want Energy players to get all pro. They always suck in the regular
They
season.
keep naming it. Okay, next one. Berserker was first team all pro.
Okay. Goal difference
difference
is
is
14
difference.
first. Really
Oh,
high.
but this could be.
I think it's
CSD
wait,
at
can,
14,
can
but
it be
it's-
Berserker?
Yeah, this is going to be Berserker, I think. Well, hold on.
Well,
the
the
Senna,
CS
if they
CS
played
plays
Senna, it
Senna.
tricks.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It is a.
CSF is super frozen.
It's a good trick because now we know this person's not playing.
Yeah.
like the
Third in
Senna therapy
KDA,
stuff. I'm gonna go with
second in.
Tomo. I'm gonna go Tomo.
I don't think his.
I'm going to go
I don't
Meech.
think his CSG
I'm
is
throwing a
that
curveball
high.
here. I'm going Meech.
I think it is because he's going against the Senna Tom.
Azale, what was yours?
Can it be Berserker?
Yes, it can be.
It's B-Boy.
Okay.
Okay,
makes
that's
sense.
sick. That's
Yeah.
actually really cool. Last
I
one.
didn't realize his leaning was
Again,
It's gonna be
the
tough.
Stats are super fraudulent.
Yeah,
because
I
it's
know.
against
It's going to be
a
tough for a
Yeah,
seventh
play
place
Senna.
mid laner or bot laner to get
Top
all pro.
laner.
So Licorice, just so everybody remembers, he still wants to play LCS. He was the all pro mid laner. Just keep that in mind for everyone building the rosters for Summer Split.
General Sniper.
Either way,
General Sniper.
It's not
No, Sniper
Sniper
is
because
five.
Sniper is first and solo.
this is going to be Rich.
I think it's
I'm
Blippo.
saying
I
it's
think
Rich.
it's Impact.
I think
Wait,
it's
Rich is.
Blippo.
Rich.
Damn, I go Blippo.
I only got one.
That's
Fudge doesn't have
Impact.
enough solo kills. I think.
It is
It's
Whipple.
Whipple.
Yeah.
Okay, honor system. How many did everybody get right?
I got
I
one.
think I got none.
0.
I got one, so I think
I got
went
one.
out that
I
way.
ran it
Whoa.
Yeah, let's go.
We suck. Woo! All right. So since we did so well with that prediction game,
But actually, I got one because it was Dokla's Shadow. I'm sure of it. It was definitely Dokla's Shadow. It's Dokla's Shadow. I could tell.
Well,
all right.
well,
Someone
we
say in chat who shout out was
I gotta
someone else in
confirm
chat.
it's Dokla's Shadow.
Oh, wow.
That's crazy.
Okay, that counts as like half.
I could tell. I could tell based off the hair.
Smarter than
Oh,
they
yeah.
give you
I'm
bonus points
serious.
for that.
Look, you don't
What do
get
you
one.
mean? What do you mean you're laughing? I said it was Dokla from the very beginning based on the Shadow.
But you can't play that metagame, all right? It was based off the stats and not off the shadow.
I guess based off the Shadow, it was 5 Doklas.
Yeah.
I got them all right.
So Azale, what we learned is easily fooled. Foldy sheet time. We have 12 games left, which means the Foldy sheet does fit within one Google Doc. And what we're going to do actually is we're going to, so the whole Foldy sheet's actually posted in Discord as well, in the LCS Discord. It's also on the LCS Stats Twitter account. But we need to pick all 12 games this weekend, and then the producers will tell me which number in the Foldy sheet that is. So I don't think it's all going to go to chalk. If we just picked favorites, that would work.
Yeah.
So I think everyone needs to pick one upset.
Dignitas beats Cloud9.
For now, I'm putting. Is that yours? They're only one game away. That's your upset?
Sure, if I have to pick
Okay.
one.
What? Wow. Okay.
Well, we picked the craziest one.
I already.
Yeah. So I'm just going to start filling in. I'm going to start filling in favorites.
Starting off
and you
over
can
here, Zale.
and you can pick your upsets afterwards.
Oh my
I'm
God.
just doing favorites based off the current standings.
And they're just 2 games away from 6.
I would
It's
say
getting
still
really
top
good.
2, top
Energy
6.
beats 100 Thieves.
I mean,
Yeah,
this one doesn't matter. So, Azale, you already gave your upset.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
also think Energy beats 100 Thieves. If I want to do a spicy
My
I would
upset,
say
my upset is I'm going to say Energy is going to beat FlyQuest. You already gave us Dignitas.
Pardon?
You already gave us the Dignitas upset.
Yeah, I know.
True.
But I
Raz,
can pick,
what's
why
your
can't I
upset?
pick multiple upsets?
Then it's all upsets. I mean, you could.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
I am
Why are you limiting me
I'm
like
T
that?
over Team Liquid.
Hate fun.
I am T over Team Liquid. Okay.
He just
Emily,
forces you
what's
guys to
yours?
pick the favorites.
My upset would be, I'll say Shopify over NRG.
Shopify over Energy, which is right here. And Azale, you get one more because you're the guest. So
Energy
what was it?
beats 100 Thieves.
Energy beats 100 Thieves.
And the bottom.
At the bottom.
Blue side.
Okay, so if
That's
this
something I can
happened,
easily see
if
happening.
this happened, the top 6 would be Dignitas through FlyQuest. The top team, obviously, would be FlyQuest. And this is how the standings would pack off. And producers,
Tiebreaker!
Which line would this be in the foldy sheet? They're still calculating. It's a big foldy sheet. Either way, this would be a rather spicy set of predictions. We're
Yeah.
going to be using this awesome tool. 101489. So 01489 is the line. We have officially predicted, thanks to our guest Azale having twice as much influence as everybody
Just
else.
confirmed is a guest.
But also, this really awesome tool
guess.
that was made by our lead statistician.
I pity you.
And I've also heard that our lead statistician has his own predictions. Which we're gonna
Yeah.
be showing right now.
Oh no.
This is gonna
I
be-
already know it's going to be the 7 tiebreaker one.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say because
Our
I
script writers who art in LA, hallowed be thy pen. Thy tiebreakers come, thy will be done on stage as it is in regular season. Give us this week our 7 tiebreakers, and forgive us our drafts as we forgive those who trespass against tiebreakers. And lead us not into 0 tiebreakers, but guide us to scenario 900.
That first. Also, shout out because he did the stop motion.
He did that all
animation
himself.
Liam.
himself.
How much do those candles
He
cost?
built our playoff tool. He did that animation. And Liam, I love you, but I still don't want 7 tiebreakers.
Yeah,
Well,
all that
7
ones are
tiebreakers. I
Give me
believe
the madness.
I
hate
believe
that.
it's dead if C9 beats Dignitas in the
Okay.
first
Yeah,
game.
there you go. That's why I had to predict Dignitas.
Yeah, because you were with Liam.
Wow.
Yeah.
You want line 9. I also like that
Chaos.
it's line 900. It's so clean.
Yeah.
And Mark said we're playing as many tiebreakers as there are on Sunday. So if there's
True.
7,
Yeah.
we have 11 games on Sunday.
Yeah, second
so
most
buckle
games.
up.
It would be the second most games ever played in LCS history.
If I die of exhaustion, Mark, it's on you.
Wait, why is that funny?
He's sweating bricks. He's like, no.
On the topic of the foldy sheet,
Raz
if
dying?
you want to join the conversation of the LCS, let us know which
You
line
want
you
Raz to
want
die.
on the foldy
Pick
sheet
line
in
900.
Discord and in chat.
In game.
Raz dying just completely derailed our
I
week.
know.
This is the schedule, by the
I mean,
way.
it would if you think about it. If Raz died, the waiting room would be kind of.
Yeah, that'd be a bummer.
It would deschedule. I mean, deschedule. It would deschedule that day.
Bummer. Yeah.
Look at this cool new graphic.
Wait,
Yeah,
that
this is
insane.
very
Yeah.
neat.
Can it go through each matchup and do the same thing? Or is it just the first matchup?
Don't call out its weaknesses.
Not today, but in the future. So upgrades coming to the LCS, but this is going to be Dignitas versus Cloud9. Here they are arriving today. I unfortunately did say Rich was on the stats graphic when he wasn't. Here's Cloud9. Last week they had that nice intro with Old Man High and Old Man Meteos. This week it's just the
Good
Kia.
team.
Yeah, they kicked the
Yeah.
old men to the curb.
Yeah.
Naturally.
Kind of messed up.
Yeah.
It
I
is
think
what
they
it is.
float them out on icebergs once they hit 30 in esports.
I think so.
Yeah.
No.
No?
We had a 30-year-old play in the LCS last year.
Where is he now?
On that iceberg.
He's co-streaming the LCS right now.
He's not here. Iceberg.
That's a great iceberg theory.
Before the break in the LCS, Cloud9 had only ever won when there was a pause in the game. Now, the break in the LCS was
haven't paused.
effectively a pause.
Yeah.
And they haven't lost since. Either way, there is some differences in the way Cloud9 looked before and after the break in the LCS. They were the biggest story going into the break because we expected them to be a super team, and they ended up going on a large losing streak. They had a losing record but now they've won 2 games in a row, and there was definitely a change in their approach with the 2 drafts that we see behind us on the screen.
Yeah, and we've even heard from the interviews how they just really ironed out what their style is, how they wanted to play the game. Even earlier today, an interview was posted by Ashley King, and a lot of it was just like they had disagreements within the game that was really decided. So that 2 to 3 week break was perfect for them, and so we ended up seeing what was the classic Croc, the Croc top. They incorporated top lane a little bit more. You got to see Fudge on carries, and they were immediately, I felt, successful based off of just, I think, the realignment that they had.
Yeah, the game on draft is something I specifically really love for C9 generally. We kind of talked about this, I think when it was going through, but when Blabber and Fudge were working best together, I think it was like stacking waves topside and really, really making the most of top lane ganks. Which is where he would tend to be in the early game. And I loved the way this draft worked out for these players. I do see another thing that catches my attention, which is Vulcan on engaged supports, specifically the Nautilus. I thought he actually had some really, really like strong individual games on the Nautilus, but additionally, I do think his engaged sense lends him to making the most of those roam timers on engaged supports as opposed to laning enchanter supports.
And I think a lot of people have been kind of hating on Fudge, but Fudge actually has the best laning stats in the league for top lane. I think he has still been a really strong laner, even if he hasn't maybe been doing as well in team fights. So I do think, playing him on carries, having Blabber playing up towards top side does kind of lend itself to their strengths. And I think Cloud9 definitely can bounce back and beat that team that we're kind of expecting them to be. Yeah,
it definitely feels really bad if your entire strategy incorporates playing towards bot side and you mis-execute multiple times when it comes to that, and you're obviously on an island, so like you look bad in comparison. So like the mis-execution part I really wanted to hammer in, because like, yes, the change in picks is one thing and the change in style is another, but like oftentimes when we were looking through replays on Cloud9, it was like the Herald fight that you guys like messed up, or the dives that you guys messed up. Like those things that are based in comms and based on how they end up seeing the fights the same way, that's the biggest change that they've had. And even though it's just 2, so you see a small sample size, the 1 was versus FlyQuest. And so that matters a lot.
Yeah, and also JoJo was mentioning on your episode of Pros that he thinks they have a relatively easy schedule this week, moving on towards playoffs. So let's check out who they actually have as their upcoming opponents. Dignitas, Immortals, and Shopify Rebellion, which are 3 teams that are fairly low in the standings.
Yes.
Dignitas, interestingly enough, if Dignitas beats Cloud9 today, they will end up having the same record. But Immortals and Shopify are 8th.
It's got to be probably just about the easiest strength of schedule for any team this week.
It's very close.
You have 8th, you have 7th, and then you have Dignitas that's tied for like 5th.
Tied for 5th or 6th,
yeah.
depending
So
on
basically the easiest teams that you could actually play.
Exactly.
I know we already had the larger champion pool graphics up on the screen, but I think Berserker is one individual who I do want to look at a little bit more. There was definitely a period of the split here where in the episode of Pros I did with Whippo, they were kind of all mentioning how much stronger Berserker felt in previous seasons compared to this season. I'd say, to me, he felt a little bit stronger in this last week. Part of that is with the departure from the champions he was playing to the champions we see on the right there with Senna and Smolder. Champions that can definitely have a larger team fight influence. So with the Smolder buffs, maybe that's banned away, but I still think in terms of what Blabber said, with C9 playing towards their strengths are Berserker on late game insurance.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be more of a priority for them down the road.
And they were kind of hurt a little bit by the meta because Varus has just been such a priority pick in every league around the world.
Yeah.
Like Varus globally in this season has double the second most picks, like second most picks in ADC. Around the world, it's like over 1,000 Varus games. The next highest is like about 500. So it's pretty ridiculous how popular it has been. But especially when you are playing lethality, it's not really that Berserker style where you can kind of like 1v9 in a team fight. Much like he was doing in the Zeri meta for so long.
Yeah. And I think another thing to point out about C9's drafts that we are not going to see today, because we didn't cover this in patch, but Azir, due to a bug, is out of draft.
Cannot be played.
And here is JoJo on Azir. I asked for this Photoshop because I think JoJo's Azir has been a really important, like, stable pivot point around which they have been able to draft. So I'll be looking to see what they have for JoJo in the mid lane to continue facilitating kind of their ramp up at the end of the season.
And it's actually 4 of their 6 wins, and he's 4-0 on it. So it is a key pick. Not saying that he's limited in his champion pool.
No,
he's
not at all.
But it is a key pick for them.
Yep, 66% of all of Cloud9's wins have come with JoJo on Azir. But also, XU had something to say about Dignitas champion pools last week.
because we think like Tomo's the best Smolder in the league, and it's like not even close. I think everyone else who picks it like is really bad at it. I think when FBI picked it against us, it was like it literally did nothing. So yeah, I mean, Tomo's really good at the champ. We think the champ's strong, and we think other teams can't play it, so we're leaving it up always.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really strong statement. And if you see their drafts, the last draft that they had, literally
First pick blue.
Smolder, first pick blue and Smolder. Like, they have a lot of focus within the within just providing as much resources for Tomo, and I think that's the biggest one. He said it on stage really earlier on in the split, where the focus, the priority is just farming. A lot of the time, the team will slow the game down if he's in a deficit, or just allow him to get both Wolfcamp and Raptors. So a lot of the times, he does exceed the stacks that the normal Smolder would get.
Yeah, and you saw it in that game that XU was interviewing afterwards, where he was essentially shadowing bot side as well to make sure that they weren't able to get dove or anything like that. So whenever they lock in Smolder, they do seem to know stack as quickly as possible, get Tomo into late game and play around it.
It's kind of interesting because I actually think one of the best examples of quick stacking for Smolder was actually in a catastrophic game was the Immortals game from Tactical, where he had no stacks early. They got zoned off all the waves. He had half the CS of his opponent. He had about 40, 50 stacks at 15, 16 minutes. He still hit 225 by 26 minutes, right? Because they put him mid lane, they got him into a safe spot. He stacked on every single wave. He took every Raptor camp. He was taking wolves constantly. And when you really accelerate it, plus you're showing up to fights and actually skirmishing and being able to kind of poke and prod and get it there, you can get this so fast. So even with the worst possible start, he still got it at 26 minutes. Like, you can get this really, really fast if everything goes right.
Question for you though, Azil, based off what X you said, who's a better Smolder? Berserker?
I mean,
or
I think
Tomo?
it's hard for me to say because not everyone has really shown it yet. I think Berserker probably played a better game. I think Tomo's game last week was actually really, really rough. I don't think it was anything to do with the Smolder, but I felt like he was really struggling in a lot of the big moments. He brought Cleanse in a really weird game against only Volibear and Hui, was failing to use Cleanse in any of the key moments. A lot of the times his summoner usage was really poor. There was one fight around mid lane where they actually won the fight because Hui got caught on the other team. That was the game against Insanity.
Yeah.
But where he cleansed nothing, flashed in place in the culling, and just died basically 100-0. So like I thought Tomo actually had a really rough week last week. So I was kind of surprised to hear that interview after it. But it doesn't necessarily say anything about like his individual Smolder play.
Yeah, and to the point about like there not being enough of a sample size, I think that's very true. It makes the question really difficult. I'd probably lean towards Berserker.
Most players haven't played a single game on it.
Exactly. I'd probably lean to Berserker just because he's like a generally better player. But what I think is really important is that Smolder, I think, to Dignitas is extremely important to them because it provides direction for a team where I feel like sometimes the fundamental are very inconsistent. There are some games where I feel like they don't really know where they're playing to or how to set up for a Drake fight, but when you have Smolder, it's really easy to just protect the precedent, and that makes it great for them.
And I'd also just say, I think it's huge for a team that, isn't always towards the top of the standings to have so much confidence in one of their players, right?
Yeah.
For XU to come out and say that Smolder, is Tomo's champ, he's the best on it in the league, that speaks to the confidence they have in their AD, and I think that's so important going into the final week of the season.
Yeah, we have talked about Cloud9's upcoming schedule. Here's Dignitas' upcoming schedule as well, as they are in a very pivotal week.
It's a tough week.
Very
That's a harder schedule than the last one we saw.
That's a much harder schedule.
How much parity is there really in the LCS though? If Dignitas beats Cloud9, they're the same team.
True.
Based on the standings.
Yeah, exactly.
I do want to see if there's parity in our predictions though, because for me, I picked the 4 favorites across the board. Let's pull up everybody's predictions for
I think everyone's
this
going to pick
week.
the same thing, unfortunately.
Did
Anyone feeling spicy? Raz?
I felt a little bit spicy. I actually have one change that I'm sure. Yeah.
Immortals is actually really spicy because they have not looked like there's a lot of parity there.
In fact,
the last couple weeks.
they looked much better before the break.
Is it just that you've lost all faith in 100 Thieves, or you just think,
not at all.
You just think this is because I only say this because 100 Thieves are the team that everyone's like, oh no.
This one is purely picking a spoiler because of Scrimbucks. Because so many people are down 100 Thieves, where IMT is literally the opposite when it comes to scrims.
Yeah, Thieves have zero
true.
Scrimbucks.
Yeah, 0 Scrimbucks, where people are like, no, we'll still go for IMT scrims because they are the ones that are much more competitive. So a lot of the times whenever you see teams like this, they just need 1 week where suddenly they just don't care about the results anymore. Like, they can provide what they're doing in scrims to stage. So that's the one upset that I see happening.
I think my favorite part of the prediction graphic this split is the percentage we get to see next to the Discord, because there's a difference between like 4 of us picking the same team and Discord being at 90%, versus 4 of us picking the same team and Discord being at like 25%. That is going to do it for us from the LCS Lounge. Thank you very much, Azael.
Definitely
He's going to go up to the caster desk. We got 2 minutes until the game starts. Casters, take it away.
Big guest.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the start of the LCS Super Week and the final week of the regular season here in spring 2024. First up, Cloud9 tries to keep those "we are back" vibes a-flowing against the Dignitas squad trying to lock in their second straight playoff berth. In game number 2, Team Liquid's going to look to rebound from a tough LCS face-off week, and to do so, they'll have to go up against the top seed in the league, FlyQuest. Third match today pits current 2-seed 100 Thieves against a team looking for a miracle run into the playoffs in Immortals. And finally, it's defending champs NRG, hoping to make it 3 wins in a row as they take on the Shopify Rebellion. I'm Captain Flowers. I'm joined by Azael here for the first 2 games. Buddy, it's time to kick off the last week of spring.
Yes, sir. It's going to be a good one, man. I'm pretty excited for it. We got a Super Week coming up. So much still to be decided here in this final week of the LCS regular season. And it's honestly kind of hard to believe how quickly we have gone through this season.
Yeah, and these 2 teams, looking at where they are in the standings, you can see the numbers on your screen right now. 5-6 for Dig, 6-5 for C9, right next to one another, next door neighbors, despite incredibly different expectations just a few weeks ago.
Exactly, and I mean, the crazy reality is, if Dignitas wins, these teams are tied.
Yeah.
Like, that is shocking. With 2 games left in the regular season, no one would have been predicting that, but Dignitas has the opportunity here to play spoiler, to show up big, to start off Super Week, take down Cloud9, put themselves in a really good position. But Cloud9 obviously going to be trying to shut down any of that talk very quickly here. They want to come out, they want to look dominant, they want to go 3-0 in this Super Week where they have just about the easiest possible strength of schedule they could.
Yeah.
And with 9 wins, and with some momentum here, and really look to go into playoffs and dominate as they were expected to do, because anything less from Cloud9 is a massive disappointment.
So checking in on where we are here in the draft, it's marksman, 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 marksman. 5 marksman bands here at the start. Senna and Smolder usually being those standouts that everybody's expecting to see locked in. Just a quick bit of table setting here. Reminder to everybody, even though we're on the live patch, because the Smolder hotfix came out so recently, it is not in place for the games this weekend for Super Week. So expect to see a lot of Smolder in the ban phase. The E just insta-killing people is a little strong.
Yeah, especially for the caster build. You don't even have to build crit to get the additional bolts on the E anymore. We got to talk Cloud9 stats before and after the break. This team has been picking it up. They're looking a lot better after the break. You're looking across the board here. First in a lot of these different stats. Dominant early game in the 2 games last week. This was the expectation that was had for them. They did come out really hot in the first week or 2 of the LCS. They looked really good, but then they went on this big losing streak, and they've been trying to kind of fix things from then. We've heard a lot of different interviews talking about, well, we didn't really agree on the way to play the game, on how we should play the game, and they feel like they've got things a lot more ironed out now.
And it's important now that we're in this second Super Week of the regular split to remember the previous Super Week was part of the Cloud9 mid-split crash and burn. It was a 0-3. Nobody expected that from the team that these guys are, but that's what we got. C9, they had a poll yesterday on Twitter asking what they should play today. Highest response, they would lock it in. I said Skarner. Yo, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Hell yeah. Well, Cloud9 Cloud9 was supposed to play it because I was the top response, but then they just tweeted at me earlier and said, no, we actually aren't going to do that.
Yeah, I remember when Busio told me he was going to pick Pyke too.
Yeah, we just got a lot of bamboozling
to us,
going on here in the LCS. But let's go ahead, check in where we're at. It was Karma first pick for Dig. It's Lucian Nami for C9 as Melio Sivir is the lock-in here for Dignitas.
Sivir and 2 enchanters. It's a Sivir comp, baby. We're going late. We got to talk mid-gap. That's going to be the question. Azir is disabled on this patch.
Big.
On different teams, we got some different Azir benefiters here. JoJo was 4-0 on the pick this season, have been looking really good on it. Played it both as Grasp, that Showmaker build last week, and the standard build. And we've seen Jensen and APA play it quite a lot. JoJo is very flexible, but I'm going to be curious to see what they try to slot in as the replacement, because Azir is very unique in that you can have push and dominate lane, you can stay safe from ganks, you can be a playmaker, you can be incredibly high DPS. If you play that champion at the highest level, it kind of just does everything, and I don't think that there is any champion that is a one-to-one replacement for it in the game.
Absolutely. There's a reason why it's so popular. I mean, I'm personally excited that he's disabled because it's going to spice up the mid lane a lot, but for players like JoJo who are able to pilot it well.
Bros.
No, it's just...
Isn't Skarner from Shrima?
Yeah, but, you know, he doesn't... They're not on the same... No, Skarner's got his own problems, all right? He's not worried about this chicken empire stuff. That's not what he's about. But back to JoJo, he's not exactly somebody who's going to be super limited by Azir disappearing. It's not like he's a one-trick, but it's still, like you're talking about, something that slots into any comp. And I feel like it means that everybody else on C9 is also going to have to find more of that coherent identity if you don't have something that does everything like Azir does.
And you need consistent damage from somewhere, right?
Yeah.
This is not a missed ban from Cloud9. This is a visual bug. It was Volibear. For some reason, the icon is not showing up, so that was a Volibear ban as the 4th ban for Cloud9. We will continue onward as normal. That's why we're seeing the 5th ban highlighted here now for Cloud9, and that is going to be Jax. I wonder if we're going to see some more Renekton duty for Fudge when that got a buff. He even tweeted out Renekton buff, back on the croc. Immediately played it with that Nidalee Renekton comp. They did really well with that. It's going to be a fun one. It is the Lucian Nami here for Berserker and Vulcan, which you obviously touched on earlier, but something that has not done very well in the LCS. And it's also something that Berserker and Vulcan themselves have sometimes been struggling on. Generally is a comp where you're expected to do a lot better in the lane.
Yeah.
It can be tough to really navigate the mid game, the late game. Jan, talked about, it was on Pros, I believe, how he thought this comp is really based around the mid game and controlling the mid wave. He feels that that is kind of the biggest spike for Lucian Nami, is how they can dominate the mid lane, how they can really control that mid wave and make it very difficult for the opponents to access mid wave, to be able to get out to those side lanes. But it's going to be Yone locked in for JoJo, so a spicy pick here. They're very heavy on AD, I will say. A tank could slot in here pretty nicely in the top lane for Dig, stack up some armor and potentially look to punish this unless Fudge has some sort of a spicy AP pick. This, of course, could also be a Yone top. We have to remember it could be Flex up the top and then JoJo could grab an AP mid. But so far, it is very heavy AD for Cloud9.
Right, we're expecting both the Karma and the Yone to be mid, but both champions still do have the possibility of flexing up to top if either squad really has something up their sleeve. But no, the Croc will be locked in for Rich and for Dignitas. That does mean Karma is going mid. What will be that jungle move here for XU? Remember, back in the very start of the draft, we began with 5 marksman bans, and the only one that wasn't a marksman was that Vi banned out by C9, keeping it away from XU. And now with the second half of the draft targeting the Volibear, the Jax, let's see what they want. It's Sejuani. There's your front line, there's your tank, there's your armor stacking. It's not coming from the top lane, it's coming from the jungle.
Yeah, we'll have to see exactly where they are going to go. Sejuani, that pairing with the Croc, really, really strong. Udyr, definitely an option here. So Udyr going to get locked in, so it should be Yone mid. It will be Udyr top. He could go a splash into, into some sort of these AP builds. Or excuse me, is it? Yeah, it is going to be locked in. So Udyr is going to be locked in. So he could be going a little bit into AP if he wanted. If he wanted to go things like Leandries and stuff. So many people will do that. Generally in the LCS, we've been seeing, full tank Udyr, which isn't really going to force you to build any MR, but I'll be interested to see, because he's with all these physical damage dealers, if he's going to build a little bit of AP. Otherwise, definitely the Sejuani could get some value stacking up that armor. And if you do have one of these armor stacking tanks with 2 enchanters behind them, that gives them even more value, making it a lot more difficult to actually be able to punch through that front line. But Cloud9 has some decent dive, have some decent mid game. I'm just going to be interested to see how this goes if it goes late, because I do feel like Dignitas has a lot of power, a lot of protection for this Sivir.
So, looking at both of them, who do you give the edge to? Who do you like better in the head-to-head?
I mean, I just feel like Dignitas' draft is a lot easier to play, and I do think there's a lot of value in that. Cloud9 definitely has some playmaking tools here, and I'm going to be interested to see if they can get that advantage early, because if they can get that advantage early, if they can be the ones stacking up those dragons, they can dictate the pace of the game, and I definitely think they can take over from there. But Dignitas, clear win conditions. They want to look to 5v5. They want to look to go late, and I think their comp is going to really excel if they can do it.
I'm excited for it, man. 5-6 versus 6-5. Cloud9, a team that everybody was predicting to win the split back when we were just about ready to jump into week number 1. Dignitas, a squad that people were expecting to be fighting for a shot to even make it into playoffs. If they do manage to lock themselves a playoff spot here, it'll be the first time in a while that Dig manages to get playoffs back to back. Would be pretty awesome for them. So many different expectations for the players on these teams, but now let's see how they kick off this Super Week and how this one's going to go.
It's going to be a good one here. It is Barrier and Heal down on the bot lane for Dig, and it is PTA Sivir. Not something that I've seen a tremendous amount, but obviously you do have the auto attack reset with the W. In the past, we always see lethal tempo generally, but PTA obviously a lot more kind of upfront burst. It can help in these short trades. If you think that you are going to be just looking for these trades, if Lucian's dashing in, auto W auto, you can get that PTA proc and maybe be able to trade back a little bit more evenly.
And I like having Melio as a lane partner with the Sivir too, because we think about wanting enchanters with hyper carries, but also just specifically what he offers with the cozy campfire, giving you the bonus range. Sivir's always been one of the champions who her shorter range is one of the things that's the intended weakness. Buffer up with the campfire. You can fire those ricocheting boomerangs all through everybody, and it really plays into that 5v5 style that you were talking about, Dig being able to aim for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have that protection that allows you to really get in the mix of things as well. You're getting speed ups here from Melio and from Karma potentially. And it is not going to be Comet Karma, it is Airy. I'll be interested to see, where he's going to go as far as the builds go. But as much as this, on paper you see, it's Cloud9 versus Dig, of course, Cloud9 are massive favorites. Well, the stats tell a little bit of a different story. So we're going to ask you in chat, guess the team. Which stats belong to which team? It's not so clear as you would think. The record's actually very close between these two teams, and both teams have performed, relatively similarly throughout the season. So we're going to check back on this in a couple minutes. Get your votes in chat. See if you guys know which team is which. And no cheating. Don't look it up. Did you know who's who?
No, man. I'm really bad with numbers stuff. I can't read. It's a little bit tougher for me. That's why we're going to trust the experts.
Scorpions don't need to read.
Exactly. It's just not required. But Berserker and Vulcan going to be pushed back underneath the turret here early on. And I do want to go back to what you mentioned in the draft. When you see Lucian and Nami locked in, you're expecting lane dominance, you're expecting priority, you're expecting a lead heading into the mid game so that Lucian can play aggressively and transfer that to the rest of the map, right?
Yeah, exactly. You want to be able to get that trade in where you're chunking them down and you're winning out on the HP. But so far, it's Tomo and Isles pushing them in. They have shove here with the Sivir. Sometimes it can be difficult to win those trades as the Lucian Nami because Sivir is just going to hit the wave and shove it in constantly. You're getting poked away at by these ricochets as well. And when the wave clear is that heavy on the Sivir side, well, if you're just locked under your turret, then you're trading into these big minion waves as well, which is going to make it more and more difficult. And there's decent sustain from the Melio with that cozy campfire as well. So that's going to make things pretty tough. Dove here having push in mid as you would expect.
Yep.
Jojo obviously starting with that door and shield, and I'm curious if he's resolved secondary. I would expect him to be, and he is. He does have second wind. That's kind of the norm when you are playing these tough ranged versus melee matchups.
Yeah.
But Dove doesn't really want to interact. Again, he just wants push. He just wants to keep him locked in under his turret and say, you know what? You're going to be stuck farming minions. I'm going to be the one to prio. I'm going to be the one who can move and help my jungler, and we're going to use that to help us dictate the pace of the game.
And Dignitas does look towards that enemy jungle. This bottom side here, though, has already been cleared out. Blabber has made sure that he's swiftly dispatched all the camps. It's going to be the Scuttle Crabs traded on opposite ends of the river as both our junglers decide to take their first recalls before really getting involved in the lanes. Now, top side, though, is the kind of spot we haven't really touched on yet. The Udyr versus Renekton matchup. Renekton getting buffs. He's always one of those champions that once he's at what the pros consider an acceptable level, you're just going to see him all over the place, right?
Exactly. I mean, he's so reliable. They are so comfortable on this champion. People have played it a million times. So it does become one of those defaults where people are going to look towards it constantly. Fudge has TP'd back here pretty early on. Udyr really known for that strong early laning. Jojo potentially in a little bit of trouble as he's going to get tethered back up, but he has not yet TP'd back to lane, so he's just trying to clear out this wave, get the best possible buy that he can, and Vulcan is here to cover, knowing that Dove had already TP'd back. There's not enough minions there for any sort of a freeze or anything for Jojo to worry about, so he'll be able to get a pretty good base, and he does have 1,200 gold in pocket, so can get a nice buy. And we'll see what that's going to be. You know, a lot of people generally on Yone, you're just going to look for tier 2 bursts. It's so valuable. The Q cooldown scales with your attack speed, going to be able to sidestep some of these skill shots potentially as well from that Karma.
Jojo also min-maxing his recall spot there, making sure he's in the right spot where Dove would not be able to hit him with the Mantra-empowered Inner Flame to stop the back. Blabber jumping in after Dove here. Jojo has joined up in the fight. Important to note, Jojo not level 6, but they got more men coming into the fight. As Fudge makes his entry in, Blabber's trying to grab the first blood. It goes over to Fudge, and Blabber won't drop. Dove's under pressure, and Fudge is still after him. The Karma's trying to kite it away, using the power of the shield to stay alive. Fudge forces out another flash as Dove burns to death inside the glacial storm. Fudge turns it into a 2-0 game, but Rich wants to get something, anything back. The Ruthless Predator to stun up Jojo, but they're going to outplay him, or are they? The damage is not quite enough. Dig are still trying to make this work as Rich wants to run. Fudge in hot pursuit once again. Rich needs a little more damage. Slice and dice, but it will not work. Fudge is on a killing spree. 3-0 Udyr.
It's Dignitas for dinner. Fudge is cooking him up on the Udyr. Makes the early roam, and that made all the difference as Cloud9 is just piling in. XU starting up this Grubs on the top side. Blabber just charges straight in. Jojo there on the roam wasn't 6, so this could have been even worse for Dig. XU has to flash out, but the early ghost popped by Fudge allowed him to close the gap. He realizes, I'm not getting out, so he tries to turn around and looks for the kill there onto Blabber. You can see Fudge constantly swapping stances, charges up that Unleash with that passive bar. Unleash Phoenix stance, gets it back in on him. Then in goes Rich, and I thought this was going to be Rich just going down for free, but was able to turn it around here, gets a big heal off the empowered Q with the ulti ticking, and then does a good job kiting this out to build up the rage, to wait for those cooldowns to come back up. But at the end of the day, Fudge has just enough to take him down. 3 kills for Fudge. And that's the frustration there on Rich's face. He knows how impossible that lane is going to be now.
It's so tough, man. The Udyr with Boots of Swiftness and the Warden's Mail now for that early power spike in lane. Renekton wants to be able to bully you. He wants, similar to what we were talking about with a Lucian Nami type of lane, early control that he can then turn into a lead elsewhere on the map, and it's just so tough now. Fudge, already, it's time to proxy.
Yeah, I mean, now you're just hitting a brick wall, right? But something else we have to talk about, is Berserker this split? A lot of pros have not been as hot on him. This was Whippo on pros, some LCS content, says Berserker is not him anymore. He was him for a while, he is not him. I feel nothing when I play against him. Absolutely nothing.
Damn.
And that is pretty harsh, right? That's harsh, but that's his truth. He's speaking his truth, and Berserker has got to be able to prove that he still is him, that he still has it, because it's been a pretty quiet split for Berserker.
Yeah.
Some of that you can point to, well, maybe it's meta. There's been a lot of Varus. Some of his best champs haven't been around as much, but he needs to be able to step up for Cloud9 and be that win condition that the Cloud9 fans know and love. Like, this is the guy where if he got to 5v5 and it was even, you're kind of just like, you know what?
They're going to win.
We're going to win.
Well, right now, he is tied in the lane with his opponent, both sitting on the same farm. No kills going either way down there. All summoner spells even still up as both supports still not quite level 6, but both getting very, very close. Lucian and Nami generally like to have that first item power spike before they really get in the spot where they feel threatening. So we'll check back in when that comes around and see if Berserker and Vulcan can really make anything happen down there, especially like we've been talking about with Jojo not being able to play one of his iconic champions in the Azir. You're looking for other people to step up. Berserker's one of those guys that you want to see do it.
Yep, absolutely. Blabber as well, on a really good champ here. We have the results from the earlier poll. Chat voted that Team A was Dignitas, so they actually got it wrong. So Team A is Cloud9. They do have that slightly better early game as Tomo trying to chase out Berserker, but the stats relatively close. Dignitas actually doing better than I think a lot of people would expect, just kind of based off that name recognition. But so far, so good for the bot lane as well. Tomo, just been able to kind of lock Berserker and Vulcan under their tower. Volibear is here to cover. JoJo on the roam as well. This is going to get a little bit awkward now for Dignitas. They have to decide, do we actually even want to fight into this? Like, are we going to really engage on this Udyr who is so tanky?
There's no way. And I like the fact that XU immediately recognizes something is wrong. The fact that Fudge is willing to still just stand here, throws the control ward over the wall, sees Blabber. They know they're not going to win that 2v2 with the Udyr being as fed as he is.
Exactly. All right. So since we showed the Whipple we've got to give Berserker a chance to earn it back. So we've got the is the Berserker him scale here.
Okay.
And we have a scale of Raz, clearly not him, all the way up to Faker, who could
Clearly
be more him than Faker. And we're gonna have to dictate, and I'm gonna ask you for some help on this one as well, Flowers.
Okay.
You know, we'll be able to check back in
after the fight.
Berserker is him, exactly.
Yeah, we're gonna
if he makes a big mistake, it's going towards Raz. If he's 1v9, we're heading towards Faker Town.
If he dodges skill shots that he doesn't even see coming, it goes to the right. If he's AFK farming minions while a team fight is happening 12 feet away, he's going to the left.
Exactly. If he's ordering McDonald's and not even eating it, it's Raz.
That's how we know he is most certainly not him. All right, we'll check back in as the game goes forward. XU coming here into the mid lane as JoJo just uses the power of the Soul Unbound, easily snaps away from XU's ultimate. You gotta respect the Yone E, man. This is one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful basic abilities in the entire game. And the ability to outplay with it, like unless you have everything coordinated perfectly, it's so easy for Yone to get you to waste get you to waste a summoner.
Absolutely, but TP's coming in here. They're looking to scrap. Everyone's coming in now.
Fudge is the target. They want to go after the Fed guy here first. Burst down to about 20% HP, but he's getting away as Dove is under pressure, and JoJo's looking to take the pressure into the back line. Rich still looking for Fudge. Ain't gonna find him just yet, but the shutdown comes through. JoJo getting one back. It's a 1-for-1. Make it a 2-for-1. Dignitas loses their second man, and Blabber's the one putting him in the dirt. C9 once again win the fight, and the prize looks like grub.
Yeah, they do get Fudge. We have to commit so much to taking him down that JoJo's just going crazy in the back line. Uses that E, the Unbound Soul, chases after Dove, takes him down over the wall, following with the flash. It's another kill there for JoJo. It's grubs for dinner here for Blabber. If he can get both, they get to 5, which would be really, really nice. Here's the initial play, as Fudge is just kind of trying to mess with them, trying to waste their time. Dove comes in, he uses the mantra Q there onto Fudge. Rich is chasing after him. Everyone's going for this Udyr to try to finish him off, but on the other side, it's JoJo with the E, flashing over the wall, finishes off Dove. They get the kill there, and then everyone piling in to help finish off the Croc. They do grab the grubs, so they got 5, so they got the spawns on the Void Mites, and now they're looking for a dive.
C9 loves sending multiple players up here for this top lane. Fudge and Blabber, they just hand it off to JoJo. Make sure Yone's getting nice and fed early. 2-1 and 2 now on the C9 mid laner. They're up 3,000 gold as a team, closer to 2.5, I guess. Dignitas, yeah, they might have been able to grab the first couple of Drakes, but they have got to be concerned about how quickly things are getting out of control.
Yeah, you got to be worried for sure. You're hoping that Sivir, is going to be able to get stuff done for you on that bot side. It is Sivir with Static Shiv, which I know is really high win rate, but it's always kind of struck me as weird because you already have so much wave clear. It feels like you're kind of over-indexing into that. It is a very cheap item, though, so there's the benefit of kind of having that earlier first completion. But we'll have to see, how it ends up doing for him, because it is obviously, lower single target DPS, and he's going to be the one who has to get through some of these beefy frontliners. Also worth touching on the fact that Fudge is electing to go into some AP. He has the components there for Leandries, so he's going to be grabbing that Leandries after grabbing the early armor from the Warden's Mail. So I'm assuming it's just going to be Leandries in a tank. I think that is more than enough to just get value from the fact that your opponents are going to be stacking armor, guaranteed.
And especially when you look at kind of how it's going to be. We talk about having these double enchanter comps and how it can work well if you're a tank. Renekton and Sejuani are always just going to be piling in, right? Their job is to be the big wall in front of the Sivir. They're right on top of the Glacial Storm daily, nightly, and ever so rightly. Fudge is getting value.
Yep, absolutely. That thing really does a lot of damage. It's slowing you down. It's burning you up. With that Leandries, it really does hurt. It's also worth noting that Rich is going to be going, more of this aggressive style build. This is Eclipse. This is not like Sundered Sky Bruiser, Sundered Sky and Hysterics and stuff. Those kind of builds. This is a much more aggressive build. We have seen this a little bit. Dola actually played Vayne top, and we saw an Edge of Night Rush, which I thought was really clever to be able to actually immune the Condemn against the Vayne, but that was like a lethality Renekton. This is that similar style, and it is going to mean his upfront burst is very, very high, but of course, if he gets locked down, if he gets CC'd up, you can just kind of insta-die. So he has to avoid that Udyr.
Ooh, a lot of damage coming out there from the culling, but Dignitas can keep Tomo alive. Berserker really wanted to go for the burst as the tidal wave is there for the disengage. XU unafraid as he's reinforced now by the shields. Cloud9 still looking for a little bit more as Berserker dashes right back to safety. Dignitas, they bring in everybody to defend as C9 are once again the ones looking for blood.
Yeah, C9 going aggressive there. They force out 3 summoners from the bot lane and both of their ults, so that is pretty big. Tomo is where a lot of the eggs are going to be. You know, they're all kind of in on this Sivir, being able to carry in these later stages. They got to make sure that he is set up for success. Jojo just using the E, getting a nice little trade here in again. We'll take a couple tower shots as he let the root actually tether onto him. But at the same time, Blabber is already starting up the Herald. And with the Dignitas bot lane coming out of base, there's not really any chance they can contest.
Yeah, I think it goes back to what you mentioned. They lost all the summoners. They lost both ultis. Both of those ults are huge for the team fighting presence of what Dignitas' comp wants to do. So there's really no way you can say, all right, let's fight for Herald.
Exactly, and this is what Jan was talking about on Pros, where he's saying, you know, with Lucian Nami, it's actually more about the play around mid lane. Set this duo in mid when they have their 1 items. If anyone steps up to farm, you dash in on them with the Mandate, with the Stormrazor, and you're really looking to go to town. You're looking to get these winning trades that get you prio, that then move you to the side. So, you know, this is one of those things where you're like, well, they kind of lost lane. Yeah, they did. They lost some plates down in the bot, but this is one of the advantages of this pick. It's not just about the 2v2. It is about that 1-item power spike and the way it allows you to play through mid. So we'll have to track in these next couple minutes, does that mid prio allow them to play towards these dragons and so on as well? Because it was the first 2 early dragons going to dig, and that is definitely something that they would love to continue stacking, and C9 wants to put a stop to.
Berserker also nearly at his 2nd item with the Stormrazor rapid fire cannon build. The Desert Eagle Lucian, you just run in one big shot and then you're like, okay, got to back up a little bit. Not quite the same DPS potential as a traditional like crit style build, but the power of the poke, the power to kind of make these plays that you're talking about where you get control in a really quick manner.
Yeah,
really good.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about this dash in, this upfront damage. I've seen some really cooked Lucian builds where people...
Are we talking like good cooked or like, man, that's been in the microwave for 40 minutes?
I mean, I'll let you decide. I mean, it's this kind of build even into like Voltaic, you know, like all of the proc items essentially, just stacking all proc items for the most upfront burst. I'm not really a big fan because it is so low DPS. You have to be really then dependent upon the rest of your team to be able to actually punch through these people. Like, someone has to kill Sejuani, right? Yeah. You do have a Kraken on the Yone, so like he's got some pretty good damage. And the hope is, I guess, that you kind of kill off Tomo and then you just go back and deal with everyone else. But either way, you know, it is going to be a lot of upfront burst, a lot of upfront poke from Berserker. But the sustained damage with these kind of builds, especially if he does go into like a 3rd kind of bursty item, means it's going to be much lower.
Well, C9 manages to use the Herald to force down the tier 1 turret in mid. That'll be their 2nd turret of the game. Dignitas still have taken no turrets from the side of Cloud9. That bottom lane one, yeah, it's low like you were talking about because of the laning phase control from Tomo and Isles, but C9 is up 5,000 gold 17.5 minutes into the game. Dignitas has not stopped the bleeding, and Blabber can just use the Wind Becomes Lightning with the increased range and the Audacious Charge, use the Dragon as
Blabber
his escape.
becomes out of there.
He is gone. Jojo now also retreating as XU and Dove were making their way down. The Drake still mad, but still not dead. Blabber continuing controlling this as Berserker dashes over the wall. C9 has absolute dominion over the bot lane river. Dignitas knows they do not win a fight in open ground, and so they're not even going to challenge.
Yep, and now it is 5K, and I think the biggest problem by far is just Jojo. Did well, surviving the early lane, was great in these early skirmishes, picks up a couple kills. And now who's supposed to stop him in the side lane? Karma does absolutely nothing to you now that you're on the shield bow as well. He has more than enough sustain, so you can stand under your turret, but he's just going to E in, take a couple tower shots, poke you down, then heal up to full off the wave, and just rinse and repeat. Renekton also is really going to struggle in that 1v1 against him from this spot, and they could be potentially looking at a Dove. Isles is sniffing it out, so is going to be down there and looking to protect Dove from that potential dive. But again, all you're going to do is be able to push the Udyr back. You're not really going to be able to threaten them, and this tower is going to go down regardless, even with 3 members from Dignitas on that bot side.
Dignitas just feels so stuck. The Udyr can't be killed. Yeah. Like you're talking about, Yone's interaction pattern against the solo laners that might answer him is entirely uninteractive. There's just no way, except it feels like, I don't know, 5-item Sivir. She's got Navori Quick Blades now, so at least she got some more cooldowns and whatever. But man, it's a mountain to climb.
So I mean, here's the problem, right? I think conceptually, what was supposed to happen for Dignitas' draft is, all right, we drafted Sejuani Renekton. That's going to win us the skirmishes on the top side, alongside this Karma, who's going to have full prio in mid lane, constantly push up this Yone. So we're going to have a strong 3-man top side that's supposed to win skirmishes. When you lose, really bad.
Berserker having to pop the cleanse immediately. Now turning the calling right back on the Sejuani. Rich ready to come in from the side, but C9 just takes no damage. Yone with a nice knock up onto 2. Rich still looking to push it forward. Blabber's very low. Rich also going to be taken close to death, but not quite yet. The shields come in. Dove going for the inner flame, but he won't quite get Blabber just yet. Rich going for a recall. How in the hell did nobody die?
That was close. I mean, Tomo flashing out of there, using the berry, using the ult. The heal comes down as well from Isles. You know, we saw not enough damage to finish anyone off from Dig, but the same is kind of true on the other side. You know, Berserker couldn't really punch through that front line. Rich getting a lot of work done going forward on that 2-item spike and really making it happen there. But yeah, I mean, Dignitas, because their top side didn't really win out in the way that they were expecting, they're now struggling in the side lanes, right? You know, the plan is you win with the top side with that 3-man squad. That buys time for Tomo. Then you show up to 5v5s and you kind of just win, right? But it hasn't really gotten there just yet. We do see, though, there is still possibilities for Dignitas if they can get that fight going just right. Cloud9, though, dictating the objectives throughout these last quite a few minutes. And they're going to be looking to dominate vision, stack up the dragons, look towards the Baron even here. And Dignitas is really just in recovery mode. They're hoping to hold on to as many of their jungle camps as they can, keep vision on objectives, see if you can find a way to get out and claim some of these objective bounties. But JoJo is just not a problem that's going to be easy to solve at any point this game.
Yeah, C9 looking strong here in their first game of Super Week. I believe that we have the information on what the rest of the week looks like for them. You already talked at the beginning of the draft about how, hey, they've got probably about the best possible remaining schedule that you could hope for. Yep. And they're starting off strong here against Dignitas, who, with how close the standings are, we talk about how it's impressive that they would be tied with C9 if they beat them in this game. But remember that everybody's pretty much within striking distance of everybody right now. If Dignitas wants to still make sure they're getting to playoffs, they got to stand tall here. C9 next to opponents, Immortals,
7th and 8th.
Shopify, exactly. C9 is in a great spot to have a really successful Super Week as XU and Fudge getting into a little bit of a scrap here. Fudge, the one who comes out worse for wear, as XU is reinforced by both of those enchanters. Berserker buffed up by Nami, looking for some damage onto Tomo, but XU's got to block most of it. Blabber wants to jump in. The Ultra Mega Fire Kick knocks him right back out. Dignitas still scrambling to defend. The 1v1 in bottom side. JoJo maintains the push against Rich. Exactly what you were talking about earlier. Renekton is going to struggle against the fed Yone.
Yeah, Yone just scales to infinity as well in the side lane. It gets really, really hard. Expecting it to be IE next there for JoJo, and then any squishy member is really at risk of getting 100-0'd from one combo from this guy. If he gets to the back line, you know, Isles is going to be toast, Tomo's going to be toast, Dove is going to be toast, so it is going to be very, very difficult. They need to find some ability to get proactive. I don't think that the solution is just sticking XU with Tomo and, you know, having him fish for these ults on Lucian, because even if you hit Lucian there, you just get cleansed, right? So you have to be successful with that so many times in a row for it to actually pay off. Like, you have to hit him with the ult, get the cleanse, then immediately when the CD is back up, hit him with the ult again, then be able to capitalize. So I'd almost rather see him try to look for some sort of a play in side lane, but clearly they're not confident that they can kill JoJo, so they're kind of just like waffling around mid lane, and it doesn't feel like they're really accomplishing that much.
And when we consider the flash, too, I mean, you look at Dignitas' comp, the only way you're going to catch somebody is with Sejuani's ult, unless Cloud9's asleep, right? So first ulti, if it hits, you get the cleanse. Second ulti, if it would hit, Berserker is a mechanically talented enough player, he can just flash
it, dash it.
Third ulti, the cleanse is back up now, so let's pop it again. So it takes 4 ults to actually catch him.
And then maybe there's a McHale's by then.
It's just not realistic.
It's really, really hard, right? And I wouldn't have an issue with them kind of just being in this more conservative spot if they were farming equally, but they're not. They're losing jungle camps constantly, right? And that's why we've seen, just over these last couple minutes, the gold lead has extended from 5K to now 6.4K, right? It's getting worse and worse. You know, if you control 2 quadrants of the map and you have a late game scaling comp, that's fine. You just keep farming, you keep farming even, and you hopefully outscale late. But when you lose that 3rd quadrant, when you're just bleeding out camps, it becomes so impossible because the gold lead just extends incrementally, and that's what Cloud9's doing right here. And look at Rich.
Man, Rich is just not having fun against this Yone. just 100 to zeros, blows him up. JoJo now uncontested in the bottom lane. It's a green light for the rest of C9 to go after the Baron on the other side of the map. They know that if Dignitas comes to try to stop them, first off, they probably win anyway. Second off, JoJo's just going to completely destroy bottom lane. Now JoJo makes his recall. He can teleport up here if the fight keeps going. Dove's going to get gunned down. Culling takes him down to about 15%. Berserker will be happy with that one as JoJo joins the fray. Baron still at about half HP as Fudge wants to be the interference that keeps Dignitas and XU specifically out of the pit. Tidal wave comes in, and now XU's going to be your target. The Baron secured by Blabber's smite as JoJo and Fudge are still looking to put more DPS into Dignitas health bars. They don't have to keep this one rolling any further. They just regroup back in mid, defend the tier 1 turret. They're up 8,500 gold. Dove flashes away to barely keep himself alive.
Yeah, a nice little chunk there from Berserker, forcing out the flash from Dove. Already had him pretty lit up from the culling previous to that Baron take. But Cloud9 are just playing a really clinical game. JoJo, Fudge, Blabber got him in a good spot early on in the game, winning those fights on the top side. And it's just been kind of all aboard the JoJo train for the rest of the game. He has been playing it cool, calm, and collected in the side lanes. Cloud9 have not been getting caught when they are split from him, and JoJo has just been building out these incremental advantages in the side lane, culminating in that solo kill in bot lane, which leads to the easy Baron. And now Cloud9, 9K ahead, back-to-back dragons have been taken. If you couldn't answer him in the side lane before, you definitely cannot now, as he's got the IE and he's got that Baron buff.
It just feels like everything went crazy early on. JoJo getting jumped on. Solon bound to get himself back away. Blabber looking to put the pressure on Tomo as XU tries to get out. JoJo has to reset his position, but Rich wants to lock him down. Fudge is back over the wall, maybe looking for a flank angle. He decides to run in with a storm. He locks down Rich, but the damage on Tomo is enough. Berserker's got his first kill of the game, and Cloud9 makes it 2. JoJo's in a rampage, and Berserker ain't done. He dashes, he flashes, he takes out Sejuani for a double kill, and C9 is gonna walk it in from here.
All right, well, it's gonna be that's it. Is he him? Is he not him? What do you think?
I don't know, man. He just dashed straight into the enemy base, taking out the next one.
Maybe him?
It's all right.
Heading towards him?
He's trending in the right direction. He's still at about 200 HP here. Dove trying to defend. C9 ready to end. Dove just doing everything he might be able to do, but the problem is that's an anime character, man. JoJo's the protagonist, and C9 are gonna dunk him 11-2.
Cloud9 looking really dominant in this one. JoJo, monster performance on the Yone, but it was really all about Cloud9's top side. Fudge, Blabber, JoJo coordinating really well in the early game to win those fights out on the top side where they had to do it. That bought them the time. That got them the pressure in the side lane where JoJo was just unanswered. They bide their time. They wait for him to get pressure. He gets a solo kill on Rich. That leads to the Baron. And a clean close out there from Cloud9. Really well played. They can be happy about this one. That's now 3 straight wins for them, climbing up towards the top of the table where they want to be. Cloud9 looking like they're back.
A nice performance from them. For Dignitas, you said it, man. The way that the draft was supposed to play out didn't happen because of the way that the early topside skirmish went. It just took everything and spilled it all over the floor. They never got their footing back. JoJo's Yone, the rest of the team grouping up and allowing him to do what he needed to do. There was never the opportunity, there was never the angle for Dignitas to say, wait, here we go, let's do it. It just never came to play.
Yeah, it's really tough, right? I do think they were kind of betting on the fact that their top side would be winning out on those skirmishes early. Then the game could look potentially very, very different if they had bought more time. But Cloud9 very clinical after they got the lead, taking over the enemy jungle, farming away those camps, building incremental advantages, dominating the objective game, never getting caught, making sure that they were playing it smart, playing it safe. That is what you want to see from a top level team, and that is the Cloud9 that was promised, right? Berserker, I don't think he was him in this game, but he didn't have to be, and I think that's okay, right? Cloud9, this roster, one of the reasons that people are so excited about it was the fact that Berserker didn't have to carry every time. They have threats in every lane, and whoever's in the best position should be the one to get you across that finish line, and in this case, it was JoJo.
Yeah, the bottom lane They were both AD carries were 0, 0, and 0 until what, like 25 minutes?
Yeah.
It was just not the focus of the game. And some people might look at it and be like, oh, you're Lucian Nami, you're supposed to slam the lane or whatever. No, you can just sit under turret and farm or whatever for 25 minutes if the rest of your team is smashing. And guess what? The Nexus blows up the same as if you were 10 and 0.
Exactly.
It's still a winning condition. It looks good. Maybe we'll get to see Berserker prove himself, Raz versus Faker, wherever he might land on that later throughout this weekend. We did already touch on it a little bit. They still got Immortals and Shopify coming up as their next 2 opponents. But C9, I know that a lot of their fans were worried in the middle of the split, but it looks like things are on track for a solid ending here as we head into play.
Yeah, they can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief, but they still have some more games to go this weekend. They are potentially easier opponents. But the thing is, for Cloud9, they can't really be fully relaxed until they win the whole thing. That's like the baseline expectation. People saw this roster, they're like, all right, well, you got to win the LCS or you failed. And that's a tough bar to hit, right? So the work is definitely not done for them. They have to keep heading up and to the right, and we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. But definitely a solid performance, from the squad, and another really, really strong game here from JoJo, who I think was even looking good. Even when they were losing, some of these games were really, really strong. I think back to the Nico game that he had, where he was finding like 3-4 man ults in a losing performance constantly. Had been looking really, really strong, but it's nice to see Cloud9 more performing back towards the expectations that people had.
And for Dignitas, hit the VOD review, look at the early game, look at the skirmishes that kind of made everything collapse, and make sure you're ready to bounce back in the next couple of days. Again, I cannot emphasize enough the importance of how close everything is in the standings, how everybody still has a chance to potentially make it happen. We'll see if they can do it for the next couple of days. A reminder, the Fantasy LCS is happening over on Sleeper. Make sure you lock in your picks and bans for next week's games if you want to top your league. But now with game number 1 done, we're joining Hercules and Fudge on stage for an interview.
Hi everybody, welcome here. I'm Hercules and I'm here with Fudge. Fudge, we got to deep dive straight into this. The beginning of the match, there was the invade at top lane, the 3 kills. Walk me through that kind of opening up the match for you.
This game, basically we were playing to do grubs as soon as possible, and they decided to fight us even though I TP'd back first and got the first push on the wave. So I was able to move first, and we're really happy to fight topside before Renekton's level 6. And it was just a free triple kill for me. I was pretty surprised that I killed the Karma with like the Victor ult.
It was pretty close there for a second.
It was pretty close, but we ended up clutching it. And then after that, I feel like we snowballed pretty well with me just like proxying and taking camps with our jungler.
Well, you guys looked incredible, and you have been looking incredible in recent times. Of course, I'm not going to ask the tried-old question, is C9 back? Because it does look like you guys are back,
We're definitely back.
You definitely are back. So with that being said, who do you feel like is your biggest competition right now?
I still think it's FlyQuest. I think FlyQuest is looking still pretty strong, but we do seem to have improved quite a bit throughout the break. 100 Thieves, I feel like are kind of frauds, so I'm not going to say 100 Thieves, but yeah, I'm going to say FlyQuest is definitely our strongest competitor right now.
Okay, I'm also not sure if anyone's asked this, but with the way that y'all have been playing recently, do you feel like you could win it all?
I definitely feel that way. I mean, we've done it before, and I feel like with our current trajectory, like we're improving a lot. We're working really hard, and we're not super we're not going easier at all. We're still practicing all day, every day, pretty much. So I have a pretty good feeling about our team, and I mean, we're C9, so we're gonna win.
All right, well there you have it. They're C9, and they're gonna win. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, man.
Thank you.
Guys, we've got more coming up right after the break.
Cover more ground in the Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid. Kia, movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Jensen, thoughts on Azir being disabled for LCS this weekend?
Really? Oh shit, we're
Oh, Jensen,
Rip.
thank you, FlyQuest, for posting that video over on social media. And that's a reminder, Azir is disabled for this one. Orianna still possibly a pick unless Team Liquid throws an early ban on that. Really big game here.
I did love the Chiron was like, Jensen limited to only one champion. So now we'll see what he ends up locking
He literally
in.
made the tweet at the beginning of the year that he's going to be playing those two until it gets banned, and Riot Games had to ban it. We had to ban the Azir, so let's see what champion Jensen's going to go for here.
Yeah, question also will be if FlyQuest ends up throwing a ban towards Ziggs, but we might have to wait until that is a counter pick on the other side for them.
Another interesting thing is 2 Senna blue side bans. So 2 teams that do not want to pull out those Senna compositions, but recognize its strength that they don't want to give it to their opponent. It's just interesting to see it on blue because typically you see it banned on red or blue side first picking it.
I want to mention that FlyQuest looking pretty good with the FlyQuest red jerseys. Pretty sick for today. But going into today's games for Team Liquid, Udyr's up. And the conversation, we just came out of a successful Udyr game where he was just souped up off of the first 3 kills. But in general, if there's one person that has been incredibly impactful with the pick, it has been Impact. I did not intend to do that.
Unintended?
Not intended. And just in general, the amount of tempo that you end up getting for your team, I know it's not going to be a priority on first pick just because, guess what? Like, you know, Nautilus, pretty damn broken at the moment. And Smolder's up too.
Yeah, we'll also see what Whippo ends up going for. That'll probably be a pick in the 4-5, but I think that is a topic of conversation is the top lane matchup because Whippo, I think, is a lot of people's leader for first team All-Pro in the top lane, and then Impact has been one of the top performers on Team Liquid as well, whether or not he's on the Udyr pick. So you can see Impact actually having a slightly higher kill participation. That shouldn't necessarily be used against Whippo if other parts of the map are getting more kills. But Emily, what do you think?
Well, and the last time these 2 teams met, it was actually Whippo bringing out the Impact special of the Mordekaiser, I believe, earlier on in this split, which was really interesting to see just because traditionally that has been an Impact pick. So it was really interesting the first time these 2 teams met. Obviously, FlyQuest took it pretty handily. And now we have the Karma and the Xin Zhao coming out for Fly.
Ooh, and immediately a Volibear response. So there's a lot here to talk about, which is just going to be centered around early grubs and just how the early game will be going. It's going to be fueled by Karma, so anytime Xin Zhao is going around, you got a pocket pet Karma that's going to be rotating around there. Smolder's going to get locked in, but to me, what's going to be interesting is what is going to be locked around Xin Zhao and Karma for FlyQuest, just because with how Azir and and Orianna are down, you have the strongest control mage past that. So I'm interested to see what FlyQuest will want to do because I think they have a pretty free scaling if they have the early games centered around Karma here. But that being said, Smolder kind of throws that in the bin.
Yeah, currently I really like that 1-2-3 from Team Liquid, especially with the Rakan locked in from Busio without an AD carry partner currently. So if Team Liquid wants to, they can continue throwing bans towards the bot lane. They can get rid of Xayah. They could even get rid of a Kaisa pair if they think that's going to be a stronger pick. And I think just the fact that Smolder got those buffs in this last patch, again, this is patch 14.5 without the Smolder hotfix. So you still get the massive amount of attacks on your E and the strong scaling on your Q. So I like Team Liquid's 1, 2, 3.
And a big difference between the prior patches that Seraphine did get nerfed heavily. And talking to some players, they just think that she is just not good right now. So with a lot of the non-AD carry bot lane picks being a question, that one should just be erased out of my mind. So it's actually looking kind of good for Xayah. Xayah Rakan, I think, has just been a strong duo for a bit, unless if Team Liquid want to ban it.
Yeah.
That's an option they have here.
We'll see if that's actually...
Visual bug, Team Liquid did ban Kai'Sa, just so those people know. So they are continuing with 80 carry bans. I wouldn't be too shocked if Xayah is the next ban as well, since Team Liquid has banned 380 carries in a row at this point.
Yep. Removing Talia is a good call. I do want to bring up the fact that we haven't seen it yet in the LCS, but theoretically, Smolder can be flexed. I don't know why they would do that in this draft, but I'm just throwing that out there.
That's a good challenge. I think it's going to be tough versus Karma, but a pick that we just saw last game is the Sivir. She got like 4 extra armor right juiced into her into the early game, so that might just push her into a 4-5 pick, especially with like Karma and Rakan. It's enough protection and frontline that I think it's doable here. Yeah, it's a good idea to take away Blippo's Olaf, so love that ban here from Team Liquid.
If he finds an angle, he will play it. And we'll see if, again, traditionally, we've covered this multiple times in draft, FlyQuest usually save that R5 counter pick for Blippo to see what he can bring out, because he's very, very confident in a lot of his top lane counter picks. And we have the Sivir coming out for FlyQuest.
And I like the build that we saw last game. Navori second, first item static Shiv, just overall, there's been good conversation about how Kraken Slayer hasn't been as great dealing with frontline. There's a lot of frontline here, but just in general, you have a good amount of wave clear, and I think that's what she provides for her team. So I want to see what the last pick is going to be for Blippo. As per usual, locking in his pick last here.
Ooh. First up, though, we need to see what APA decides to match the Karma with. What's funny is knowing how versatile Blippo is, he could also just play, as they go with
the Dragon Come.
Throwback. They could also throw Karma top if they really want to, depending on what ends up being locked in here for TL. They have their bot lane, their jungle, their mid, and right now we will see what will round out the rest of their team comp.
Little concern for Team Liquid's composition a little bit in the early game. Reminds me versus their game NRG last week, where it felt like they just had a lot of losing lanes. Not even just a lot of lanes that are getting pushed in, to say that a little bit more clearly. So Grubs, I think, might be a difficult one. Renekton might make it a little bit easier, but that being said, FlyQuest, I mean, Blippo has counter picks, so I think it's going to be tough for Team Liquid to look to defend a lot of plays, but just want to see what Blippo's answer is going to be here.
Yeah, I think if I'm Team Liquid, I am looking at Volibear's early strength, right, and then the Renekton to try to bridge the gap, but knowing that obviously FlyQuest do still have counterpick topside, and it's going to be the Jace coming in.
I'm going to be blunt here. These are some wild looking team comps. Just comparing the icons we have next to each other from last week to this week, they look massively different. That is so much speed on the side of FlyQuest. Like 3 hasting champions and then a Xin and a Rakan to fly in, whereas Team Liquid has heavy scaling in front line.
Yeah, and for FlyQuest side, the benefit is, as you would imagine, from Jace and Karma is the poke that they have. They have a bit of range versus Aurelion Sol and Smolder, so I would expect them to use it.
That's what we think, though. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, everybody, and welcome back. It's time for our game number 2 of the day. FlyQuest going up against TL. TL trying to claw their way up further into the standings. FlyQuest pretty happy about where they are in the standings right now. The big thing that I think I'm looking at here in this game, in this matchup, I'm looking at mid lane. APA has been under fire from the community for not playing up to the level that they're expecting of him, not being able to clutch it out in some of these moments. We remember even when he has solid games, last week there were a couple of moments like that real head scratcher of a teleport that ends up getting him killed, cost him a lot of pressure. He's the player on Team Liquid that I am looking for him to step up the most if TL really wants to be a contender.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we need to see those solid games from him. He is going to be on comfort here on the A-Soul, and it'll be interesting to see how he does perform. Karma obviously can be pretty oppressive, especially in those early stages, and I'm going to be interested to see how this matchup actually does go. It's going to be pretty difficult, I think, you know, when he's trying to stand in channel with the Q. on ASOL, because you're just setting yourself up for guaranteed, monster Q from the Karma, for easy tethers to be able to get up on you, try to get those winning trades. But there's a tremendous amount of scaling on TL with the Double Dragons. They're only missing Shyvana, but APA and Yan.
Shyvana's not really a champion. Let's be
That's the third dragon. You get the set bonus.
No, Shyvana's only a half dragon. It rounds down.
But you still get the set bonus,
Okay, all right. I'll give you the set bonus.
It's worth bringing the bad champion to get the set bonus.
Okay, all right, yeah. You got to have coherence.
Yeah.
Well, this time they got 2 dragons,
like
a bear, the guy from BioShock, and a lizard. So that's some kind of
It's like
set.
the Animal Kingdom.
Yeah, that works.
I guess Nautilus is a zookeeper.
Yeah, you just have that.
You got the crocodile.
The big clank.
You got the bear, so it's like the crocodile's like, you got the swamp and stuff. The bear is the forest. I don't know where. Dragon is space.
I thought that's a polar bear, dude. Those don't live in the forest.
Okay, it could be a snowy forest.
I don't think that.
Why can't it be a snowy forest?
I have never seen a picture of a polar bear in a forest.
I'm really tempted to pull up my phone and Google. I bet you.
You're gonna Google and it's gonna say hell no. That's just what the result
not
is
what it's gonna say.
No, it's gonna say hell no.
We're gonna look at this after.
They don't live in the forest. All right. Well, right now he's living in the jungle. He's in the forest. He's in the forest. This game.
I don't even need to Google it. It's on my screen right now.
All right. He's in the forest.
Flowers.
They're both starting at their red side forests.
Where they live.
Yep. Zinjal's just a wilderness man. He lives out in the forest too. Okay, well.
Bear Grylls,
Yeah, exactly. He's
you just don't want to know what's going to happen if you have to stay out too long.
Please no.
The survival instincts kick in.
No,
sometimes it's not worth surviving.
No, I'm gonna leave before that goes any further.
I love how you knew exactly where I was going.
I know exactly where we're going. All right, so let's look at bottom lane here, because this is our second game in a row now. We're getting a Sivir. This time in response to the Smolder that is turbo strong with those buffs before the hotfix nerf. This guy is like so scary now with the buffed up E.
Yeah, absolutely. He's really, really strong. But it's going to be interesting, because if you can't actually interact heavily with the opponents in lane, then obviously it's harder to get those scaling going. If Sivir can keep you locked under turret, they don't have the luxury of just kind of sitting there and waiting for Q and last hitting every minion with that Q. So we'll see how this is going to go. Masu, Busio pushing forward, looking to poke away. This one's going to be lethal tempo on the Sivir. Pops the ghost. That had to be an accident. There's no way. I think that was just a little bit of a fat finger there.
Thumbs up guarantees it. Yep. Thumbs up lets you know that was not the intention, but we'll see if there's any sort of a punish for it. At least for Masu, it was the ghost finger and not the flash finger.
Yeah.
One of them a significantly longer cooldown than the other. Back in mid lane, though.
One's a much more useful finger.
Yep. Gotta make sure you. No, I'm not. Never mind. I'm not. Anyway, back in mid lane. Let's a little bit of Jensen versus APA here. We've been talking about APA needing to step up, really needing to find that confidence, that consistency here. Going up against a guy like Jensen, who's just been at the top of North American mid lane performances for a really long time.
He really has, but. It's also important to note that he kind of took a dip, right? He wasn't playing that well individually on Dignitas. Yes, he was on a worse team, but he also didn't look that good individually compared to how he is doing now. So he's having a bit of a resurgence. I think he's a lot more motivated now that he is on this top team, realizes, hey, if I want to make this work, if I want to keep this career going, I got to be playing at my top level, got to prove myself, prove that I deserve a spot on a top team, and I think he's done just that this split. Is Impact's going to go in?
Yeah, Impact ready to start this one off. Dice is right back away, and he's ready for the first blood. Now, Busio regrets showing up here. He and Whippo thought they might have had the move, but TL read him like a book.
Yeah, they read him like a book, and man, that is a really strong 2v2. Busio, you could show up, but you're going to do nothing compared to what this Volibear, especially a PTA Volibear this early on, so much upfront damage, plus the lockdown, nothing that Whippo could do from that spot.
One team brings in a bear. The other team brings in a guy dressed like a bird.
Yeah, which is going to win? I mean,
I'm voting for the bear. Whether or not he lives in a forest, still up for debate. But right now, he is.
Where's he heading right now, Flowers? Back to the forest.
He's on vacation.
Kill the rocks.
He's on vacation. He's taking a hike. He's exploring Summoner's Rift. He just visited his friend the crocodile in top lane. They had a great time.
That's true.
They shared a lunch. It was shaped like Jace.
That was delicious. All right. FlyQuest Something we also have to talk about as we are going towards this final week is the amount of playoff experience this topside has. You touched on it with Jensen, but Whippo and Inspired have a tremendous amount of experience as well. And they are, kind of using this kind of like new era strategy, I would say, where you're building around a couple of younger players, a couple of rookies. I think EG is really the team that first kind of did this when they were playing with Impact and Inspired, and they built around JoJo and Danny. And that roster really showed that, hey, this can work. It doesn't need to be building a team around imports as the carries. You can have these young players. There is talent. There's people that can really step up and do it. And Masu and Busio are some of those new guys that FlyQuest is trying to replicate that success with here.
Yeah.
Pair them with veterans, pair them with stability, show them what you can get done.
Ooh, Busio making that rotation towards the solo lane again. This time it's mid, and this time they get some value out of it. APA losing that flash. If I'm FlyQuest, what I'm looking to do now is make sure they return here, punish that again in the next 5 minutes, and try to keep this dragon stacking slowed down.
Exactly. They'd love to do that. There's still TP on APA, so he's not going to lose too much because he did just walk straight back to lane. He's not going to do any sort of a sidestep for a tier or anything like that. He is just going right toward that haunting guys, so likely rushing towards Leandries. I think this is by far the strongest first item on the ASOL right now. It is really, really powerful to be able to just apply that AoE damage. You get the burn on everyone. Can really help to kind of ramp up that DPS. It makes you a lot tankier as well. Getting the additional HP can feel quite nice. But sometimes I'll see people go tier into Leandries and things like that. So it'll be interesting to see if he does actually struggle whatsoever with mana.
Well, Jan has hit his 25 stack mark to get the ever so critical AoE on the Q around about 6 minutes into the game. Inspired jumping in. They want to go after APA. He drops the meteor on top of the Xinjiao, but it ain't going to grab a kill here. Jensen escaping back underneath the turret as APA gets a spear in his spine, and Inspired gets the first kill of the game for FlyQuest. All tied up now, 1-1 on kills as Impact coming down here. Yeah, Team Liquid's not going to get anything back in terms of PvP just yet, but they're going to try to steal away some chickens, get something for their troubles. Inspired, nope. He's got the smite on the big chicken. Umpty will at least get the second one. Inspired still looking to go here. He's got the ulti ready. Now they've locked down the enemy jungler, and FlyQuest gets a nice punish. Inspired's ready to go right back in. Core JJ tries to escape here with a nice little bit of Spider-Man moves, and he will sling his way to safety. FlyQuest up 1,000 gold in a kill now.
Inspired just crushed him there. Umpty didn't have his flash because he had used it on that top side, on that initial gank, which made such a big difference in this skirmish. The fact that he couldn't actually flash over the wall to stun Inspired, I think his Q was going to expire, so he had to go on Jensen. He also misplaced his Sky Splitter, which at the very least would have got Jensen's flash or killed him. So some mistakes from Umpty and some great plays there from Inspired, and utilizing that flash advantage that he had. Gets him the first kill, also gets him the second. He's got to be feeling really good about this. And note, Doran's Blade on both of these junglers. This is kind of some of this new era tech. Really efficient buy here early on that gives you that early game power for the skirmishing. Inspired here, flashes past the Sky Splitter, has the ulti up, in comes Busio, flash W, knocks him up. Really well played there. Re-engages as well as Bubba's coming back down.
And I think it's so important, too, that Inspired got that smite on the big chicken because that's what gave him level 6, which gave him the confidence to flash in aggressively like that, like you're talking about, and continue going for that fight and grab that second kill. And you know what, Isaac? I can tell you've been doing your play-by-play homework because I didn't even know that was called Sky Splitter. I have called it a lightning bolt for just about ever since the champion got reworked. So
I would say the student becomes the master, but you're too good at play-by-play.
Nice job,
So the
buddy.
student teaches the very good teacher. So
honing those skills. Let's go. I respect that. Hell yeah. Okay. Well, APA is going to have to make sure he's respecting the power of this Karma. We know how oppressive this champion gets if it's allowed to just maintain lane pressure, spam out those inner flames, especially when it's enchanted by the mantra and it guarantees the AoE explosion at the end. I've heard it expressed before as Karma's Q without the enchantment can feel like it's impossible to hit the damn thing. Karma's Q with the mantra feels like it's impossible to miss.
Exactly. It is so powerful.
Really, really difficult if you're just constantly being bombarded by those things. FlyQuest still at a 1,000 gold lead. FlyQuest has the first 3 grubs. FlyQuest has the first Drake. Everything in these first 9.5 minutes is going FlyQuest's way after that Team Liquid outplay in the top lane. Jensen and Inspired trying to fight here for the crab. Wind does not become lightning just yet. Umpty getting back away as Inspired and Jensen are ready to start up the grub camp number 2. There's the first grab. It looks like, okay, TL is not going to try. Sometimes you would see junglers try to run in, smite, steal one of them away just to prevent the 6 point from being achieved. But no, FlyQuest going to get all 6.
Exactly. You can see Smolder on the bot side, so that's the trade, right? Yawn down there. He does have a Sheen already. How many plates does he get? He gets 1 so far. There is going to be some farm sacrifice as well, because 1 full wave did die to the tower. So he's prepping up these minions, autos them down, gets a couple more stacks. Is going to base here. Not going to stay around for that second plate, unfortunately, but did get a little bit of an injection of gold, and we'll see if that ends up being worth it, because it's going to be tough, man. When you give over all 6 scrubs against a team that has been pushing you in, you're going to probably get a lot of value from that in the next 3.5 minutes before these plates fall. I think they're going to probably get at least a couple more plates.
A team that has been pushing you in, and a team that has a great side lane champion for the mid and late stages of the game in the Jace, right? And a guy like Whippo,
and the guy wearing
who
the feathers.
You know is, man, what? No, I was gonna say a guy you could trust to pilot this well and min-max some of those. Yeah, I guess Rek'Sai is also in the game. He's there. He's hanging out. He'll spawn grubs too when he hits stuff.
See?
All right, that works. Well, Whippo has now traded lanes here. Honestly, FlyQuest doing the old switcheroo all the way around. Jensen dealing with impact up here in the top side. Whippo pushing out the bottom lane, and you'll see Masu ready to clear those waves back in mid as APA continues piling on the Stardust. Remember, by the time you get to 20 minutes or so, you kind of want to see him having that 10 stacks per minute state to really become the scaling monster that we all know Aurelion Sol can be. Currently sitting at 90 here, 11.5 minutes in, has not been able to fully free farm in the mid lane like the ideal scenario would be, but still doing all right.
Exactly, and he's not playing against a super easy matchup where you can just WQ on cooldown to get those stacks, but they're looking for a dive here.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to get away from this one at all. That flash was not the answer. It at least gets the flash back from Inspired, who would have died to the heated up turret damage from the last shot, but another kill on that mid lane dragon, stopping some of that scaling and setting Whippo up to do a ton of damage to this bottom lane turret. Exactly what you were talking about. Max out that plate money in these last couple minutes.
Yeah, exactly. They have the 6 grubs. They're working on it. He's going to get the full tower, by the way. So all those plates are going to be falling down in bot lane. They'll get the first tower, they'll get the dragon, and they get the kill. And now I want to check in on the gold here. It's about 800 gold ahead, even just individually in the top lane off of that play. So much gold just went into the pockets there of Whippo. And that flash definitely was one APA would want back. You need to wait to use the flash until at least he actually dashes in, because Inspired hadn't even dashed in before he flashed, as far as I know. I think he was maybe trying to like anticipate the RW from Busio, try to avoid that grand entrance, not get CC'd up, but didn't quite find the play. Ends up wasting the flash, doesn't really get anything from it, and now is going to be a bit more vulnerable in those side lanes once again here. But good news, has Leandries, so has completed that first major item. You can see those are coming in pretty much across the board, getting pretty close to that for most players if they don't already have it. Malignance is done, Thunder Sky done for Inspired, and Inspired is going to be ridiculously strong right now.
Yeah, dude, this guy is not the dude you want to mess with. You can see also only 4 stacks left on the dog food bag jungle item to feed the pet, make him grow up into a big old boy. So Inspired will soon have the advantage of the smite as well. You can see that Umpty and Core JJ were walking around seeing if maybe they could find somebody. There is a lot of lockdown between those two champions, but FlyQuest not really giving them the angle to make that happen. We'll see now if they can turn it into something up here on the top side. Whippo jumps in on impact. Yeah, it's a nice trade from him, but now he's used some cooldowns. Umpty's standing on top of the control ward. They really want Whippo here. He goes to the skies. Impact goes in, but now Busio's ready to reinforce. He finds a knockup, and Whippo's already down. Umpty takes the kill, and more damage pours through. APA gets it, and a beautiful hook onto the third target. Puts Jensen in the dirt next to him. APA is going to die as the one traded back, but TL makes a play.
Huge play on the top side there from TL as they're just raining down Hellfire onto Whippo. Both dragons getting involved. Masu looking to chase him down, but Umpty's here.
Yeah, there's your Sky Splitter. Masu gets hit by it, but hey, still has 1/3 HP remaining. Still has that Fed Zinjao we were talking about right behind him, ready to back him up. Even though this was Team Liquid's first big play that went their way this game, FlyQuest still in the lead, but let's take another look at how TL set it up.
Yeah, this was really well done. Impact just trading heavily, trying to make sure he has the push. Umpty's behind him. He's spotted on that ward, but it just doesn't matter. In with the Q, turns off the tower as everyone piles in. They have Mom coming in from a long distance. Then APA, TP's in. Beautiful falling star comes down there from APA, stunning up multiple members as they can look to chase onto Jensen. Good lockdown from Core, hits the dredge line. Sky Splitter connects, another kill there for them. Picked up on the back end of that fight. Well played from TL. It's been like the game was going more and more towards FlyQuest. TL needed a punch back, and that was it. And congratulations to Jensen, who now passes Santorin for 11th LCS all-time, over 3,000 career assists.
That is an insane number, man. This guy has been a part of the LCS and just been one of the biggest performers in the LCS for so long. It's the only way you get numbers like that, man. Those aren't no rookie numbers.
Something personal, trying to take down Santorin, you know? Picking the Karma, that's an easy champ to farm assists on.
Oh, yeah.
He was gunning for that 11th spot.
Mantra Shield, oh no, I managed to get an assist on every possible kill in the fight because I buffed up all the boys. Speaking of the boys being ready to go, Jan is, boom, right there, hitting that 125 sweet spot on the stacks. 15 minutes and 45 seconds, pretty nice timer to hit your second upgrade threshold.
Yep, and then now they move him over towards mid lane, and he came over the wall and took those stacks from the Raptors. So this is where you can really accelerate it. You rotate the Smolder to mid lane, you have those CDR boots, you have the Essence Reaver here. In pro play, basically everyone is going Essence Reaver Shojin now.
Yeah.
Obviously that buff, you know, from the patch is helping that out even more because Shojin has no crit, so it didn't scale with that E. But now it does as you're getting those additional stacks, and we'll see if that's going to be the build here coming out from Jan. But now he can go over to Wolves, so you just do mid-wave, Raptors, Wolves, bouncing back and forth. If you can find a skirmish in there, that's even better. But this is how you can really accelerate your stacking. You touched on it just a couple seconds ago. He was 125. He's 141 now before he even gets the wave.
And most of the Smolders we've seen in the LCS so far have hit the 225 mark around 23 minutes. It just about always comes out to something close to 10 stacks per minute. So if Jan can keep up this hyper-accelerated pace, if he can hit a 225 at 19 minutes or something like that, that would be absolutely insane for TL and being able to make up for some of this 2,500 gold lead that FlyQuest has built. Because FlyQuest, you can look, it's not just the gold, it's both dragons so far. It's all 6 grubs like we talked about earlier.
Well, both teams have 2 dragons.
Oh, it is the 2 dragons. Okay. Well, that's a very nice, smart-ass comment, Azale. For a second, I was like, oh, wow, I really missed something in the game. But then I'm like, no, it's 17 minutes. There can't be 4 dragons. Okay, all right.
Thank you.
All right, yeah.
I kind of boomed you on that one. I could see you like, wait, what am I missing?
Yeah, I was like, oh, man.
The stance changed and everything. You're
I was like, what am I doing?
Close to the screen.
I'm confused. What has happened to me? Now I know what's happened to me. You happened.
I apologize for that.
FlyQuest has established control in this bottom side river. They got all 5 men grouped up and ready to fight for this Drake. This will put them on soul point. This is a Cloud Soul. Very, very powerful for a Sivir comp. It's 20% movement speed all the time, even without the ulti buff. TL, yeah, are they even going to try to challenge for this?
They're giving it up.
Yep, Impact still has the Unleashed Teleport if they wanted to use it, but it would have been way too late. So FlyQuest moves to Soul Point now as TL gets their first turret of the game in the Tier 1 top side.
Yeah, so now there's a lot of pressure to make sure that you are fully online for this next dragon here because it is such a powerful soul. It's not even just for that Sivir. It's incredible for Rakan. It's incredible for a lot of these champions here. Plus, just the flat move speed is super, super strong. It's 20% flat move speed that you do get, which is ridiculously good. We'll see if TL are going to be in position to actually fight this next one. They're only 2K down. Hopefully, they have 225 stacks by the time that does spawn. You know, we have been seeing some of the faster ones, like you said, at 23 and stuff, but we've also seen Smolders not hit it to like 27 minutes and whatnot. Yeah. I do think Jan is on a pretty darn good pace right now. He's up there around 170, so as long as he gets that before the next dragon, he'll be good.
Uh-oh. Umpty trying to keep himself off the endangered species list as Whipple and Inspired jump in on him, but Impact being there, Umpty spending the ulti, it makes FlyQuest not want to overcommit trying to kill the enemy jungler. And yeah, the important part here, I think, is when we look at that dragon timer, 4 minutes until it arrives is also right about 23 minutes on the clock. So the expectation, I think, is that Yon will hit the mark. He will have that Smolder buff as CoreJJ is forced to flash away from the grand entrance. If Busio knocks him up there with Whippo and Masu also rotating down, they should be able to do enough damage to kill him. So Core's going to respect that. The Herald helps them take down the tier 1 in the top lane for FlyQuest. It's going to get the charge on the tier 2, but no more damage after that as Jensen keeps the wave shoved up in mid.
Yeah, we'll see also if APA has the Sky's Descend, that upgraded ulti. If he has that ready, that is really big. Because if you get 225 stacks and you have that super powerful ASO ulti, there is such a tremendous amount of upfront AoE coming out. You know, 1 Q splashing across the team with the true damage, the W comes through, the ulti comes through from Yon, then over the top. The Sky's Descend, the upgraded ult, is basically unavoidable, right? Like, that thing is hitting everyone. It splashes almost the entire map, if not the entire map. Plus, the AoE itself is pretty massive. And he does have a pretty good mark here right now at 190 stacks, just about there for APA. So he's been farming the Stardust pretty effectively. I do think that they're in a spot where they can definitely win this fight. If they win that fight, though, it's not like it gets them the game or anything. It just kind of continues the game. I think on the other side, if FlyQuest win that fight, it's probably lights out. It's going to be really tough, I think. You know, going up against a Sivir comp here with Cloud Soul, they are going to be so much faster to chase you down, to kite you out. It'll feel really, really tough for TL.
Pressure's on for Team Liquid. 2.5 minutes until the fateful Drake spawns. 197 now on Yon's stack. Should be able to stack up all 3 of these remaining minions here. He hits 200, so just needs 25 more here in about 2 minutes.
Quick math.
Shouldn't be too hard to find that. But FlyQuest still with about the same gold lead they've had for a long time. So to give credit to TL, they have stopped FlyQuest from being able to balloon that up even further.
Yep. The gold lead doesn't really matter that much, I think, at this point. It's going to be much more down to execution. We'll see if everyone does have the same item completions, as obviously that is going to be really important. But we also have to look at the next couple opponents coming up here for TL. They are sitting right now at 5 and 6. They've got Dig and then Immortals, so it will get easier for them. But if they could take down FlyQuest and have a 3-0 week, hey, you could even potentially catch FlyQuest. Of course, that would be, you know, tiebreakers, and FlyQuest have to lose their other games. But, you know, the top of the table is within reach for them if they can have a really good final week, build that confidence going into the first week of playoffs, get a better seed, dodge some of these tougher teams. That is really the goal here for TL.
Well, let's go ahead and check in on some of those items, because I think what you're talking about here with the completed item breakpoints is going to be huge for this upcoming Soul fight. The Sterix Gauge was just completed for Impact. It is 2 major items completed for the top mid laner and AD carry of both teams. The big difference right now, Inspired also just completing his Steraks, while Umpty is still sitting on components. So if that doesn't change by then, that could be a big difference factor there. Both supports, I mean, you've got the Locket done for Busio, which is pretty big over there in the inventory for CoreJJ. Still fumbling around with some garage sale pieces, but Team Liquid will hope they can get him there as well.
Yeah, we'll see if he's going to be able to get that little bit of gold. And Inspired, you know, he is going to be that big difference, obviously, you know, has that second item, has a lot more farm. And I'd also just say, you know, generally speaking, at this point of the game, he's just playing the stronger champion. You know, Crescent Guard is so powerful. The ulti over on Zhao allows you to be so durable in the front line, so disruptive. Volibear, it's a lot tougher. You know, if you get kited out, if you get CC'd up, you can kind of get stuck in that mid-range, and then you're just dead, like you say. And, you know, he's going to go forward. You're going to get slowed up by a Karma Q. Everyone's going to get Monster E'd. You know, that Inspire's going to come through. You're getting poked down, shielded up, sped out. It's very, very difficult.
Okay, 22 minutes and 45 seconds into the game. Skies are ready to descend, and Smolder has 225 stacks. TL has everything they want, but do they have enough to stand up to FlyQuest? 1,500 gold lead. It shrunk to the smallest lead that it's been for a long time here in this game. TL couldn't ask for much better of a spot to have to play this fight from. But we'll see who has the execution, like you were talking about. Masu has taken a little bit of damage here so far. A little bit of a speed up coming in as Inspired wants to start out the fight, but here comes Mom over the top. Masu has to get out of the way as Impact's in the middle of everybody, but Busio's going to be burned down first. Execution finds 1, Execution finds 2. Shut down over to Yawn, and Team Liquid has won the first part of the fight. Jensen, Masu, and Whippo all standing around seeing if there's any way they might be able to still fight this, but I don't think there is. Soul denied as FlyQuest died. Team Liquid gets it done.
FlyQuest tried a hard force in there. Are they going to go up towards Baron? At least they can get some vision potentially here. Not going to be any sort of a Baron start, of course, but they want to maintain vision. They want to make sure that FlyQuest isn't just coming out of base and going straight to it. Yon going to be spotted, though. Gets a little bit awkward. But we have to look at the replay because Inspired there goes with the W flash, when becomes lightning, flashing forward onto APA. But watch how TL kites back. Everyone going to be kiting back into this area here. And that is going to make it so difficult because look at this zone. You're all funneling into that zone right there in the middle, all for the AoE here. They're all stacked up for the Sky's Descent, for the AoE from Yon as well. Look at the AoE damage falling down. Whippo, Jensen, Masu all kite back, but all they can hit is the front line, whereas they have this perfect concave on the other side. Everyone from TL was connecting. Really well played on the fight there. Well handled, cutting back into the perfect spot and making the most of their AoE.
I favor Team Liquid at this point in the game. Despite the fact that FlyQuest had the control for the long amount of time that they did, I think that was the make or break moment like we were talking about. But TL now with this Smolder in the spot where, again, this is pre-hotfix nerf Smolder. This champion is insanely strong. Generally, anytime something needs a hotfix nerf, it is
really out of line.
Incredibly powerful. So you've got that plus the grand scaling Omega Dragon in mid lane. This is tough for FlyQuest now. I think they're going to need incredible cohesion to come out on top.
Absolutely. I mean, they do have good scaling themselves, but one of the problems is range. Range becomes king as you get towards the late game, right? You know, I always say the two stats that scale best with skill are range and move speed.
I agree.
That is going to be tough here for Whippo.
Also, not face checking the brushes. That can be a problem.
That can be a problem as he is going to get eaten alive. You walk into some brushes, not only is there a crocodile, there's a dragon. That sucks.
A dragon is just a magic crocodile, Isaac.
I mean, I don't know about you, but a crocodile that can fly, that's like the apex predator, man.
Do you think when dragons eat stuff, they spin around in a circle like a crocodile does?
Maybe.
I hope so. That's my headcanon now. That would be great. I just want to see a spinning dragon as Jensen and Inspired have to try to get the hell out of town, but Umpty's looking to cut him off. Say goodnight, Jensen. Here comes Mom. Here comes Impact. Here comes APA ready to keep this going. Breath of Light to try to slow him down here a little bit with the Rylai's as Umpty and the rest of TL aren't going to get these remaining 3, but Jensen's dead for the next 30 seconds. Whippo only just now respawned. Inspired has been chunked. Baron could be a play here, or they might still be looking for, oh no, Masu. Masu, buddy, this is not the spot you needed to be. It's Baron for sure after that one. Team Liquid roaring to life.
Yeah, that is tough there. I think Masu thought for sure they were going to be going down in the river towards Baron or something, and now Inspired's caught as well. He's slowed up by the Rylai's. You're gone.
What was that? There's no way that crab was that important.
Oh my God, the wheels have completely fallen off for FlyQuest. You know, this was a game where maybe it was slightly in the favor of TL after they got that 4th dragon, you know, deny this soul. But I still thought it could have been anyone's game. These last couple of minutes, though, has just been disaster after disaster after disaster. Face check in bot lane, you die. Go up top lane, you die. Then overstay top lane, your ADC dies. Then your jungler is killing the crab, he dies too. It's just everything going wrong. A couple minutes ago, we were talking about FlyQuest being potentially 1 fight away from winning, and they were 2.5k up. Now, it is completely flipped. It has gone 5k the other way to that 2.7k lead now for TL, and they are looking fully in control.
And man, I just want to praise Impact again. I feel like I do this a lot on any team that Impact is on because the guy is always such a fundamental, foundational aspect of the success of any of his teams. We always joke about top lane being an island. You know, the whole game has 45 kills and the top laner's got 3 KP. Impact has the highest kill participation on his team. He is at 9 out of 10, no deaths on a frontliner. He's enabling these massive cannons of APA and Yon to fire into the FlyQuest lines and destroy them. The Croc cannot be stopped at this point in the game.
This guy is just the consummate professional, right? He's exactly what you want from a League of Legends pro. He's maintained at the top for so long, but APA potentially in trouble. TL trying to bail him out.
I don't know if APA is the one in trouble just yet. The skies descend, and Team Liquid's ready to reinforce their boy. Here it comes. Yon's on a rampage as APA kites away with a breath of light, and Yon's ready to follow up here for a triple kill on Smolder's execution. FlyQuest thought they might have been able to make a move. They might have been able to go for that Drake, but it ain't gonna happen. Masu and Jensen just running the hell away.
Yeah, they're not gonna try to chase in. They wanna focus on the game win here. Not gonna go for the Penta, but TL looking fully in control. FlyQuest look for the desperation play, but the stasis answers everything, and then APA just flies over the wall, makes them look silly as TL are closing in here. They're looking to put the finishing touches on this one.
They just leave APA to stand there and take the Drake. You can see it takes incredible mechanics to take down the Drake as Aurelion Sol. You do need to sit there and just puke on it for a solid 15 seconds.
There can only be one.
There is only one, and he is APA, sitting on 2, 3, and 8 here now on the Dragon. I said at the beginning of the game, I need to see him have stronger performances for TL to be a contender. He ends up playing the bait on this one, but the rest of the team is ready to go.
Yeah, that was really well played. Busio looked for the flash engage in on APA, but he had the Seekers, goes in the stasis, comes out after dodging that CC, flies over the wall, and just spits all over him. Inspired gets burned down as we see Jan pick up an easy triple. Could have been a pentangle, but now we're going to watch Bwipo potentially in some trouble here once again as Jan and Corey are with him.
Jan being there just makes everything so scary. Accelerated shock blasting gonna find the target. Mom roars in. Busio trying to protect Masu. Inspired here in the front, but he might just be bursted down. Instead, they turn around onto Jan, but they can't kill him in time. Breath of Light from the side. Jan is godlike, and there's just nothing left for FlyQuest to do. A double kill for Jan. Masu is slowed by the Breath of Light with a Rylai's Crystal Scepter, and Masu's dead too. APA picks up another, and Umpty's not ready to stop. Jensen and Busio running for their lives, but their lives are forfeit. A double kill for APA. He's ready to make it a triple. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Liquid are ready for Super Week.
The Breath of Life becomes the Breath of Death there from APA, chasing him down, getting 3 kills.
Team Liquid, they were down in the early game. They trusted themselves to dig in, defend, and scale up. And they're gonna scale straight into a victory against the #1 team, starting off Super Week with a dub.
Well played game there from TL. FlyQuest had some strong performances in the early game. Looked like they were the ones who could dictate the pace of the game. Got the 3 dragons really quick, but could not secure the soul. Thanks to some very quick stacking from Jan. Had 225 before that 4th dragon did spawn. They had the upgraded ulti there on APA. They had 2 core on all their carries. They were ready to fight. They dominate the fight. And from there, FlyQuest looked a little bit lost. Everything went wrong so quickly for this team from a position that looked like they still could have maybe won that game.
The soul fight was it. That was the turning point of the entire game, and I think you hit everything perfectly. They needed the item break points, they needed the ulti upgraded for APA, and they needed Smolder's final evolution. They got all 3, and FlyQuest played that fight the same way they had played previous fights. Hey, we're just gonna skill check you. We think we're the better team, we're gonna go in. Even if you were the better team, you weren't better enough to fight the power of scaling that Team Liquid had afforded for themselves, had bought for themselves through not allowing that lead to expand. We looked back at that game, it was a 2,000 to 2,500 gold lead for what, about 15 minutes? And then once we got to that dragon fight, it had actually shrank below 2K for the first time in a long time. Really good job from Team Liquid, managing their losses, accepting what they had to, and keeping the game close enough to bounce back and win.
Yep, absolutely. And it's going to be interesting going forward. Do we see Smolder getting through more? I think Smolder 100% is going to be 100% presence this weekend, but I think it should be probably on the ban list. This champion just scales way too far out of control.
Alrighty, reminder everybody, during the 2024 Spring Split, that's right now, you can use your MasterCard to make a purchase from the end client store and save your card on file to be entered for a chance to win a trip to a League of Legends event or a set of 8 Player of the Week statues. Entry period from March 2 to March 24. Now it's time to join Hercules and Jan on stage for an interview.
Hi everybody, it's Hercules and I'm here with Team Liquid's Jan. Jan, we have to get into that. How does it feel to have come back and taken down FlyQuest?
Feels pretty good. Honestly, the last couple losses really sting, especially because I feel like we're not that bad, but we play very inconsistently, and we're trying to fix that at least.
Okay, well, I mean, consistency is a good thing. So you guys are allegedly going to be heading up against Dignitas soon. So I got a little note backstage, I guess. Exer said that Tomo is the best Smolder in League. What do you have to say to that?
He probably definitely does have more games than me, but I would pride myself as someone who stacks very fast. The only thing is, I didn't know Sivir E actually doesn't give you a stack even though you Q. There's some interactions where even though you take down the spell shield, you still get something. I forgot which champions there are that does that, but I realized after the 3rd Q, I was like, shit, I'm not getting a stack. What's going on? So I think I was delayed by like 20, 15 stacks. Like, this sucks.
Well, hopefully it's not going to suck too badly. And again, you are going to face off against Dig. I got to ask, after this win, are you scared of Dignitas in any way?
Well, I don't think as a team we are, but maybe my coach is. We're scared of bottom teams more than higher teams.
That's fair. That's absolutely fair. Well, thank you so much for hanging out with me. And guys, don't go anywhere. We've got an update for you guys over on the LCS on the playoff stage. So head over there. We've got more coming up after this.
Look what I've just made. The perfect pearl.
Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Sea Blue Edition with the taste of Juneberry. Wings for every taste.
Bienvenidos, so welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for Game 3 of our first day of the Super Week. Last week of the regular season for spring 2024. It's 100 Thieves taking on Immortals. We have a caster swapperoo with your boy Rafa and Kobe back on the mic again, and we're getting right into Champ Select here.
And we are on the new patch, only been out for a couple of days, but Senna got a little touch, as well as Mr. Smolder, and we've seen a lot of Smolder recently. So far, Senna banned out. I want to know if they want to follow it up It has been super high priority. And this game is actually really important for both these two teams right now, especially Immortals, who are at the bottom of the standings. Really, really need to win.
Yeah. We'll have some stats showing you guys later on about how a potential miracle run can be made for Immortals, but it basically involves them winning almost every single game, whereas on the other side, 100 Thieves, they win one game and they are locked for playoffs.
Yeah, the miracle run for Immortals really involves a lot of fan support, so if you believe in Immortals, you need to let them hear it. You need to get it.
Get the spirit bomb going, baby. Gotta send them that energy.
Oh, rest in peace, Dragon Ball Z creator. All right, let's get right into it, though. Yone Hover already. Quid has been one of the most outstanding stories for 100 Thieves. A large part of it was due to his very wide champion pool and his individual play being way above where people expected from last year. I love the fun hovers. Definitely not going to get a Shaco anytime soon. And we will just go with the Vi lock in here for River preemptively, before Immortals even show their two carries here.
Very curious to see if 100 Thieves are going to follow up with a Talia combo lock-in on the next rotation as well. It's definitely one of Quid's most played throughout the split, whereas Immortals still have the pick of the litter. No Senna, no Varus, and no Callista either, so a lot of marksmen taken off the table. We have seen Sivir and Smolder pretty much picked in almost every single game so far today. I'm now going to run it back with the Volibear.
It's kind of crazy. We've had 100% Volibear presence so far in the LCS ever since the changes, but it has really not, been a worldwide trend. And some of the junglers have definitely been better Volibears than others. Regardless, they do also steal away that Talia that you mentioned. That is the pairing with Vi that you're usually looking for the seismic shoves. But guess what? Volibear Q flashing on someone for the stun is a guaranteed setup for the Talia seismic shove as well, and they kind of can turn the tables on the mid lane matchup. Now, since we are on the new patch, Ahri here on blind pick has really risen in priority as well, so no surprises really to see the Ahri pop back out again as well.
Now that's an old Vi combo that we saw, I want to say, a majority of last year's season. 100 Thieves is going to round out the first pick and ban phase with the Aatrox for Sniper. Immortals could look to lock in their top laner of choice and just start thinning out the support pool as we get ready for the second round.
So, as far as the stakes that we were going over as well, Immortals, it is confirmed, if they lose this game, they are eliminated from playoffs. So this is a must-win game. Every game this weekend, a must-win game for Immortals. Just to put even more emphasis on this pick ban, you really want to get in there with an advantage. As far as getting into the next bans here, though, continuing on the 80 carries, whittling down this roll. We have not had 80 carries picked up either side in the beginning of this draft, and so they're just going to make them go super, super deep into the pool. Against Immortals, a lot of teams have taken to splitting the map, diving tactical, shoving tactical off waves. And with how much Immortals have kind of relied on him in their victories, it does seem like this sort of setup is going to cause some problems for them.
And so far, more marksman bans starting to hit the board here. Illusion taken off the table. The Nautilus, something that Ole has run back to, as well as many supports throughout the entire league as well. And just kind of following up on the conversation about Immortals, because so many teams have focused down the bot side during the early stages of the game, putting tactical out of the game, all eyes are on Mask, who was one of the more hyped up new players coming in for this team. And when he has been popping off in some of their earlier stages, even JoJo had some nicer things to say about him towards the beginning of the split as well. As we're going to be looking towards the last ban from 100 Thieves, Smolder taken off the table by Immortals. They could look for another support ban just to continue stripping away power picks from Immortals' side. No idea what that last support ban is, but they're going to look for maybe.
Yeah, we got a confirmation. There is a visual bug. It is a Xayah ban. trying to split the bottom side for Immortals, but it looks like Immortals, despite the blank ban there being Azir ban from 100 Thieves, still gonna go with that Rek'Sai for the hard engage. Really good pairing with a Volibear, really good setup again for Talia that's gonna be roaming around. So still gonna lock that one in, but yeah, that's the missing one is Azir.
Immortals are very much waiting on this AD carry pick though. 100 Thieves, knowing that there have been quite a few options taken off the table. The Kai'Sa for Meech.
Are we good? LS has really been pushing the AP Kai'Sa. He made an entire video about it. So all over Twitter again about it. I wonder if we will get the exact LS AP build here for the Kai'Sa. If so, does add that really, really good poke to your team. The 3 item power spikes for the champ, very, very strong. And since 100 Thieves, for 2 of their star players in jungle and mid, for River and for Quid, have got that guaranteed Ahri and Vi combination, does feel like that is a very good early point to focus on, and then bridge into the later carry down there from the bottom lane. Pretty high block-ins here from Immortals as well, though. Zeri, after those buffs, a lot of people getting right back on the train. The pre-Smolder queen of pentakills, ever since Smolder came out and the execute, Smolder started to take over and take over the crown for pentakilling, but Tactical right back on the Zeri paired with the Rek'Sai here. This is going to be a spicing one.
Yeah, and it's pretty bold to lock in the Zeri knowing that, you know, you always saw that Vi was kind of the answer to make sure you have that point and click lockdown. So even if she's super slippery over the walls, you got some way to make sure that she is held in place.
I mean, we have some quite possible volatile lanes all over the map. I'm hoping we get a whole bunch of action here. We have junglers, especially River, who are not shy on ganking early, even with a Vi. So I'm very excited for the bloody possibilities in this game.
Right, and a reminder to everyone, 100 Thieves, upon winning this game, they are locked for playoffs. If Immortals lose this game, they are knocked out of playoffs. No way back in it. This is a truly do or die game for Immortals season. It will come to a screeching halt if they lose this one. So all the stakes for these guys right here as they get ready to load up onto the Rift.
Yep, if they lose, they are out. So you better win. All right, they're remaking, I feel. Okay, so yeah, we are remaking lobby here. Looks like we had a small issue. Let me get a confirmation.
What's the issue, Kobe?
I need confirmation. I don't know.
We're getting word from producers. So until that time, I want to kind of go back and review some of the past games that Tactical has had when they were successful, and kind of a lot of the focus. During that time, Armeo focused a lot more attention towards the bot side, making sure that Tactical and Ole have first push. And then whenever they're able to pretty much put Tactical in a good spot for the first few minutes of the game, that unlocks Ole to roam throughout the map, which is where a lot of the successful snowballing and some of those big upsets have happened for Immortals in the past. You think back to that Cloud9 game, Ole was so important to making sure that he was pretty much unlocked and helping Castle, helping Mask come alive through that game, and then they're able to overcome C9 in those later team fights as a result.
Meanwhile, 100 Thieves up towards the top of the rankings in the LCS. Very, very few people expected them to be up there. Even the coaches were surprised at how much success they have had with this young roster, and looking to continue strong here into playoffs. Definitely a lot of hype has built around them. Yes, you know, Sniper, the stories of being such a young challenger player and waiting so long to get into the LCS. He's finally here. He's always excited. He's always smiling. But the rest of the squad has really performed so far this split in the LCS.
And it's crazy to think that not only it's just the coaches that are surprised, but almost any pro that we've talked to for an extended period of time about the subject 100 Thieves, they always throw out, oh, they're frauds. But it's because of the scrim record they have against them. I know that on our last pros episode, when Inspired was being asked, like, who are your top junglers, and when they prompted him about Rivers, like, nah, man, this guy's just cheesing ganks through. He's getting lucky. He personally thinks that Umti is a better jungler than him, but, you know, the results, when it matters, have happens on stage. We talk so many times about scrim bucks and how much that actually matters, but you know, when it comes to it, 100 Thieves deliver when it's important.
Well, it's definitely important today. Hopefully have a spicy one lined up. Get some massages in before. Okay, that's a nice use of the of the pause here. Make sure everybody goes in at their tip-top shape. Immortals must-win games all weekend. Looks like we've got the fully remade lobby lined up here. All focus. Honestly, if we're looking towards early possibilities of ganks, definitely mid lane here should be super spicy. Both of them have huge returns if you even just blow the flash early on for either of these mid laners, because the junglers definitely can set those up. CC on both sides. We'll see. Armeo here was one of the earliest to adapt to picking up the Volibear. He's been one of the ones that has gone with the Sundered Sky. I've seen a couple of different variations of builds. My least favorite was the LCK one, where we saw Cuz go Bomby Cinder into full Thornmail, and I almost threw up a little. Zero ability haste, zero.
No damage in there whatsoever.
But Armeo's been, on the train of the Sundered Sky and the Sterix Gauge, so we'll see if we can get the brawling Volibear version this time around, because I do think this team is going to need it. While tactical has been a big part of their victories and is going to be their late game insurance in this game on the Zeri, mid jungle in this game is going to be pivotal. Whichever team gets an early advantage in mid jungle should have control of this game.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for 100 Thieves and Immortals as they take to the Rift in our third match of the day, first day of week 6. And I just want to let everyone know that the LCS is playing on live patch 14.5. If you see some of our pros pop off, try this at home. But we're not responsible for any LP losses, so, don't come back to us for that. But 100 Thieves and Immortals.
Yeah, go to Freak with those.
Yeah.
He's happy to receive all inquiries about LP.
I usually just send them our commissions way,
Yeah, Mark as well. Definitely another good recipient of that. Let's see, though, as far as the level 1 defense here, Quid trying to hover here around the Raptors, as it's going to be a delayed invade from Immortals. They don't have a sweeper on the side of Immortals, but they're just going to brute force their way in. Sky Splitter down, Raptor Ward down.
The one ward is going to give vision on that Raptor camp, though. We'll see if River decides to modify his pathing as a result, or if he's just going to do it and does not care whether Immortals knows or not. You already brought up before during the champ select that mid lane is going to be a big focus. Both Vi and Volibear are two champions that are very willing to trade their flashes for the enemy mid laner's flash, because then it's such an easier setup for either Ahri or Talia to set up on the return gank.
Yeah, and you just saw the pop-up graphic there, but gonna have to win every single game this weekend for Immortals to keep those dreams alive. Let's see, bottom side start there for both junglers, but River right after red crosses all the way over. They know that there was the red ward put on his Raptors, so he's gonna go up to the other side of bottom.
Flash all in. Ayla knew that they were about to hit level 2, so they have the advantage, but all they burned is a cleanse from tactical. It gives them at least a summoner spell advantage going from AD to AD, and it puts them on the back foot.
Yeah, and having the push on bottom lane here for the Rel Kaisa, very, very nice. You've got brush control. Ayla with his Hex Flash constantly can threaten the Hex Flash out of the brush and try and whittle down on some of the tactical CS, as everybody has done, dropping a little bit.
I'm curious if River just beeline straight towards the bottom side of the map. The wave is starting to crash really slow.
Armeo's on top side, so here we go.
Yeah, Armeo's gonna look for the top side gank onto Sniper. He's only level 2. The stun from the Q, the flash to try and dodge any more damage. Castle has to get out of the turret range as he was taking turret aggro. It has reset. Armeo and Castle maybe thinking about repeating the dive once all the cooldowns
his Q's off cooldown.
There's the counter strike. He leaps and flashes out of the way, but they need to get more damage down. This is taking a long time to make this dive happen from the side of Immortals, but they eventually get it. First blood for Immortals.
That's a lesson. 3rd time's the charm. Keep up with your efforts. The repeat dive. Sticking around. Really nice use there, actually getting out of tower range, and in the end, flashes away. So that is going to be the first blood, and a big denial on CS of Sniper because it took so long, actually. A lot of the CS dying there during it, and Sniper will teleport right back to the top side, but they were able to deny a decent amount. Here's the beginning of it, as tower is on the cannon, and then Sniper does a good job by flashing away from the Sky Splitter. It's a lot of the damage, but because they didn't have tower aggro on Armeo and Castle just jumped out, then they get to reset. There was one extra tower shot that was taken right there, though, as they go in for this one. And he gets this done. Castle uses his flash to get away. Then Armeo again goes back in, and he's got the extra flash, so they know they can finish it off. Gets the kill, and an objective succeed. There we go.
Slight smile from Armeo, but he knows that the job is not done. They still have a whole game to play out and make sure that they need to carry out the momentum of that first blood. And the kill gold went over to Armeo, not necessarily Castle, as a Hex Flash from Mela, just getting cheeky with it. We need to now see, though, how well Armeo can snowball this lead, because the early spike of gold means getting to that Thunder Sky power spike even faster. And once you do hit level 6 on Volibear, I mean, the whole world is your oyster when it comes to setting up those tower dives consistently.
Yeah, I mean, both top and jungle definitely profiting a lot off of that, you know, with Volibear getting the kill, and then Castle also getting the CS lead after getting back here on Jax, also having a nice little gold lead over Sniper. So Immortals starting out pretty good in a must-win game. Topside control means they can also force the Void Grubs here for Volibear.
Has full control here. Castle's not level 6, but he doesn't need to be since Sniper is nowhere close either. Castle still has TP advantage. We'll see if he decides to use this just to get back to lane at some point, or if they want to use it defensively somewhere else on the map. They will have that option, as no contest from the side of River. It looks like he might try to go for the dragon.
Yeah, just trade on the other side. Always a safer play here. Armeo finishes up the Grubbies and will finish up on his red side too. But for the side of 100 Thieves, even though the top side dive is unfortunate for them, for Sniper, bottom side had been doing quite well with priority and pushing in, and they're going to be able to lend their help as well to traverse and come on up to that dragon as well.
Sniper getting some damage in, landing most of the Qs there, pops the World Ender. Castle does not have flash, but he's got Armeo waiting in the wings. No flash from either the top laner or the jungler, so they can't necessarily threaten Sniper right away, but they force him to back off, and the World Ender does time out. So now Sniper, oh, we got a pause!
Okay. Encroaching on a level 6 for River as well. I believe he was finishing up the Krugs on the bottom side. So we'll get a check-in as soon as we get back. River probably needs about one more camp to get to his level 6. So maybe they go for a reset, get him up on that other side of the map. But we'll see what this pause is about as well.
In the meantime, I do want to follow up that during the bottom laner cleanse summoner spell being gone, there weren't many opportunities to really follow up and look for a major punish from the side of 100 Thieves. So credit to Tactical and Ole holding on and enduring. I definitely thought that there's potentially an angle for a response from River to dive the bottom side of the map, since that has been such a deficit for Immortals in past games, where games have just kind of spiraled out of control once Tactical and Ole were put out. But
thank you, Pagoda.
Thank you, Pagoda. Immortals still holding on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I did get one little update here. A pause for what feels like possible lag, which makes me very worried, because that can be a little tricky to figure out. This is not going to be a simple peripheral switch or anything. So we'll delve deeper into that and continue to increase the tension,
yes, sir,
the pressure that is on Immortals right now.
We're just adding more fuel to this explosion that could happen. You know?
I mean, honestly, this is the way that you want to start out, though. You're coming into a super week. You know you're at the bottom of the standings, and with the Team Liquid win previously over FlyQuest, you are now in a situation where every game is the must-win.
Yeah.
And so coming in, starting out, getting the top side going, denying a bunch of CS, tower dive successful. Even though Armeo did and Castle both did have to use their flashes, once you get your level 6, you mention it, you can just repeat up there. There's no teleport now for snipers, so maybe they do continue to focus on the top side of the map as Tactical and Ole with Zeri or Khan have been able to stay safe, still farming quite efficiently on the other side of the map. So far, checklist for Immortals does look like what you want coming into this very important Super Week.
Yeah. There hasn't been any mix action mid lane either, so both Quid and Mask have been relatively safe from Vi and Volibear interference, but both of those champions very potent once they also hit level 6 because they have the ability to roam and make plays. Obviously, the Talia is going to be able to join a fight at an instant with the Weaver's Wall, and with Ahri, that Spirit Rush just allows you to close the distance so quickly once you're in range.
Yeah. And I do kind of like the Merc Treads rush, speaking of mid lane, for Quid here on the Ahri, to try and play against the possible 1-second Volibear stun coming in. Tenacity does a whole lot versus Volibear because a big part of the combo is having your Sky Splitter land, and so they have to cast it early and then flash on you after some of the duration is already channeled. Because the stun is only 1 second long, but Merc Treads is going to be really nice there. Plus, gives you that little bit of leeway, and the extra time should be able to break the synergy between the Volibear and the Talia as well. So, good early pickup from him, in my opinion. We'll see if that ends up being volatile as well, because coming into this, we're like, oh man, all 3 lanes have the possibility of being very volatile. It's just going to end up where the junglers are going. And we saw a little bit of scrapping in each of them. And now as junglers approach that level 6 is really where we're going to get the big play.
Hashtag LCS big plays. You know, just being able to wreck a turret completely, and the option to have a guaranteed lockdown with the Vi ultimate. Just being able to combo it with the rest of your pieces around you. And you have so many good follow-up from the rest of your lanes. Obviously, the Ahri can land with the Charm. If you go towards the top side of the map, you can guarantee one of the Darkened Blades connecting. Bottom side of the map as well. When you play with a Rel, you can allow so much of that CC lockdown to make sure no one can escape from that CC train either. I do want to point one thing out, though, on the top side of the map, that even though the gank happened towards Sniper, we know that the World Ender, or just reminding everyone that the World Ender was expended. Woo! And we're back to live. So that does put Sniper on the back foot once again. So far, 100 Thieves haven't shown if they have a response to try to bail him out, or if they're just trusting him to kind of endure the storm that is from Armeo on that topside camp.
Yeah, a lot of topside focus there from Immortals, from the Volibear. Generally, too, you want to keep that topside focus up, and most teams will give away the first 2 dragons in favor of topside focus if they're going for this, and stacking up grubs. And then on dragon number 3 is where you reallocate your resources after you've gotten that topside advantage, after you know, you've gotten that priority, and then stop the stacking at that moment.
Oh. Potentially really good charm here. Mask is forced to flash away from Ayla's knockup. Ole answers back with one of his own, and Ayla flashes the seismic shove from Mask.
Okay.
Burn of spells, but Mask being down flash is super pivotal now because River just hit level 6. He can easily look mid lane and punish.
Definitely will be. Ayla looking mid lane, River looking mid lane. Quid has flash. Quid has ulti. It's gonna require some very safe play here from Mask, as well as the team trying to get some extra vision around mid lane. Maybe invade jungle, get some information on the whereabouts of River, who currently is clearing top side down towards bottom.
Big note here, Mask actually did not choose to TP back to lane. Is just gonna let that minion wave crash and pick up whatever he can. I wonder if he doesn't want to burn the TP and immediately get punished if River and Ayla was waiting around for him to show up in lane. So there's a reset coming in from Quid as he's back on the map. Dragon will be spawning in a 2.5 minutes, so there's nothing to really play for on the bottom side of the map, but the second rotation of Krubs will be spawning in the next minute.
And we've got support roam out here too. Ole getting a bunch of wards on the top side of the map to continue on that top side pressure. He's got the blue quadrant now warded up here, deep behind Sniper. I wonder if they actually just want to keep on leveraging Jax and Castle. I mean, if they can get Castle to continue up his lead here on the Jax, turn him into a split push threat and kind of open up the map, allow for some really big Taliyah plays, using ulti to try and go pick off 100 Thieves members.
Yeah.
Definitely is an avenue that they could take in this game. See about this kind of counter though. Nice little cleaning job from 100 Thieves. Clean most of that hard work out.
And they've rotated Meech over on as well, so they're ready for this grub fight. I don't know if Immortals will be willing to take this one, as Tactical is still on the bottom side of the map, so there will be down numbers. Ole and Armeo are shadowing Castle on the top side to prevent a dive play coming in, but still, because it's numbers advantage, they should be able to take the second rotation of Grubs.
Yeah, I like that call because, you know, they get information, even though all their wards are cleared out. The wards that Ole put, while they're being cleared by 100 Thieves, they know that there's possibility topside reverse play coming up to them. So they shadow there, really good defense, and put a stop to it very quickly. This ward does see River on Grubs, but it looks like they're content to just split them because of the rotation. Bottom lane moved up here, 400 Thieves. They've got Kai'Sa Rel in mid lane and rotating the Ahri up into the Jax. I think pretty smart there because Jax rushed into the plated steel caps. So Quid, as well as the bottom lane, gonna allow River to split those grubbies. Nobody gets the extra Void Mites this game.
3 grubs apiece for both teams. River is going to be channeling the Vaultbreaker to see if he can get a sneak through mid lane outside of tower range. Dragon is about to spawn in the next 20 seconds. Immortals are the first one here. Ooh, nice flash from River. Dodges the seismic shove. That's going to be a summer spell down from River, but still has cease and desist to connect on to Mask, who doesn't have flash, what I believe, for the at least under a minute. A teleport is coming in from Fog. Quid is here, trying to cut off Immortals on that bottom exit path, and they're split.
All right, they're going to send Sniper currently back up topside too. He does have his Unleashed Teleport ready if they want to make the call, but it's going to be a rush here from Immortals because they've already got Castle here. They've got 5. Looks like they are going to go for it. They've got the flank on bottom side. Quid looking...
Sniper also has teleport if he wants to join the fight. 1700 onto the Drake. It's secured by Armeo. They try to flash on River, knowing that he doesn't have flash and he cannot get away. But nice counter engage from Ayla. Catches the back line. Armeo's trying to go back and be defensive. Mask is able to distance himself. Tactical is free firing into the back line. Castle picks up 2 in that fight. Quid has one more spear rush. Tries to clean up 1 onto the back line. Finds Castle, maybe looking for Tactical, but Tactical is just pewing into Sniper in the front line. And Armeo defends Mask from the play as Quid is able to use his last spear's rush charge to kind of get himself away from the bear, but Tactical has fished him, and nice flick from Mask clips Quid, and Tactical picks up another.
Oh, 100 Thieves! They try and turn it back around. You see the Vi ultimate go in, and they use everything on Mask, but the follow-up damage isn't there because Quid is on the other side, and he gets blocked, so he's not able to fully kill off Mask, and since the Taliyah survives there, it allows Tactical then to run down the rest of them. The front line crumbling, and Immortals in their must-win game, Rafa, with a huge victory. That's going to turn into more turret plates on the bottom side, plus a bunch of extra gold for Tactical especially. Here's a look at the early grouping, and we mentioned that there is an Unleashed Teleport ready, but because Armeo goes for it so quickly and he flashes on him, the teleport channel takes a while to come in. Here's that turn where they have River in as well as the Rel, but there's no follow-up damage there because Quid on the bottom side couldn't actually connect onto Mask. And then Castle with the jukes here and flashing out, him plus Mask able to delay long enough as Tactical chases down Sniper. Armeo goes to peel for Mask, and they get the extra kill.
Meanwhile, back to live. Castle is under fire from 3, but he's able to get away. No flashes available from any of the diving members of 100 Thieves to really secure a kill, and it looks like Castle still had ulti available. as Ole now arrives to make sure that no other funny business will come through this play. I want to hint on, or actually touch, that Immortals have had really good defensive play so far in these first 14 minutes. There have been times when Mask was down flash, and they covered it well, getting vision on both the bottom half of the river and the top half of the river. Yeah, it did cede grub control, but they kept Mask alive during that time. He didn't die during that team fight. Immortals have really learned from their mistakes in that rematch they had with 100 Thieves in week 3 and not letting the game go 100 Thieves' way in that mid-game fight.
And the most critical part of that last play is the decisiveness with which Immortals turn. The reason I mentioned the Armeo flash there, again, recognizing the split pusher is in top side, and even though Sniper has teleport, you make the flash and you start the fight early while you are grouped up and you already got the dragon. That they got such an early lead. That's why the 100 Thieves like turn and the assassination attempt of, you know, the possible Vi plus Ahri combination is unsuccessful. And they kind of preempted that. And it's times like these where you cannot hesitate. You have to make the decisive call. You have to take matters into your own hands. Immortals, they've been seen by the ward passing down. I don't believe Armeo's sweeper caught that.
I don't think so either, but Armeo and our Ole will try to make this dive happen. That turret is not long for this world either. They get the Spirit Rush out of Quid. And that's all that they need as they clean up the turn on the back end of it as well. Castle's going to take these minions, and Immortals have gotten what they came for.
All right, tower down, bottom side. They're feeling quite nice here. Jax with the Trinity Force. Everybody on their at least single item power spikes, and Tactical already building into number 2 here on the Zeri. Very nice that he was able to pick up a couple of those kills for himself as well. He had been getting some turret plates on bottom side previously before they even made the map swap there. So now rotating him into the mid lane with a static shiv. Zeri, no problem. Very, very, very safe here. And they can start to get that split push game going. Mask does have his Talia ultimate, and his flash is coming off cooldown fairly shortly.
Next dragon spawning in 45 seconds. Mask is in fog, but River is going to face check, and Mask is forced off. He's going to collect the wave here. Immortals should be able to fight back for vision control within the next 40 seconds. Castle has TP. As Ole might be face checking into Ayla, Armeo leads the charge first. The Weaver's Wall from Mask, they're going to look for the collapse right now. It's a TP from Quid, forces a response. Castle responding with one of his own. They already cleaned up Ayla on the back end of it. River's got nowhere to go. He gets a cease and desist, almost flashing away, but still falls to Tactical on the back end. And Quid and Meech are forced off. No jungler for the side of 100 Thieves. That's a guaranteed dragon for Immortals.
Yeah, and because they use Castle's teleport as well, Immortals here, it does mean at least 100 Thieves will hard push on the top side. You see Sniper trying to shove the wave as quickly as he can, trying to get something back, but Castle, because the play was over so quickly, he's like, I'm running back. He's going to try and get back top lane. It looks like he's going to even cut off the possible answer there from 100 Thieves. They don't even get an tower back for their troubles here. Immortals with a very good pick in the jungle, but here we go.
They took too long with the dragon. They're actually able to bully off Immortals since it was only Armeo dedicated to trying to burn that objective down. This time, 100 Thieves, despite not having River for the first half of it, he gets back from the map, and they take the dragon away from Immortals, but now they got to get out of this fight.
Yeah, it's the teleport discrepancy. Because they had Castle teleport in and then run back top lane, they get Sniper to be able to teleport in, and they just kind of trade which objectives they were going to get there. 100 Thieves come in, they yoink the dragon, but they give up the side lane turret here to the split pusher, to the Jax.
Just about 17 minutes into the game, quick state read, 3-0-3 for Tactical. He's had a really solid game so far. We talked about in previous Immortals matches, when Tactical is behind, it takes a lot out of Immortals to really come back from that state, and most of the time ended up in losses. So far, for the Immortals fans out there who are hoping for a miracle run from their squad, it's looking up so far.
Certainly is, and Mask on the Talia. Definitely a big part of making a lot of these plays. The ultimate in the last one, turning the numbers through jungle, being able to charge through. Ole with the easy setup there. So Rakan goes in, you get your pick with the Talia. Seismic shove made easy. As long as they can continue on this path, the Immortals' dream is alive.
And Meanwhile, for 100 Thieves, we know that they are 1 win away from locking in playoffs. But with this state, if they were to drop this game against Immortals, the schedule doesn't get necessarily easier. Just by strength of schedule, your opponents are going to be harder since Immortals was considered the one you have to beat. They look for the pick on the Mask, waiting in fog. Ole's there to try and defend, but now Ole might be in trouble. He flashes away, gets enough distance, and he's able to get out of there. But 100 Thieves still trying to hold on to the chance of coming back in this game.
Yep, nice job. They're finally able to actually make use of the Vi-Ahri combination. Right out of the brush there, take down Talia. Mask does not waste his flash. He knows he's dead. Resign yourself to death. That's what you have to do in that moment. You've already been caught. They are going to push down mid lane here with the Rift Herald.
That was kind of clean from River, but I don't know if you actually want to interrupt the bear because now you're caught in the middle of that skirmish. The force flash from Meech might just not matter even with the killer instinct as Tactical picks up 2.
Yeah, don't try and mess with the Volibear. Well, around the tower, Rift Herald in, Volibear ultimate. They take him down. Thank you for the extra kills, say Immortals. They are smiles ear to ear. Tactical fully stacked bounty. 5 kills now on the Zeri already with the big lead for himself here. Immortals incredibly happy to see that one. As the 100 Thieves attempted defense there, that was just way too much. You already made your play on bottom side. You already invested everything on the bottom side to make the pick and get the outer tower on bottom side. Sometimes when you're behind like that, you want to make the most of it and you don't want to give up anything else. But they stretched themselves a little too thin there, trying to make the play on the dying tower in mid lane with a Volibear there too.
Maybe a pick from Quid, finds the charm into Ole, but even without the flash, he's able to battle dance his way out of there in the grand entrance. And Tactical just over the wall becomes an assassin, finds River. And that could be maybe looking towards the Baron, but a charm from Quid might just find Ole. The flash from Ayla to try and connect on Ole, but he's still out of there, and he's living. Tactical is forced to flash over the wall. The killer instinct from Meech, does he find? Yes, he does! Tactical goes down! Meech gets a huge shutdown and a tumble off the back half. Armeo's able to get away, but 100 Thieves might have just found some life in this game.
Yes, they did. The shutdown goes into the best possible area for 100 Thieves. The Kaisa starting to come online. He had just finished his Ludens as well, so he's going to have his Muramana transformation soon with the Ludens complete, with the big shutdown now after this kill. Nice job from 100 Thieves. River went in, started out on Ole, but really it was about the turn back around from Quid. Quid is the one that restarts the play here after they lost River. He sees the angle, he goes over the wall, around the control ward. They caught Ole, chunked him low, and then Ayla is able to get the double lockup here, chunking Tactical low. Meech goes for it, ult into downtown. Boom! Gets the shutdown, gets the one onto Ole as well, and now Kaisa is rich. Hasn't fully caught up to the Zeri. Of course, the Zeri is super rich, but at least they got some much needed money.
But they closed the gold gap, and now Armeo is looking for Quid, trying to catch him off of that Spirit Rush timer, but River is here as well. Sniper is teleported into the play, but River falls before he's able to get anything done. Meech is in the thick of it all. They're trying to pour everything into this play to try and come back in this game. Quid doesn't flash over the wall, but it doesn't matter. He's still living! Quid is popping off, and Ayla's got the blocked up. 100 Thieves just turned around this game.
Quid, are you kidding me? Those heals, he stays alive. What a miracle. 100 Thieves. They stand tall. Here's a look at the attempted pick onto Quid, but the instant turn. Teleport comes in, they go straight for Tactical. River hits him with the ult, and Quid finishes the job. They know that is goal number 1. That is the primary objective. And even though they get collapsed on, they get the kill onto Tactical, and then they're able to clean up the rest of them. And here, oh my, Quid does not hesitate for a second. Off of each of these kills, and the reset. Meech is happy, he's full alive, so he's just firing away, but woo! Quid, Quid, Quid. In our interview last weekend with JoJo, he said, Quid, number 2 mid laner in the LCS. And showing up really, really big here, 400 Thieves, who already had the early dragon advantage. Yes, they had a previous gold disadvantage, but after that fight, they've completely eliminated it. and they're going to continue stacking the dragons. It does mean that there's a possibility of 100 Thieves sneaking Baron, but wait, 100 Thieves are gonna try and rush it while Immortals get number 2 on the dragons. Are they actually?
8,000 HP. They throw down the control ward, and now they know, but they turn right off to the Baron. They look for the pick. They're going right onto Tactical. He gets popped. 100 Thieves. They can just carry through the rest of this game. Mask is out of the fight. Armeo's also out of it as well. Castle's going to commit to the split push. We're going to see if he actually wants to teleport and try to salvage this Baron, or if Immortals are going to just try and keep 100 Thieves closely attached so that he can get split pushing maximized on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, Castle and Armeo going to get some tower damage for themselves. 100 Thieves, they'll finish off the Baron. They send Sniper down to bottom side pretty early. So he's going to try and contest Castle here. The tower is still down, and Armeo got the mid-secondary tower as well. So at least a decent chunk of gold there back for Immortals. They don't completely go in the hole after giving up that Baron, but this is now going to see how much can 100 Thieves do with the pushing power of the Baron. Big turnaround for them. And Quid here with his Medjai's at 14 stacks, and Meech with 10 stacks on his Dark Seal. They are ready to take back Summoner's Rift.
Time and time again, 100 Thieves, no matter what the state of the game has been, there have been so many times where they all in on for a play and it flips up heads for them and they're able to carry that momentum forward. And Immortals, if you're thinking back to those 2 fights in the mid game, they have to hold their composure. Otherwise, this is the end of the season for them if all collapses now.
Yeah, River's done so well on this Vi to lock up Tactical. Tactical was insanely rich on the Zeri, but back-to-back times, Vi ultimate on that Zeri. They get the kill. Quid does a lot of the work, and now on bottom side, this tower doesn't stand a chance, so, oh, they get caught too.
Armeo gets clipped by the charm, the cease and desist, he tries to buffer through the ultimate, it doesn't matter, Armeo's gone! 100 Thieves now have 5-4, looking for the push into the bottom side.
Yeah, they're gonna get it, they're gonna go straight through.
Inhibitor tower, Quid throws out the Spirit Rush, looks for the charm, it's a dodge from Tactical, the Inhibitor tower falls. Now it's just the Inhibitor that remains to defend them. It looks like Recall's going to come in. Quid has teleport, so he can rejoin with a fully stacked mana bar.
Yeah, he's going to go mid here. It looks like they're going to spread, try and get the other minion wave pushing as well.
It's 4-on-4. There's a moment for Immortals if you want to look for a pick, but it's still too dangerous with the Baron buff on the 100 Thieves side. They're going to play it safe, take grace at the fact that they stopped pushing into the bottom Inhibitor.
Okay, 3 seconds left on Armeo, and Ole does have ulti and flash, so 100 Thieves make the call. We're done pushing. We don't want to mess around. Don't overstay your welcome. You already got the tower on bottom side. That's good enough as far as the push goes. Really nice control there from them, backing up. Immortals don't get the counterplay.
Immortals can slightly breathe for now. The siege is over for now. But 100 Thieves still have the pressure. They still have the momentum on their side, and it's now up to Immortals with their backs against the wall to try and come back.
I mean, look at this. That's what I like to see. Both carries, double upgrade into Medjai's. Oh, Meech as well upgraded his. It was at 10 stacks on Dark Seal. The huge value is there. Immediately turns that into a Medjai's as well. 100 Thieves. What a comeback they have constructed here. This Zeri has been put down pretty easily in the last couple of fights. Let's see if Immortals are going to be able to change the story here in the last few minutes.
We know that River has been the main playmaker for this team, but in this game, it was Quid that found the initial picks with those charms, and Meech followed up so beautifully as Armeo's gonna go in with the ultimate, but flashes into the Weaver's Wall, gets caught out. Sniper's looking for another one. Quid with the Spirit Watch, clips Mask. This could just be it. Tactical's under fire. It's only up to Castle and Ole, but 2-on-5 are not great odds for Immortals as they find the charm, and that could just be the end of Immortals' dreams as 100 Thieves will crush them out of playoffs and lock themselves into the bracket.
100 Thieves, they have done it. What play here. Quid, huge game. Even with the rocky early start, they're able to make that first pick Vi really, really mean something. The Zeri was picked into it, and they made it work later on. The ultimate locking him down. 100 Thieves have done it.
absolutely remarkable.
This is gonna again retie 100 Thieves back into first place with FlyQuest with this victory here. This squad at the beginning of the year, nobody was predicting them. They would be at first place in multiple points throughout the season.
Really great game from Quid once again, but also more credit to Meech. Slowly been creeping up on huge pop-off moments in these do-or-die clutch moments in these games. And I feel like we haven't been giving him his fair share of credit, but he has grown so well as a rookie in his first split in these moments when he needs to be the hero. And when Quid sets it up, he comes in and finishes off so beautifully. 100 Thieves, once again, just completely adding to the story of an unlikely team doing so well. But before we head to break, here's last year's All-Pro top laner Licorice going through our lightning round.
I have Licorice here in my hot seat. I'm just gonna ask you a bunch of questions, and you have to answer the first thing that's in your mind.
I'm gonna get yelled at.
Favorite food?
It used to be French toast.
What is it now?
Pizza.
Where did Licorice come from?
Candy.
You hate it, though.
I don't mind it.
You changed your mind since MSI this past year. What about you as a red flag?
I'm an LCS pro.
Oh, what about you as a green flag?
I read a lot.
Nice. Okay. What's your favorite book?
Uprooted is really good.
What champion do you absolutely despise, but you played it on stage because your coach told you you had to?
Gosh, it used to be Maokai. It wasn't like, there's like the Maokai where you like clapped your hands and killed everyone. That was fun. The Maokai's after that. Anytime I had to play that, I hated it.
Who is the most hilarious teammate you've played with?
Probably Niski.
What is a champion you haven't ever played in pro but would like to?
I had some weird counter picks. I wanted to pull out Soraka at one point.
Favorite new item in the game right now?
Experimental Hexblade's really cool.
I figured Sundered Sky. I
mean, Sundered Sky's OP, but like I just build it every game, so I'm like kind of over it, you know?
Hardest thing to adjust to in the game in 2024?
I mean, Void Rubs, I think, it's like as a top laner, you just have to figure out like what the hell's going on with those.
Funniest thing that's ever happened to you in your life?
I have no idea.
Nothing funny has ever happened to you?
I mean, I stole Baron with an Orin auto. I thought that was pretty funny.
Of all of the teammates you've worked with, you're stuck on a desert island, who would die first?
I want to say Blabber. I don't even know why, but I just want to say Blabber.
Thank you so much for joining me, Licorice, and we'll see you back on the LCS.
Make more good in the Kia Sportage X Pro. Kia, movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Hercules, and I'm here with 100 Thieves Sniper. Sniper, you guys have officially locked playoffs. You are now tied in first with FlyQuest. How does it feel right now?
It feels pretty good, honestly. This game was a banger, and I'm glad we're tied with first again.
All right, all right. I know there was a lot of doubters headed into that, too, to even, reach this result. So do you have anything to say to the people that have been doubting you throughout the season?
I mean... just keep doubting, and we'll keep proving you guys wrong. You know, that's all I got to say.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what else.
I was backstage. I was talking to a couple people. I heard the stories of the correlation between the scrims and the losses.
Yeah.
Does this mean that they're going better?
I mean, scrims are definitely going better, I think, but overall, we're still not winning as many scrims as we should be winning. So it's a work in progress for sure.
All right, work in progress is absolutely valid. Well. There is one person that kind of views y'all as a work in progress. Fudge called y'all frauds in his interview earlier today. Do you have anything to say to him for that?
I mean, do I have anything to say to Fudge? I mean, the last time we played against each other, I did solo kill him.
Oh.
I was out team fighting him the entire time. So I'm gonna just do it again against him, you know? Yeah.
Well, there you have it.
Well.
Do it again. All right, guys. Well, yeah, there's more. Don't worry. You can go back to your team in a second. Don't worry about it. We've got NRG versus Shopify coming up right after this.
Welcome back to the LCS. Coming at you from the LCS lounge. You can see the casters ready to go there for the next game. We got Shopify versus NRG. Almost 2 upsets in a row, but not quite.
I haven't looked in the mirror in a while, so I was figuring out if that was me or not.
Yeah, also we have Zeyzal up in this game, and we have a special treat for you, a Paint My Life for Zeyzal. Emily, take it away.
Paint? Draw / paint my life.
Just a few tech issues. We're going to get you that in a little bit. Raz, what do you think about the early draft so far?
I mean, so far, the Volibear has been a bit dominant so far throughout the day. We saw the early game lead that IMT had off the prior, at least in the first 15 minutes of the game, based off that. But obviously, you still have to land it. So I'm hearing though that Emily is going for the draw / paint my life. Go for it, Emily.
All right. Draw / paint, because I did these in watercolor. My LCS life, Zeyzal. Tristan Zeyzal Stidham began his career on Cloud9, playing support for C9 Academy in 2018 spring. He was then promoted to the main team in 2018 summer. That fall, Zeyzal was part of a Cloud9 roster that unexpectedly took down the Afrika Freaks in Worlds quarterfinals, becoming the first ever NA team to make Worlds semifinals, where they did lose 0-3 to Fnatic. Zeyzal is well known for his large beard, earning him the nickname Fuji, which means beard support. Sorry, my pronunciation was not good on that. In China. Since his C9 days, Zeyzal has actually had a lot of ups and downs in his career on Evil Geniuses, Sola Fide, C9 Challengers again, and most recently Disguise, where he and his team won the NACL 2023 Summer Playoffs. And now on Shopify Rebellion, Zeyzal has actually been really outspoken about wanting to change his playstyle to be a more aggressive initiator. With playoffs on the line, we'll see whether he and Shopify can make a late season push. As I look down at the draft, I see NRG has somehow gotten Senna again.
Emily, we'll see if Shopify has any answers for that.
I was about to say, somehow they gave Senna over to NRG, but it seems like Shopify Rebellion are willing to pick up the Smolder that's also up and available. So that was the trade that I'm expecting to be, I guess, headshot. The headshot here is the Nautilus. So they're taking the Nautilus away, which I'm sure that NRG will then go towards Tom Kench, Sir Thomas Kenchingson. But I wonder what NRG is going to do to round out the rest of their comp, because I'm not too sure about the trade. Do you like this trade?
No, I think Senna had very minor nerfs, and we saw their ability to run over games with it last week. Yeah. So even if they don't pair it with Nautilus, they can still pair it with someone like Tom Kench or some other carry champion. One quick thing about playoff implications for this game: NRG will lock top 6 with a win. So currently, even though it is most likely that they will finish top 6, a win moves it to 100%, whereas for Shopify, a win would move them to 37.5% of remaining scenarios making playoffs, whereas a loss means they only make playoffs in about 6% of their scenarios. So I'd say a bigger game for Shopify than it is for NRG, and I'd classify this as a must-win.
That's 46% for at least a tiebreaker for Shopify Rebellion if they end up winning this. So it does, as you mentioned, it does mean a lot.
Absolutely. Wukong being locked in here could be the Senna pair for something bot lane, but it could also be a jungle pick, so we'll see.
Yeah, and Wukong did, I believe, receive some minor changes on this as well, primarily to his immunity, which would support a possible Senna pairing.
That's true. Honestly, it is. At the end of the day, it's FBI and Huhi, and a lot of the players that played against them on multiple teams recognize that they're willing to go for a lot of picks bot lane. Like, Maokai has been a pick that's been paired with Senna. Ziggs is what they've gone in the past towards. So going 4-5 just showcases how much they practice other bot lanes in general, and they don't care about like Senna Tom Kench. Because Senna Tom Kench, I think, puts them in a pretty good spot. I'm not going to lie. You're going up against Talia and Nautilus, so that's quite a bit of pick. A lot of CC nailed down from Shopify Rebellion, so it's still good, but they've seen something better, and usually that signifies an enchanter or mage pick.
Yeah, and as we see Nico coming out presumably for Palafox, and then the bars coming out for Shopify. It is interesting. It was NRG Nico was one of the times that Shopify actually picked the Scion mid for Insanity and ended up taking that match. It was the second Scion game I believe Insanity had played during that.
Something that's been interesting with Shopify is they played so many quirky mid picks, and then we ended up seeing them go way more standard for the last 3 or 4 games, a couple Hui games, an Orianna game, most likely a Taliyah mid lane here, even though you could technically still have a bit of a jungle flex. And the respect is actually given by NRG with the Scion ban saying that the Taliyah could go in the jungle.
I also really like the Jace ban coming out of Shopify. I think Jace is something that Dola really, really likes to play. So even though with the Nico in here, they probably wouldn't be flexing it between those lanes, I think that's a good ban from Shopify. It's something that Dola feels really comfortable with and NRG feel really comfortable playing with.
Topic of Dola, it's really funny because the last game that we ended up seeing him play, we went towards the Vayne, and it's hilarious because at least on stage, of course, he's been playing the Aatrox, the Cassante, but on stream, he's just been a range top abuser. Like that's actually been the meme within his community, is that he's playing like Twisted Fate, Vayne, like any like range top laner. So he does have a surprisingly larger champion pool. Meanwhile, sorry, ThinkCard, your tie game's not looking too great up here. he's making the effort, he's trying.
The biggest struggle of this draft has been ThinkCard's tie during the tech check.
He's trying real hard.
Sniper's jersey wasn't tucked in. I know this is for last game, but that's the first time I've seen him all year without a tucked in jersey.
Yeah, I
haven't been tracking ThinkCard's tie game, whether or not it leads to NRG wins or defeats. I know there was a ton of superstitions back in the day with this coaching staff, so there's a chance the tie has some level of superstition.
You need a follow-up interview on the coaching staff there.
Okay, let's figure out here if this is going to be a Wukong jungle or not. I'm going to say it's going to be support, I think.
The support Wukong?
It seems like a Huhi thing.
Wukong bot and then...
Yeah, Senna Wukong bot, and then they're going to pick something different in the jungle here for contract.
True, and I want to put out there that although people would like to forget it, Huhi did play Nico support at the end before World.
Oh, interesting.
True.
So he is able to play these champions, and that is a champion that I think Nautilus would have some difficulty playing against. Oh my God. This would probably give credence to the Wukong.
What's really funny is we've seen Sejuani Senna as a bot lane as well. True. So even though it's locked now, they're going to be able to trade anywhere they want within the last until the last 20 seconds of draft.
Only thing I gotta say is I feel really bad for Nautilus in this draft. If he's trying to engage on this team, that's a Wukong, that's an Aatrox in general who would love to get engaged on, and a Sejuani who's going to lock you down in general with the melee champions that they have in tow already. So just in general, Zeyzal's going to have a lot of difficulty getting out in fights. So they better be winning it if he's going for an engage.
Yeah. As we see, the Xin Zhao locked in for Boogie. I also do really just like the Sejuani for contracts generally. I feel like a lot of the games where we see him really rotate. Come on, guys. Senna Wukong has been a thing. Senna Wukong has been a thing for a while, I think.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, I really like the Sejuani for contracts just because I feel like a lot of the games he takes over really early are on that pick, and he's able to make a lot of plays on it. So we'll see where he paths first.
Okay, again, a must-win for Shopify Rebellion. Even though it doesn't technically eliminate them, it really greatly reduces their chances. An NRG win will lock them a top 6 playoff spot. That does it from the lounge. Casters, take it away.
Muchas gracias, chat. And not only would NRG be locked into playoffs off of their win, but an NRG win would also lock Cloud9 and Team Liquid into the playoffs bracket. The fate of 3 teams can be determined by one outcome in this match.
And honestly, okay, even though Senna Wukong has happened before, Wukong did get buffs on this patch that make keeping his stacks up really easy. He only has 5 max now, and they're worth double. Plus, they only fall off one at a time instead of just all of them falling off and then having to get them all back. So I'm pretty excited for it because it does make your team fight really, really AoE centric. Like, they have massive, massive AoE here. So I'm pretty excited for this one. Senna, of course, is like the NRG pick. So I love how all of the analysts are like, what the? How did they get Senna now, as well as Senna being in such a high priority state with teams all across the world, like having massive value on this champ. But for FBI to have it as his most played, now 5 plays of the Senna as well, with a really fun combination here.
I'm actually really shocked because I was also expecting like, oh, maybe they have a funky answer if they let it through. Because doing Zeyzal Draw My Life, I look up, I'm like, oh, NRG have Senna.
Yeah.
One of the teams.
How'd that happen?
Yeah, one of the teams that was already playing it before she kind of became this bot lane terror globally. We saw both NRG and 100 Thieves already really favoring that pick. And I think Senna is just so flexible, not only in terms of draft, but how you can rotate her around the map. Specifically, we've seen the grub take a lot of the time. And NRG, as Raz pointed out at the top of the day, when he was going through some of their play in a Telestrator, they benefited a lot off of those like early to mid game map rotations. And then we just had, at one point, Huhi on Nautilus farming again.
Yeah, definitely a fun one. And Huhi on Wukong, Huhi has one of the deepest champion pools, obviously a role swap player, but even within just support, very deep champion pool. And so we'll see, can he make use of like Wukong clone and dodging under tower? Because that's the hard part. The Senna gets to have the fun part. Senna's like, peace, I'm out of here. I'm gonna go to grubs. I'm gonna go win top side. I'm gonna go farm some souls. But it's the lane partner that has to do a lot of the work, not getting dove under tower and not giving up much.
What I would be hyped to see if Huhi does any mind games with the Wukong, where because we know that when you use your clone, you go forward in stealth mode, but then you leave behind a clone that just sits there static. I would love to see, because I see this from top level Wukong players all the time.
So they actually changed it and they updated it, and so it autos now. Yeah.
Oh, no. Well, I mean,
but I've still seen old players get tricked by just hitting Esky, because old players are so used to, oh yeah, that's a clone, it doesn't do anything.
Oh man.
Yeah.
So now it's like a double mind game.
Yeah, it's really funny. We actually saw it. There was an LCS game where it happened live, and the experienced players more likely to get tricked by it.
Just a little bit of trading onto Zeyzal in the early game before the laning phase officially begins. I want to recall what happened the last time these two teams met each other. If you don't remember, there was a dive attempted by FBI and Huhi early on in the game, and it did not go their way. And Zeyzal and Bvoy ran away with the lead, and it just seemed unsurmountable for NRG for the entire game. There wasn't really much that we gleaned off the rest of it. There's some attempts made by Contracts. I think he was playing Diego at the time to try and make some plays, but it seemed like Bvoy was so far ahead on the Varus in that time. And look, he's back on the Varus once again. I don't know if that is enough confidence that they need, despite the fact that NRG got the Senna in this draft, but we'll see how it pays off.
I mean, I think NRG, a lot of the things that we've talked about with the mistakes that this team has made have come down to like execution and not necessarily draft. I am really curious to see if Contracts during his path is going to path down, considering they are already pinging the Raptors because they have vision of that, and NRG also know that that ward is there. As this Senna lane pushes up though, I do wonder if they're going to set up for something on the bot side again.
Just some poke from Palafox onto Insanity. Boogie is pathing towards the top side of the map, so if there is a dive that is attempted by NRG on the bottom side, it doesn't seem like Boogie will be able to answer or at least cover for it. We'll see what he can get on the response, as there's a lot of trading from Palafox. Does he just look for the solo kill? He gets the flash of an Insanity, a couple more auto attacks. Is it going to be enough? Oh, the empowered one from the W. Flash away. First blood for Palafox.
Oh, he gets it. And look at the cannon here pushing back towards. What an interesting play here. Teleport right back out immediately for Insanity. But he went down. First blood bonus there. Palafox really making his presence felt. Immediately attracts junglers, of course, with both mid laners now not having flashes. And Palafox does walk his way back as he's got the nice cannon pushing right towards him. So beautiful to be able to see that juicy cannon right when you get back as well. He gets to collect it, so really nicely done from Palafox. And now you got to think the junglers are just going to have super high priority here around mid lane. They're trading scuttle crabs at the moment, but immediately are going to try and put up some extra wards for vision around because both of them will be really big targets. Speaking of targets, though,
Dola might be in trouble here, but Boogie and Insanity don't go further for an attempt to dive. The wave is not in the greatest spot to make that happen, so we'll get a chance to look back at the replay of that mid lane all-in.
Yeah, and I think I'm really curious to see. I was afraid that Palafox was not going to be able to end up getting this, even with all the harass he was putting down before. I thought Insanity was going to trade it back first somehow. But even though it is the 1-for-1, again, he gets that first blood, he pops off a bit.
Yeah, he really
raised the one leg.
He really wanted that timing on the tower shot to be able to get out and live. Otherwise, he just would have stayed in there and was like, okay, I'm going to trade. I'm going to get the first blood. I'm going to go for the 1-for-1. But he wanted both. He almost had the option to be able to save his flash. Meanwhile, though, Dola.
Yeah, they're turning on to Dola because he's lower HP at the moment. Boogie dashes in, the flash to follow up on Dokka's flash as well, and it's the spear that finds his behind as Fake God cleans up the kill.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see on the... I love the Wukong clone. It is interesting to see 2v2 topside. We've had a few today that have not necessarily gone the way, I think, of how the initiating team would want, because here Contracts is responding by making sure that he's at least going to get one grub. We'll see if he goes for all three. It looks like he's going to continue to farm those.
Yeah, sticking in there. So it's always really interesting, right? They both flashed on top side for Shopify's side to be able to get that kill onto Dola. One of the biggest weaknesses of Xin Zhao is the possibility of getting picked off, because you have no jump of your own unless there's like a minion or something around to W2 and then charge to. And so it's one of the champions that, even though it's a really good duelist, has a really high rate of actually getting picked off later, especially if you're playing against a Sejuani, a Nico, a lot of these champions here on the side of NRG. So we'll see if that flash being down does turn into a big pick for NRG. Especially pre-ultimate there for Xin, not a lot of options, and so that's why he was like, I'm out of here. You can have the grubs. My flash is down, but Contracts does pick up all three of them for NRG, and then continues on the clear towards bottom side. So Contracts will be to the earlier level 6 as well with the extra EXP from grubs.
Yeah, and we'll see what Shopify are setting up now with Boogie kind of seeing if he's going to cover bot side and now backing away. Contracts is down here as well, so he'd be able to respond if they tried anything.
Neither team has gone for the dragon quite yet. Shopify currently have push, but NRG are now starting to mount one back, so it doesn't seem like a dragon is going to be in the cards for Shopify anytime soon. They keep vision over the entire river though, so anytime that NRG want to cross that line, they will know and have full information of it. So it doesn't seem like NRG are going to be able to pull off an objective control of their own.
Yeah, I am curious to see as this top side goes, because you'd think kind of as Shopify, you would want to be trying to make plays top side and kind of making the most of an advantage that you could have up there. Because I do think the Aatrox, as we've seen kind of globally, has been a lot more of a mid to late game monster in a lot of these scenarios, especially with a Senna on his team.
Yeah, and Contracts there doing the shadow on bottom side just in case there was any Shopify attempt there, but then using that push priority to go into the jungle here. He has his level 6, does circumvent the Scuttle Crab, but obviously they just cleared out the ward, so they know where he's going. Boogie fishing around to try and find out.
Not so much action in terms of actual fist fighting, but it has been a war of vision so far. Boogie knows that there could be a play here made and gets the safe ward through that bush, preventing what could have been an untimely demise.
And here we just play off the windows off of each pushing wave. So you saw push bottom wave, move in, you can get the vision, then push mid wave. They're able to camp on brush for a while, they clear the ward. Now they have to get right back to them. And so it's the full reset, and it's the turn for Shopify to move in, and so Boogie does his job, goes and replaces that vision. It's this kind of seesaw of small timing windows there based on your laners being able to allow the junglers to actually go get that ward.
Yeah, and we have seen, like, for example, Zeyzal trying to find a window, roam up to top, can't find anything, or not to top mid, go away from mid, is like, oh, can't find anything here. Kind of both teams just really figuring out where they can go around their lane state. Palafox has been doing a really good job in this mid lane, primarily off of the wave state that you already pointed out, Kobe, after that first blood. About 20 CS in this mid lane against Insanity.
And we saw him on, the reason he got his first blood and got that wave bouncing back to him, being able to land the root off of the minion onto Insanity, who was really close to the minion at the time. It looks like Insanity is taking the Q after that one, staying a bit further back from those minions and just kind of trading on the clear there. But as Boogie goes to hover on top side and they push that one in, does get at least the visual confirmation here as we wait for Grub round 2 to spawn.
Just in a few seconds here, Shopify are gonna hover this top side at the moment. They're getting pushed for Fake God in the top lane at the moment. Dola tries to lean on over to see if he can poke for a safe ward. I don't think he put one down. Insanity gets the first shove, and Boogie's gonna link up with Fake God as well. And this should be grub secured for Shopify. No answer from NRG. They might just look for the cross map and take the dragon instead.
Yep, they're just gonna trade it over. Answer by moving to the other side of the map. Contracts does get the Scuttle Crab. There's a lot of wards waiting around here though, and the last little remnants of it will get picked off. Bottom side though is pushing, so once they're able to finish up this push, then they can go help out. Mid lane already did their push, so Palafox comes over, and it will be the even trade. Dragon number 1 as well, being an ocean dragon, kind of nice there to keep you topped off for the early stages of the laning phase. Namely, Dola is going to be the happiest about that one, since the early kill against him was very painful. Whenever the Renekton does get that early advantage. Buying into an Eclipse first here from Fake God, as you can see him utilize it.
Ultimate's traded by Dola and Fake God. Dola doesn't hit any of the sweet spots. Might be in trouble here. The Weaver's Wall from Insanity, and Boogie doesn't even get a chance to participate because it's Insanity that finishes him off. More gold over the side of Shopify, and a huge wave lost by Dola.
Yeah, really nice response, but in the bot lane.
All in, FBI is forced to flash and heal He doesn't burn anything. No ultimates expended by the NRG's bot lane, where it was the Death Shard from Zeyzal, and they know that Insanity already used Weaver's Wall. He doesn't have teleport because he used it mid lane as well. Contracts could threaten for the dive. The only response they have is Fake God maybe popping a teleport to save them. That's Fake God's teleport. Is it too late? Zeyzal flashes out of the Dawning Shadow. He's alive, and he's going to be able to get out safely as well. Fake God prevents the further dive from happening.
Look at this too, Insanity was kind of trailing to see if they overstayed, so a good call from NRG to realize, all right, as soon as he flashes that, we're not getting the kill, just pull back. They were itching to make a play, but again, sometimes this team in the past has gone a little bit too far on those plays that they really have been waiting a while to do.
They learned from last time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm glad you brought that up, because we had just talked about how it was against Shopify that they had one of those kind of disastrous like bot lane dive attempts. One thing I did want to point out from a little bit earlier though, and you kind of also mentioned this, Kobe, with Talia kind of shadowing bot as well on that play that we just saw. But also that was a really nice Talia wall up from Insanity to know with the collapse from Boogie that they could get that kill in the top side against Dola.
Yeah, that kill top side, I feel like it was really hard for NRG, for Dola to avoid. Like what I was saying, with rushing the Eclipse, one of the really nice things about the item, not only is it a very powerful state right now, but it's so cheap that you can get it super early on. And so then Renekton just gets to force on you, gets the big wave pushing towards you, gets the big trade, and then with multiple people coming up and having a Talia on the other side, like you said, makes it pretty painful for big Dokes up there. It looks like the pain continues.
He's looking for it, but he might just back off.
Oh,
we'll see, though. He has a good angle.
I mean, he's pushed up really far. He has flash, but Boogie has a flash of his own, gets the slow down into the knockup. The wind becomes lightning. Fake God pops the dominance, and they're just burning Dola down. Another flash committed by Fake God to secure the kill, and another death for Dola as Shopify continues this lead.
The pain continues in top lane. Oh, man. It's going to blow up in top lane, so they get turret plates, and then they're going to keep trying to take that one down, but it does mean bottom side, they know this is weak side of the map for Shopify. Their bottom lane backs off accordingly, and just a cleanse, not really a big price to pay, so they walk back off. They give up the guaranteed turret plate here. Yes, that's earned by you because we made a play on top side, but it's still well worth it there for Shopify. They got the whole tower on top side.
Yep, and we kind of talked about how, like, okay, what is a strong point on the map for Shopify to attack? It is this top side. It is the Renekton, and Boogie's done a really good job of recognizing that, along with, again, key moments from Insanity recognizing when he can leave lane on the Talia to make plays.
All right, let's put this question to the test. Can you win through top lane? Looks like with a beefy Renekton coming in here.
Against Senna, too.
Yeah, against Senna. They didn't actually do the Senna spending much time roaming up there. And so this is going to be Shopify with not only a super beefy Renekton, but also Insanity here, who has mostly been the star for this squad.
Yeah.
Ever since Shopify picked them up, but also even when they were known as TSM, on the Talia with that mobility and with so far the accuracy. You know, aside from the early first blood play, has bounced back really well, and we'll see, can they make that combination kind of snowball?
Yeah, and with that topside pressure, as you see, lane assignments kind of changing with the bot lanes up here. We'll see if NRG do want to fight over this Herald. They're looking like they want to contest.
The Herald resets. NRG are able to force Shopify off of the objective. And now NRG, they have the numbers advantage to see if they can try to burn it down, but it takes a while to knock out this objective. 3,000 HP still. As Shopify start to move on in. Who is the target here for Zeyzal? He locks up contracts. Aatrox is able to secure it for NRG. They try to bounce onto Beefo. He hasn't flashed yet, and he's kept at a safe distance. He's able to take out Hui in the fight. And meanwhile, the front line is getting whittled down. Palafox with the answer, but can anyone follow up on the damage? No! Shopify prevail and take out NRG.
Oh, it's massive. Even though Dokla got the auto attack on the Rift Herald eyeball to kill it, I don't think anyone went back to pick up the eyeball. So yeah, Rift Herald down, but eyeball explodes and Shopify just smashed the team fight on top of it.
Yeah, and you're seeing why you really don't want to go up against this Shopify team right now. Watch B-Boy as well, because he ends up playing this fight really well, and he's kind of been a standout in some of their fights as they go in. Hui is airborne, Dawning Shadow goes through.
Yeah, Hui got annihilated. Hui got like 1 Q off on Renekton.
Oh, wait, Insanity's behind enemy lines. This is not where you want to be, brother. I don't know how this happened, but NRG have found a straggler in their home territory, and it's a huge shutdown picked up by FBI.
That hurts just after that really good Rift Herald play too, mainly because it does end up going to the Senna.
Yeah, I mean, as you were saying, though, in the last team fight, I feel the big part of that, B-Boy just got to walk backwards. Yep. He just spaced Hui. The Wukong got off like a tiny bit of damage on the super juiced Renekton that immediately shrugged it off and healed back up. And so they were able to steamroll. So Shopify, they were able to get the dragon in the aftermath. And yes, I guess we did quickly answer our question. The snowball moved right ahead, and they actually have money in a better place now after that fight with B-Boy getting a handle on it and getting his Blade of the Ruined King done.
Yeah, and as we pointed out, kind of B-Boy was put on the quote-unquote weak side of the map based on how things went in the early part of the game. But B-Boy in general, as a player, has kind of been a standout, even in some of their losses since coming onto the team. I think in particular, his team fighting, as we just saw here, even in his Lucian game, has been really, really clean. So he's definitely someone to watch out for as team fights continue in this series. So I think a lot of those team fight victories could be coming off the back of B-Boy. B-Boy.
Right now, B-Boy and Zeyzal taking it up in mid lane, just defending that mid-tier turret while they still have it. Contracts trying to make a move with Palafox on the top side of the map, but Insanity is able to catch this wave. Boogie's going to respond to make sure that there's no dive happening in place. Even the bot lanes are responding as well. You can tell that there's itching to try and look for another pick with some of these summoner spells down from both teams. But both teams are playing out defensive lines pretty solid so far. And it's still in the lead for Shopify, so they're the ones that have to be more protective about their lead, and NRG the ones that have to really look for a flip.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell kind of NRG do want to make something happen, right? Which is kind of how the Rift Herald happened in the first place, which is they contested and then end up getting out-fought during the recontest, I guess, from Shopify. But right now, nothing is going to come of it on top side. But you can tell they're kind of like, okay, how do we kind of bridge that gap to get this Senna online to kind of take over the game, make up for the kind of deficit that this Aatrox has been put in from the early game.
Also pretty interesting how they're able to, make a good macro play even though they were down teleport as Contracts goes in on Zeyzal.
Glacial Prison connects. The Weaver's Wall separates some members, but they're still in range to deal damage. The flash from Zeyzal. Is it too late? The Dawning Shadow finds him in the back end. And Boogie forced to use the ultimate to push the rest of NRG away. Baron has not spawned yet since we're still at 19 minutes and some change, so no objective immediate payoff, but nice for NRG to find something there.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't even get the Scuttle Crab.
Yep.
Shopify were in there trying to get all the controller, the Scuttle Crab, and they don't even get the Scuttle Crab, and they give up the extra death here on Nautilus and another pick going over. You don't want to give any extra money over to NRG, kind of the kings of comebacks in the LCS. I was about to talk about, though, the little macro play that Shopify made. While NRG did have the extra teleport, there was no teleport on either split pusher for Shopify, but Palafox had his. And so Shopify rotated up to the 4 on top side to stop it, while they had a quick little rotation from Fake God, the Renekton 1 into mid lane on the wave. Then they pushed that wave out and got back to bottom side before the tower even dropped to the split push. So really nice job. And you can even see they still have that bottom tower because Fake God was able to get right back down there after going through mid and pushing that wave out. They've done a pretty good job here at not allowing NRG to pick up all of this standing gold that might get them, right back to it. So even though that tower is quite low on the bottom side, keeping that money out of NRG's hands for the time being, at least before some of these mid-game team fights. Only problem is then they had the hiccup in the river and they gave up the extra kill for some money there instead.
Yeah, and that money hurts, but as of right now, they still all have their tier 1 turrets up, right? So like, it's not like NRG has been able to collect on that standing goal you mentioned, but here we go. We might have a fight in the river.
Yeah, miss from Zeyzal and Buki for the engage. Prompted a counter response from NRG, which means Buki is forced to pop the ulti once again. Dragon is spawning in the next 30 seconds, though. I don't think either team are really itching for Baron. They're just trying to see if they can find a pick around it.
Xin Zhao ult is a really, really critical cooldown for the champ. Completely reduces your team fighting presence. So without that ulti for Boogie, it gets so much more risky for him. And NRG very happy after that very quick cooldown advantage that they've been able to get. They just rotate over, push out mid lane. Dragon's about to spawn. So they leave a little bit of extra vision on Baron with the Scuttle Crab and then head on over. It looks like Insanity on this Talia coming too, though. So Shopify may choose their moment. Let's see if Zeyzal can get a good initiation for him.
Glacial Prison onto Zeyzal. They know he doesn't have flash from before. It's an easy target to pick off. Who he's trying to defend this topside flank from the rest of Shopify as Zeyzal goes down. Fake God has already popped the Dominus trying to fend off. Palafox looking for the engage, but B-Boy, great flash, distances himself away from that engage from Palafox. The flick from Insanity finds Palafox on the back. And now rest of NRG are able to take out Boogie. They still have a jungler to look for the smite advantage, but Shopify seem to have the control of the river for now. Insanity trying to buy space with those stones, but they have to cede control, knowing without Boogie they cannot fight for the smite, and they're down numbers here.
I mean, I guess the good news is Zeyzal died so early, the Nautilus is already back up. So Zeyzal is walking back to the fight now, and Shopify are still poking around. It is a Mountain Drake, and third Dragon has a lot more HP, so it's pretty tanky. Wow. And with Fake God's teleport up, well, it's gonna run out of patience and will take even longer to take, but teleport invested as well. Boogie now respawns. And so the smite is back on the map, but it's been enough time for everybody to reset now.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing in that fight for me is that the Nico ult just clipped, right? B-Boy was able to get out. And so again, like, you had the 2 remaining damage dealers on Shopify on that side, in Insanity and B-Boy, still able to absolutely do damage. And now they will be able to rotate onto this Drake and take it for themselves.
And I don't think NRG can sneak Baron during this time. The Dragon is already below 5,000 HP, but they're trying to move forward to see if they can look for vision. They'll play through the wave, get the shove first, while B-Boy is the only one that's defending it. And they have to start setting up vision further into the deeper parts of Shopify's red side jungle.
And we'll see if NRG are able to get at least this tier 1 turret on top side with the Nico. Should be going over to Palafox.
Yeah.
Get that. That's some standing gold going down. And they have really good control over this top side of the map now. Complete vision control over the Baron pit as well.
Yeah, the only thing they give up is the mid lane push, but no problem there. They just get back, they catch it. Tiny bit of counter jungling done by Shopify on the bottom side of the map. And then just resetting for themselves as well. Critical timings coming up, though, as we get into the mid game, 24 minutes into it. Really, really big emphasis on warding here because they have so much pick potential. You have to go with a buddy, with a partner into the forest to be able to grab and clear out the rest of the vision because it is so dangerous. One extra pick right now could snowball pretty quickly.
And I want to remind everyone that Shopify's next two opponents after this match are 100 Thieves and Cloud9. Not easy opponents. This is a very tough schedule, including the fact that they are playing against NRG. But even though the game hasn't exploded wide open, they are up on gold. They've been doing a fairly good job of controlling the advantage that they've had. They haven't been able to snowball it. But if Shopify can find this win, as Jat mentioned during the lounge, this win is so critical to making the remainder possibility of tiebreaker scenarios and playoff scenarios much more likely for Shopify.
Yeah, I guess if you're a TL or a C9 fan, you're rooting for NRG, right?
If you're TL and C9, you are preying on Shopify's downfall, I fear. It's no hard feelings, but it does lock them into the bracket alongside NRG.
All right, Baron control secured. The only ward there for NRG actually behind the pit. So Shopify trying to see if they can have any pick opportunity themselves, moving up, taking control of the blue side jungle, small corridors here. Zeyzal, even though he was the initiator in the wrong way last time around, looking to be the point person here. You know, he has gone with the Celestial opposition that got some changes in the support changes that were used. The slow, not going to be the biggest of factors. Mostly here trying to look for some survivability just to buy some space for B-Voy here, who has gone with the on-hit Varus to be able to take down some of the front line. Also working on the magic penetration here for Insanity. Insanity's Talia trying to get there. I'm a really big fan of Seraph's Embrace ever since the extra buffs and changes have gone to it. Provides so much extra survivability with your shield and is definitely a really good scaling option. So once he's able to complete his Crypt Bloom, I assume, we'll catch on right back up and we'll see. As long as nobody gets picked off first.
Yeah, and that's the thing we're watching out as teams are just continuing to fight over vision and also pushing out side waves. Palafox waiting here.
Trying to
in the
look
bot lane. He should be able to get this, push in and get this turret if a fight doesn't happen here.
Wretch Lane connects on the contracts. Boogie isolates who he tries to look for him, forced to flash away from the flick. B-Boy is just hitting one arrow after another. Dola tries to zone him off, but he's in a world of hurt as he's forced to flash away. Fake God engaging in combat with who he just tears him down, and that's one member gone from NRG. Multiple health bars are also low on the side of NRG. Shopify have complete control. They did drop Zeyzal in the fight as well, but they're starting to move towards the bottom side of the map.
The honorary sacrifice again, but he got the engage there. Insanity had just finished his Crypt Bloom, headed on down on the Talia. They go for the 1-for-1, even though it's not support for support really, because it was farming Wukong. And you could see Shopify there. Boogie immediately charged into him. They're trying to put as much pressure on that Wukong as they get another pick.
Contract is quite taking though. Palafox with the flash. Insanity flashes as well. He's able to keep himself safe. Boogie now looks for Palafox, knowing that he doesn't have a summoner spell to keep himself alive. It's the stasis to buy one more chance, but that chance is gone as Insanity finishes him off. And Shopify, do they want to take this chance to look for Baron? But with the dragon spawning so close in the next 20 seconds, they might just hold off on the Baron take for now.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to do. It looks like they're going for it, which is kind of fun from Shopify, right? Because they force NRG to contest, and they know, especially from that last team fight, it's so hard for NRG to contest them in an actual proper team fight, and Palafox is still down for another 24 seconds.
Yeah, without the Nico, like your team fight is not there for energy. You have no big ultimate, no big Nico to come in. That one down, they push him out. They had the wards on the side, teleport from Insanity. They have plenty of DPS with the on-hit Varus. Baron secured, and now easy rotation over to Dragon as well. They're just gonna have Fake Dot do the push on mid lane. They're not even really worried about NRG, flipping there or rushing towards Dragon. Again, the Mountain Dragon's really tanky and not a lot of options there for NRG. So they just go for the reset for Shopify, and they send them back out towards the top side of the map. So looks like they're happy to sacrifice the Dragon in favor of getting topside pushing right now.
Yeah, and we'll see if it doesn't look like, as you said, Shopify are even going to want to contest this. They're pushing in topside, and they're also pushing through mid as well. So they'll sacrifice that Drake to be able to push these two lanes, especially considering where the wave state is in bot side, where Dola is kind of stuck catching it there. So the consolation prize for NRG is Drake, but Shopify should easily be able to take out this tier 2.
And what's scary about this situation now is that this whole jungle quadrant is completely lit up for Shopify, but for NRG, darkness. You cannot see anything, and if you try to reclaim control right now or just try to go for a flank, you could be face-checking either Zeyzal on Nautilus or Fake God on Renekton. It's so dangerous for the side of NRG, and they have to completely cede this entire side of the map.
Well, secondary turrets go down, but we may have a wrinkle in time. Let's take a look. In the meantime, we wanted to check in on the early question of this game. We're like, oh my God, can you actually snowball off of the top lane super hard, like in an LCS game? And guess what? It's going quite well for Fake God.
Yeah.
Got a fully stacked bounty on the Renekton. Some people get really scared when they see that because they're used to seeing Renekton as kind of a loot pinata. But after the buffs, and extra health on the ultimate, quite tanky. He's got the Sterix. He's got Cleaver as well. So you're trying to help out your teammates a bit, give some armor shred there, and has been a really exceptional game from Fake God, who has not gotten a super big spotlight in the LCS since he came back, but a lot of faith was put in him. Talking about the Shopify coach, Revan, each of these players really handpicked by him and players that he has previous experience with and had coached before and really had a lot of faith in.
Yeah, and for me, it really comes down to that Rift Herald fight, right? Because NRG really didn't necessarily have to contest that. They could have kind of backed off after they chased Shopify off of it, and that was kind of the fight that set them into a position where, okay, now we really do have to make picks, and every pick they've attempted to make has typically been on Zeyzal, right? And so even if he has died, their primary damage dealers in Bvoy, in Insanity, and in Fake God, as you mentioned, have all been here. And they've had a very clear idea of how they've wanted to play out these team fights on the side of Shopify. And now they're kind of spreading NRG around the map, and they're saying, hey, we have Baron. You can't contest us in a 5v5. You haven't been able to pick us off individually with your team comp. So yeah, I mean, Shopify have put together a nice little game here, especially off of, again, it comes down to that Rift Herald fight for me earlier on in the game.
All right, chat, I'm coming to you with the next one. Let's take a look at this game because I really want to evaluate, is top lane in a good spot? Is top lane actually a carry role? Is that a yes or a no? Because it's looking like Fake God's saying it's a yes. I mean, you can play around it. They invested Boogie, a bunch of jungle time, and it did cost their bottom lane backing off some waves. Bvoy and Zeyzal backed off several times. Zeyzal's death didn't really come until later, until it's more like team focused.
Yeah.
Being the first person focused in team fights and stuff. And so. Let's check in. How you doing, chat? How's it going? What's up? You're looking good.
What's going on?
Well, while Kobe says hello, get some 07s in the chat to salute our boy Kobe. Just to fill everyone else in at home, for the pause, Dola.
Hi, chat. I see chat in there.
To fill everyone in, Dola has left the stage. He said he is not feeling well, so we're just hoping that he's doing all right. We will try to report back once he returns to the stage or if we get any further updates on that. But back to chat, Kobe.
It's a mixed. It's a lot of no.
I saw a lot of yeses. I saw a lot of yeses.
It's a pretty mixed. Yeah.
Question for the desk.
That's Jet in chat over there. I refuse to acknowledge Kobe's presence from Rez.
But then he just typed my name, so
True.
I mean.
Raz, you kind of defeated
played
your whole
himself.
plan right there.
I think my big thing, so especially with Renekton coming back in the meta, so I'll kind of answer your question a little bit. I think top lane, if you put together these compositions where you do give it jungle attention, we actually saw this in a Senna composition from C9 that I thought was really, really smart with the Nidalee Renekton. Obviously, Nidalee is dead on this patch, but Renekton is not. As we welcome Dola back to the stage, I hope he is feeling better. But yeah, I think if you do get that topside focus and then are able to play out team fights the way you want, you can. And it also depends on carrying, right? Because like you see Udyr just perma push, take over the top side, even if he's not getting kills. I'd consider that a way of carrying.
I actually think it's really cool in the new season. There are a lot of ways that top lane can contribute, especially with champs like you're talking about with Udyr, making enemy jungle's life really painful. You know, getting lots of vision and priority for your team, pushing up, and of course, if your name is Zeus, just hard carrying. All right, welcome Dola back. Welcome Shopify back to a winning state here with the Baron buff siege continuing.
Yeah, and we'll see what NRG, if they can somehow find something during this siege. Insanity's gonna put down the Talia wall, and they should just be able to take this turret out.
Yep. That should guarantee that tower for themselves. Fake God trying to make work or at least occupy attention in the mid lane as well. Looks like Glacial Prison was already thrown out. Does not take out Zeyzal. Boogie doing battle with Huhi once again. But Huhi does not commit the Cyclone. NRG just trying to see if they can bait out certain cooldowns from Shopify, but they don't bite. They get the inhibitor tower for themselves. It's a cancel recall from Palafox, but he's got no friends with him quite just yet, so it's not really much that he can get off of it. He just delays the reset of Insanity.
So I'm still thinking about the choice from Shopify to on reset head back out through the top lane. And the more I think about it, I feel like they didn't, like they thought the NRG were a little bit closer or maybe had even started the dragon. Maybe that was the call. Because in the end, on the push with their Baron buff, they did get secondary tower towards mid and secondary tower on the top side plus the inhibitor tower. But we'll take a look back and see if, at the end of the game, I guess, and see if NRG will be able to make any sort of plays off of this invade. Never mind.
Contracts, face checks into Zeyzal, tries to unload as much CC as they can. Dawning Shadow comes through. The Blast Cone fires Boogie right on back, forced to flash over the Krug wall as Huhi commits the Cyclone, but they don't find anyone quite yet until Boogie falls, and B-Voy might be in trouble, but he still has the flash, he still has the cleanse. Glacial Prison, instant cleanse by B-Voy, and he gets away from danger.
Yeah, I was wondering, is that like dragon going over ever gonna amount to anything in this game? Maybe if you start to get counters like this for NRG and you get picks like this through the jungle on the invade there, Boogie going down, Boogie no flash as well on the Xin, so possibility of re-pick definitely there. No extra mobility or defensives.
Yeah, when we look at when LCS teams decide to what they decide to do in the immediate Baron aftermath, depending on how many members of the opposing team are up, as FDI and contracts are hunting. But that is where you can lose momentum sometimes, right? To your point, they could have just rushed down to Drake. They were pinging it and made even more of that kind of initial Baron push. And now NRG do have a few windows back into this game. If they can get more picks, drag it out. Dragon stacking is now even at 2-2.
Yeah, because that would have been Dragon number 3 for Shopify, and this timer that we're looking at, minute and 28 seconds, could have been a possible Dragon Soul, but now it will be Dragon Soul for nobody. It will just be Dragon number 3 for one of the teams. And the reason we always bring up this question with NRG is because they are the team that has most often made crazy comebacks in the LCS, especially just last weekend. We had the YOLO Baron Smite steal against a team that had Kalista and Smite on. on the same side. Got right in between them and stole them. Contracts did. Let's take a look at this one, though, as the Dragon arrival approaches. You would usually want to head down there a little bit early, like right now, with your control wards and try and set up for it. Since there are so many, CC abilities here ready for picks.
Yeah, NRG. Next two opponents after Shopify are FlyQuest and 100 Thieves. Shopify is supposed to be the easier match for them to secure, and they just need the one game to lock themselves into playoffs. But if Shopify were to carry this momentum, close out the game, then it does put NRG's state into an unknown one, as Shopify are the first ones to get into this Dragon Pit.
Also, always press tab and check your inventories here. This is a Varus with a Zhonya's, so it does have AP ratios, obviously, as we have seen all season long with all the different builds that have come out from Varus. And B-Voy with a little bit of extra safety there. Don't want to overcommit onto a Varus that does have a stop. Well, here we go. Huhi is in the brush behind Baron, looking for the flank. Shopify will head straight from mid lane.
That's a good control ward right behind the red buff, so it's going to spot Huhi. Shopify now have full information that they can deflect this flank and collapse from Huhi. Boogie's marking him as NRG commits into the front line. B-Boy is going to take it out by Dola. Huge bounce back from Big Dogs as he finds the most important carry for Shopify. The rest of Shopify, can they carry through without B-Boy? Insanity's getting marked by Dola once again. Cannot escape. The Infernal Chains locks him up just for enough time as Dola takes him out once again. Shopify traded back onto Contracts and Palafox in the fight. Huhi falling as well. But the fact that Insanity and B-Boy were taken out means that Shopify cannot do the Baron.
Yeah, and watch B-Boy, because more importantly, watch Dola coming up from here, right, into the fight, and he marks B-Boy the entire time. He understands the assignment. He's like, I need to take this guy out, otherwise he can take over this team fight, and that was actually huge from Dola. Again, we hope he's feeling better, because he had to step off for a minute, but coming into this fight, he did a really, really good job of identifying and marking B-Boy.
Yeah, he gets both of the carries. Both of the carries that both had Zhonya's. Perfect timing on the Q there out of that Zhonya as well. Dola takes down both Shopify Rebellion carries himself, and it looks like he wants to take down the Baron as well, with again a possibility of a flank here. We spy Palafox up in the tri-brush.
Yep, and Insanity just came back in, and he has TP if he wants to join it sooner, as well as Talia Wall.
Another control ward put right behind that red buff wall. So if Palafox tries to come through, Fake God is also going to mark it. 4,000 HP on the Baron. Boogie has flash. They have a control ward in the pit. They're going to stop the Baron for now at 3,000 HP. Boogie tries to force his way through onto Dola. Punts Palafox. Contracts and Huhi are onto the back lane. They knew that B-Boy doesn't have flash. He's a sitting duck. The stasis does not save him this time around. And NRG are going to continue pushing on forward. FBI is getting marked by Boogie, but the rest of NRG, they're starting to fall to Fake God as he picks up a double. They look for another one as FBI is cleaned up by Boogie as well. They've marked out Palafox, and Shopify, even without B-Boy, are able to carry through. The teleports are coming in. They want to end the game.
Good job, Shopify. This is the Renekton, the power of the Renekton, right? Coming through Kobe. As we see, he just kind of ends up taking over this team fight, even though, again, NRG did do a good job of marking B-Boy, trying to take him down, as Shopify are making their final push to end.
Shopify's hopes are kept alive off of a fantastic performance by Fake God on this Renekton. Playoff chances are still alive for them. And for NRG, Cloud9, and Team Liquid, they're going to have to wait until tomorrow to see if their playoff brackets are locked in.
Yeah, I mean, that was really unexpected, but good from Shopify, capitalizing. Again, a lot of it comes down to that early Rift Herald fight that they were able to benefit off of, and then recognizing that they would end up winning these 5v5 fights as Pookie goes over to the handshake there.
Yeah, great job there from all members. Boogie in the back line there, chasing them down as well. Hits the W onto FBI, finishes the chase up. Shopify, they've done it as far as step one of Super Week. Goal completed, dub on the board, and hopes very much alive.
Yep, and I do really, again, want to stress, obviously, Fake God took over with the Croc in the top lane, but going forward, I'd love for people to look out for B-Boy as well, because again, I think he's been playing really well. There's a reason why NRG had to target him in a lot of these fights, and then for NRG, back to the drawing board, right? Because even with this Senna composition, we saw them trying to make those early plays, Kobe, and they weren't able to make it happen.
Yeah, definitely a risky team, always has been. It looks like it's going to be no different this split as well. A little bit of a bumpy road there towards playoffs. We'll see if they can really Hulk out in playoffs again, because in the past, they've really become a different beast once you do get to the best of series.
Yeah. Shopify playoffs chances, like we said, it's still not confirmed, but it still could be in the cards. As the game is over, we're going to be joining Hercules and Fake God on stage for the interview.
Hi everybody, welcome here. I'm Hercules alongside Fake God and Fake God. Oh my goodness. Well, first off, congratulations are in order. You just cured. How does it feel right now?
I thought I did pretty well in lane, but some of my mid game was kind of lacking because this game shouldn't have been as long as it should have been with my advantage. So I'm a little sad about that, but I'm happy we won in the end because I think this week is a really important week for us to make playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge, huge week. And then speaking about yourself, I mean, don't be too critical. I think you played incredibly.
And I still won, so I'm happy.
There you
it's
go.
Just like,
there's the spirit.
There's more I could have done always, but I'm so happy.
Well, I'm very happy for you. I got to hear a little bit about your story behind the scenes, you know, kind of, you know, going back into challengers, making your way back. And I love the story of you saying, you know, you're not the same player that you used to be. And you feel like you are, you know, on this new level almost. Do you feel like your performance today is kind of a testament to that? Or is there a lot more that we can expect from you headed into the rest of this weekend?
I think this performance was a little of an outlier, but I want to achieve this kind of performance for every game I play.
Okay.
And I haven't been doing that as I think I should have been, but I think for now, I just want to keep focusing on what I can do. And right now, there's a super week that we can win and make playoffs with, so I just want to focus on that.
Well, you did it. That's a good start to it to, you know, kick off Super Week. And we got to ask, you're going up against 100 Thieves tomorrow. Is there a game plan headed into that or any team morale on the back end you want to leak?
We have no game plan. We just said, like, we just let Zazel and our coach do the draft, and then we just talk, and then that's our draft plan.
All right. It sounds like a solid plan. Listen, whatever works, works, right?
Yeah.
There you have it. Well, thank you so much for hanging out with me. And thank you all so much for hanging out with me all throughout today, guys. This isn't quite the end of it, but there's a little bit more right after this.
Thank you for that. Congratulations, Fake God, on the huge Renekton game. I wanted to go over the remaining playoff scenarios. So going into that last game between Shopify and NRG, these were the percentages to finish at least in the top 6. NRG would have clinched themselves playoffs with the win, but they lost. So now we're going to be tracking Shopify. You can see NRG no longer at 100%, and that win gives Shopify about a 50% chance of getting at least a tiebreaker for top 6. Unfortunately for them, even if they beat 100 Thieves tomorrow and beat Cloud9 on Sunday, they'd move to 7, but it still wouldn't even be a 100% chance of having a tiebreaker for top 6. So they'll need a little bit of help from that. You can just look at the win column for other teams. You can see NRG sits at 6, Team Liquid 6 at 6. So they need some of those teams to lose. They need things to happen like Dignitas beating Team Liquid. That would boost it a little bit. But even that isn't enough. If Team Liquid then also lost to Immortals, then Shopify would be guaranteed at least the top 6. But the things they have to worry about, honestly, are these 2 wins against 100 Thieves and Cloud9, because if they lost both of those games, well, they'd be out. So they still have a little bit of control over what they have left, and the last 2 days are going to be quite interesting. But that's it for the day. Let's check out the players of the game from this week of the LCS as Emily rejoins us on the lounge. Here we go.
Nice. I mean, like Just going through the list of players here, JoJo had a great earlier today, he had a great game. Yon one was hilarious because that was the context of the double dragon comp that they had that everyone believed was like, might be a little bit rough, but the game stalled out. Yon had a great couple team fights, and then they just scaled up. There was no way for them to lose, so I want to actually look back at those games later on.
6 Quid pogs.
Yeah, and then Quid kind of taking control of that 100 Thieves Immortals game. It looked like 100 Thieves were out of that game.
Yes.
Yeah, because they were.
And they weren't.
The fight that they had topside jungle that Quid popped off on that got them back into that game was heroic. I'm sure every outplay comes with a misplay, so IMT is going to be kicking themselves for losing the lead that they had, but that persists, the lead that 100 Thieves have. Every time people are doubting them, they somehow find a way to get back into it, so would love to see some of these games.
Yeah, let's look at the highlights for the 4 games that produced those 4 players of the game. Cloud9 versus Dignitas led us off. Smolder was banned, so we didn't get to see Tomo Smolder. Sivir got 4 more armor, so everyone wanted to pick it today. And this is what happened in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing here, I know we were doing the him meter for Berserker, but it was really about JoJo and Fudge for me in this. We were kind of wondering, like, okay, what is JoJo going to play that isn't Azir, that kind of allows his team and facilitates his team? In this one, the answer was Yone, and then Fudge performed super well on the Udyr, completely taking control over the top side.
Yeah, I thought Cloud9 side lane control was perfect because it did isolate the Renekton to like what JoJo was able to do. And then on top of that, the early 3 kills that somehow Udyr got, not great. They didn't have any push towards top side, so that was just really hard for them to be able to support. And now we're looking into the next game.
Yeah, PA dropping a dragon nuke all over FlyQuest there in the top lane.
Oh, this one was tragic.
It was a slow start for APA in this game. He definitely had a big whoopsie play in the bot lane early on, but then once both dragons had stacked 250 of the things they stacked, they were able to win every team fight.
I felt bad for Bwipo on side because there's just such easy setup with Renekton W and of course, as you can see, the Dragon APA was able to go on side lane and just punish him. So he was getting punished on side pretty frequently.
100 Thieves versus Immortals. This is the 2nd or 3rd game in a row. I feel like Immortals has been in what looks to be a winning position, but then lose a couple fights. This is once the gold had gotten pretty close, but this is a fight where Quid popped off, I think.
Yeah, Quid had a really good fight here.
I do generally also appreciate seeing Meech get in there too.
Yeah.
Again, like Quid had a phenomenal game. He ended up taking over on the Ahri, but Meech we've seen kind of on Senna duty a lot of the time. So it was nice to see him pop off a little bit on the Kaisa as well.
Yeah, final game here. I actually think First Blood might have ended up going over to Insanity there with the call out, but the 400 gold did go to the Nico for Palafox. So I just remember seeing some chatter about that. It was indeed First Blood by Palafox.
And the way pushing back to Palafox, so actually it was so close, but it worked out really well for Pala.
Support Wukong for Huhi in this one, I think, ended up being one of the things that decided some of these late game team fights. It really made it hard for B-Boy to exist as the Varus, with the Wukong and the Aatrox being able to dive down the stretch. But Shopify Rebellion pulls it out in the end, even without B-Boy, with a big game from Fake God and Insanity.
Yeah, you saw it from the interview a little earlier on, like, Fake God's still really critical of himself. You got to take your win somewhere.
And he was like 8-0-6 or something?
Yes! Yes! This is a new Fake God. That's what I like to see. And it's actually just watching like the new build. I mean, new build. I guess ever since Eclipse was just an incredible, incredibly OP item. Once you actually get the lead as a Renekton with the Eclipse build, you are just unstoppable in team fights. Yeah. The amount of damage you end up pouring out. So.
Standings: 2 games left for every team here in the LCS. There is a bit of a logjam at the top.
Oh my God.
2 teams at 8 and 4. Cloud9, for as flamed as they have been for failing, are now 1 game out of first. They have finally separated themselves. They are 4 games ahead of Immortals. So the whole year, they've been struggling to get that distance from Immortals. Now that they have, they're almost first place.
How funny would it be if they got first?
If they're just first. I mean, that was all of our power rankings. At the start of the year.
You never doubted them.
We'll see. It might be right. Let's check out the schedule for tomorrow. Saturday, week 6 of the LCS.
FlyQuest versus NRG. I'm circling that match right now because even with FlyQuest already having secured their playoff spot, as we talked about, they've looked a little bit shakier across the recent few weeks. And then NRG are, I would say they're back in terms of their back being NRG.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's on.
They were 9-9. We already brought this up. They were 9-9.
That's true.
Before, and then they ended up winning the championship. So you never know.
They're better than that this split.
And they were the first team that put a crack in FlyQuest armor at the beginning of the split when they completely decimated bot lane and then just kept piling on.
Yep.
So like that's a match that FlyQuest will for sure want to have back. That being said, FlyQuest has been losing some here and there, so I want to see if they can take an opportunity on that one. But yeah, NRG, you're right. They're back in the way that the regular season has been trash.
Yeah,
to the expectation.
It's their first.
Inconsistent.
Where did you have them on your?
Second.
Yeah, expectation going into the split. So like it's a little bit tough, but they might make a bounce back. It might happen.
Yep, plenty to talk about tomorrow. That's it for us today. We'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 Pacific. So same time as today, same time as last week, and same time as Sunday. So now let's send it over to Vulcan's stream. We're done.
XU tries to get out. Jojo has to reset his position, but Rich wants to lock him down. Fudge is back over the wall, maybe looking for a flank angle. He decides to run in with the storm. He locks down Rich, but the damage on Tomo is enough. Berserker's got his first kill of the game, and Cloud9 makes it 2. Jojo's in a rampage, and Berserker ain't done. He dashes, he flashes, he takes out Sejuani from a double kill, and C9 is gonna walk it in from here.
I mean, we're C9, so we're gonna win.
But I still thought it could have been anyone's game. These last couple of minutes, though, has just been disaster after disaster after disaster. Face check in bot lane, you die. Go up top lane, you die. Then overstay top lane, your ADC dies. Then your jungler is killing the crab, he dies too. It's just everything going wrong.
Team Liquid, they were down in the early game. They trusted themselves to dig in, defend, and scale up. And they're gonna scale straight into a victory.
So easy. Start roaring. Impact.
Yeah, start roaring.
I put my bet on you roar first. I said I was raptor, but not but we should.
I hear bomb. GG.
GG.
Yeah.
Keeping up, keeping up.
Play. We should play.
Okay. There in a flash. Jerry. Jerry.
It's good fight.
Jerry dead. What's Jax?
Oh, I'm done. Jax no flash.
Fight. Just keep fighting, guys. I have combo. Bull. Wait, you're so good. MVP.
In with the ultimate, but flashes into the Weaver's wall, gets caught out. Sniper's looking for another one. Quinn with the Spirit Watch, clips Mask. This could just be it. Tactical's under fire. It's only up to Castle and Ole, but 2-on-5 are not great odds for Immortals as they find the charm, and that could just be the end of Immortals' dream. Wukong is behind.
Yeah, watch Senna. Okay, watch here.
No, we're full fight here. Full fight.
I'm looking Senna.
Picking us up right now. It's just you, Aaron. It's me too.
I can win.
Okay,
Throw flash.
Yeah. Aatrox, it's all you guys now.
Nice done. We won.
Sam told us how it would work.
Yeah.
He told you you're baby boy.
But someone lying. Senna had flash.
No, we have no Senna flash timer. Look.
Ay, can't stop, won't stop till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop on the grind. It's our time.